Sword Song by Bernard Cornwell. Darkness. Winter. A night of frost and no moon. We floated on the river Thames, and beyond the boat's high bow the stars reflected on the shimmering water. Our boat lay close to the Wessex bank, hidden beneath the leafless, bending branches of 3 willow trees, held there against the current by a mooring rope. There were 38 of us in that boat, a trading ship. The ship's master, Ralla, stood beside me with one hand on the steering oar. The rest of us were in leather and mail, had helmets and carried shields, axes, swords, or spears. The night was full of noises. The water rippled, the bare branches clattered, the screaming was faint because it came from far off. "God damn them," Ralla said bitterly. "That's our job," I said curtly. We did not know which village the Danes were going to attack, and even if I had, I would not have protected it. We might have killed some of the raiders, but in the dark many more would have escaped, and I did not want one to escape. I wanted every Dane dead. Except one. To the south, through the tangle of black branches, I could see a red glow that betrayed burning thatch. The glow grew brighter to reflect off my men's helmets, giving the metal a sheen of red. I called for them to take the helmets off in case the enemy sentries in the ship ahead saw the reflected glimmer. I took off my own helmet with its silver wolf crest. I am Uhtred, Lord of Bebbanburg, a lord of war. I had half my household troops in Ralla's ship, while the other half was somewhere to the west, mounted on horses and under Finnan's command. This was not our first attempt that long, wet winter to set an ambush on the Thames, but it was the first that promised success. Twice before, Vikings had come through the gap in Lundain's broken bridge to raid the soft, plump villages of Wessex, and both times we had come downriver and found nothing. But this time we had trapped the wolves. I touched the hilt of serpent breath, my sword, then touched the amulet of Thor's hammer that hung around my neck. "Kill them all," I prayed to Thor. "All but one." I touched serpent breath again, and it seemed to me that she quivered, sang a half-heard song, a keening noise, the song of the blade wanting blood. The sword song. We waited, and afterwards, when it was all over, Ralla told me I had never stopped smiling. The raiders did not return to their ship till dawn blazed light across the east. Their sentries, I thought, must surely see us, but they did not. We saw them, mail-clad men herding a crowd of women and children across a rain-flooded pasture. There were 50 raiders and as many captives, the women young, taken for the raiders' pleasure. The children would go to the slave market in Lundain. To the south, where low green hills swelled from the river's plain, a great drift of smoke dirtied the clear winter sky to mark where the raiders had burned the village. Ralla stirred. "Wait," I murmured, and Ralla went still. He was a grizzled man, 10 years older than I, a shipmaster, soldier and friend. Men's voices were loud, relaxed, and laughing. They shouted as they pushed their prisoners into the ship. Then the warriors clambered aboard themselves. They took their plunder with them. They were men who had slaughtered, and who had become rich on their prisoners, and they were cheerful, careless. And serpent breath sang soft in her scabbard. I heard the clatter as the oars were thrust into their rowlocks. A voice called, "Push off!" The great beak of the enemy ship, crowned with a monster's painted head, turned out into the river. "Now!" I called, and Cerdric slashed the rope, and our oars bit into the river as I pushed my way forward between the rowers' benches. "Pull!" Ralla roared. "Kill every last bastard!" I shouted, as I climbed onto the bow platform where my shield waited. "Kill them all!" I put on my helmet, hefted the shield, and slid serpent breath from her scabbard. She did not sing now. She screamed. "Kill!" I shouted. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Ahead of us, the enemy ship slewed as panicked men missed their stroke. They were shouting, scrambling over the benches where a few men still tried to row. Women screamed and men tripped each other. "Pull!" Ralla shouted. Our ship surged into the current as the enemy was swept towards us. "Now!" I called to Cerdric, and he threw the grapnel so it caught on the enemy's bow, and he hauled to sink it into the ship's timber and so draw her closer. "Now kill!" I shouted, and leapt across the gap. Serpent Breath's first stroke was a back cut, made as I landed on the enemy's bow platform where a man was trying to tug the grapnel free. Serpent Breath half severed his head. Blood brightened the winter day, splashed on my face. I am old now, so old. My bones ache, and I sit in the sun and fall asleep to wake tired. But I remember those fights. My newest wife, as pious a piece of stupid woman who ever whined, flinches when I tell the stories. But how else are we to prepare our young for the wars they must fight? I have fought all my life. That was the fate of us all. Alfred wanted peace, but the Danes and the Norsemen came, and he had no choice but to fight. And when Alfred was dead, more Danes came, and more Norsemen, and the Britons came from Wales, and the Scots howled down from the north. I look at my children, and at their children, and I know they will have to fight, and that so long as there is a kingdom on this windswept island, there will be war. So we cannot flinch from its cruelty, its blood, its stench, its vileness, or its joy, because war will come to us whether we want it or not. War is fate, and fate is inescapable. So I tell these stories, so that my children's children will know their fate. I tell how our ship crashed into the enemy's flank, and how the impact drove that other ship's bows towards the southern bank. That was what I had wanted, and Ralla had achieved it perfectly. Now he scraped his ship down the enemy's hull, our impetus snapping the Danes' forward oars as my men jumped aboard, swords and axes swinging. The dead man had fallen off the platform to impede two others trying to reach me, and I shouted a challenge as I leapt down to face them. A bristle-bearded man swung an axe at me, that I met with my out-thrust shield, and slid serpent breath into his belly. I gave a fierce twist, so his dying flesh did not grip the blade. Then I yanked her out, and dragged the axe-impaled shield across my body to parry a sword cut. Sihtric, whose father had been Kjartan the Cruel, was beside me, driving his short sword up into my nearest attacker's groin. The man screamed. Children cried, women wailed, raiders died. The bows of the enemy ship thumped onto the bank's mud. Raiders, sensing death if they stayed aboard, jumped ashore, and that started a panic. There was a small mist on the river meadows, and through it came Finnan's bright horsemen. They came in two lines, swords held like spears, and Finnan, my deadly Irishman, galloped the first line past the escaping men to cut off their retreat, and let his second line crash into the enemy before he turned and led his own men back to the kill. I saw Clapper, my big Dane, spearing an enemy in the river shallows. Rapier was hacking his sword at a cowering man. Sihtric's sword hand was red. Surdik was swinging an axe, shouting incomprehensibly as the blade crushed a Dane's helmet to spill blood and brains on the terrified prisoners. The horsemen cut and slashed. Vikings screamed, and some tried to surrender. There had been 54 raiders, and 16 lived as prisoners. "Any of you," I looked at the women, screaming or weeping as they cowered in the bilge, "who wants to kill the man who raped you, do it now." 2 wanted revenge, and I let them use wasp sting, my short sword that was so lethal in a shield wall fight when men are pressed close as lovers. 1 woman stabbed, the other hacked, and both men died slowly. Of the remaining 14 men, 1 was not in mail. He was the enemy's shipmaster, grey-haired with brown eyes that looked at me belligerently. "Where did you come from?" I asked him. "Beamfleot." "And Lundain?" I asked him. "The city is still in Danish hands?" "Yes, lord." "You will go to Lundain," I told him, "and then to Beamfleot, and you will tell the Northmen that Uhtred of Bebbanburg guards the river Thames. Tell them they are welcome to come here whenever they wish." That one man lived. I hacked off his right hand before letting him go. I did it, so he could never wield a sword again. By then we had lit a fire, and I thrust his bleeding stump into the red-hot embers to seal the wound. He was a brave man. He flinched, but he did not scream as his blood bubbled and his flesh sizzled. We killed the others. "Why did you kill them?" my new wife asked, distaste in her voice. "So they would learn to fear," I answered. "A ship left Beamfleot and never went back, and other men who wanted to raid Wessex heard of that ship's fate and decided to take their swords somewhere else. I killed that ship's crew to save myself having to kill hundreds of other Danes." "The Lord Jesus would have wanted you to show mercy," she said. She is an idiot. My men hanged the corpses of our enemies from trees beside the river. We took their mail, their weapons, and their armourings. We cut off their long hair, for I like to caulk my ship's planks with the hair of slain enemies, and then we hanged them, and their pale, naked bodies twisted in the wind as the ravens came to take their dead eyes. Then we went home. "The dead speak," Aethelwold told me. He was sober for once. Sober and awed and serious. The night wind snatched at the house, and the rushlights flickered red in the draughts that whipped from the roof smoke-hole, and through the doors and shutters. "A corpse," Aethelwold said. "He rises from the grave, and he speaks. I have seen it," he added in a voice that suggested he knew I did not believe him. "The dead man rises and speaks." I edged my bench closer to the hearth. It was 10 days after I had killed the raiders, and now a freezing rain rattled on the thatch. The house had been built by the Romans, which meant the floor was tiled and the walls were of stone, though I had thatched the roof myself. "What did the dead man say?" Gisela asked. "She was my wife and the mother of my 2 children. He says I should be king," he admitted softly, fearing my reaction. "King of what?" I said flatly. "Wessex," he said. "Of course." "Oh, Wessex," I said, as though I had never heard of the place. "And I should be king. My father was king." "And now your father's brother is king," I said, "and men say he is a good king." "Do you say that?" he challenged me. I did not answer. It was well enough known that I did not like Alfred, and Alfred did not like me, but that did not mean Alfred's nephew, Aethelwold, would make a better king. Aethelwold had a reputation as a drunk and a lecherous fool, yet he did have a claim to the throne of Wessex, and if Alfred had possessed a thimbleful of sense, he would have had his nephew's throat sliced to the bone. "Where did you see this living corpse?" He waved a hand towards the north. "On the other side of the street." "Where Klingerstret?" I asked, and he nodded. So he was talking to the Danes as well as to the dead. "Where Klingerstret is a road that goes northwest from Lundain. It slants across Britain, ending at the Irish Sea just north of Wales, and everything to the south of the street was supposedly Saxon land, and everything to the north was yielded to the Danes. That was the peace we had in that year of 885, though it was a peace scummed with skirmish and hate." "Is it a Danish corpse?" I asked. Aethelwold nodded. "His name is Bjorn. He was a skald in Guthrum's court, and he refused to become a Christian, so Guthrum killed him. He can be summoned from his grave. I've seen it." I looked at Gisela. She was a Dane, and the sorcery that Aethelwold described was nothing I had ever known among my fellow Saxons. Gisela shrugged, suggesting that the magic was equally strange to her. "Who summons the dead man?" she asked. "A fresh corpse," Aethelwold said. "Someone must be sent to the world of the dead to find Bjorn and bring him back." "And this Bjorn, does he speak English?" I put the question, for I knew that Aethelwold spoke little Danish. "He speaks English," Aethelwold said suddenly. He did not like being questioned. "Who took you to him?" I asked. "Some Danes," he said vaguely. I sneered at that. "So some Danes came and told you a dead poet wanted to speak to you, and you meekly travelled into Guthrum's land?" "They paid me gold," he said defensively. "And why come to us?" I asked. Aethelwold did not answer. He fidgeted and watched Gisela, who was teasing a thread of wool under her distaff. "Why?" I persisted. "Because Bjorn said you will be a king too." Aethelwold had not spoken loudly, but even so I held up a hand to hush him. Alfred had spies in my household, and it was not wise to say such things too loudly. Gisela had stopped spinning, and was staring at Aethelwold. "He said that you, Uhtred," Aethelwold went on more quietly, "will be crowned king of Mercia." There was no king in Mercia. The old one, a Saxon mongrel on a Danish leash, had died, and there was no successor, while the kingdom itself was now split between Danes and Saxons. My mother's brother had been an ealdorman in Mercia, so I had Mercian blood. Aethelwold leaned towards me. "Bjorn the dead wishes to speak to you also, to tell you your fate. He heard it from the 3 sisters. He meant the Fates, the Norns, the 3 sisters who weave our destiny. "You and me, Uhtred, will be kings and neighbours. The gods want it, and they sent a dead man to tell me so." Aethelwold was shaking, but something had scared him into sobriety, and that convinced me he spoke the truth. "They want to know if you're willing to meet the dead," he said, "and if you are, then they will send for you." I looked at Gisela, who looked back at me, her face expressionless. I stared back at her, not waiting for a response, but because she was beautiful, so beautiful. My dark Dane, my lovely Gisela, my bride, my love. She must have known what I was thinking, for her long grey face was transformed by a slow smile. I think you had better hear what the dead man says. Alfred arrived a week later. It was a fine day with a pale blue sky in which the midday sun hung low above a cold land. This had been my home for 2 years now. Cockham, at the edge of Wessex, where the Thames flowed towards Lundain. I, Uhtred, a Northumbrian lord, an exile and a warrior, had become a builder, a trader, and a father. I served Alfred, King of Wessex, not because I wished to, but because I had given him my oath. And Alfred had given me a task, to build his new burh at Cockham. A burh was a town turned into a fortress, and Alfred was riveting his kingdom of Wessex with such places. All around the boundaries of Wessex the walls were being built, the work done by every man over the age of 12. Half worked while the other half tended the fields. They dug, they banked, they cut timber for walls, and so we had raised a stronghold. In truth, ours was 2 strongholds, one on the river's southern bank, and the other on Scarpest Eye, which was an island splitting the river into 2 channels, and in that January of 885 the work was nearly done, and no Danish ship could now row upstream to raid the farms and villages along the river's bank. A Danish trader called Ulf had come that morning, tying his boat at the wharf on Scarpest Eye, where one of my officials prodded through the cargo to assess the tax. Ulf himself, grinning toothlessly, climbed up to greet me. He gave me a piece of amber wrapped in kidskin. "For the Lady Gisela, lord," he said. "She is well?" "She is," I said, touching Thor's hammer that hung around my neck. "And you have a second child, I hear." "A girl," I said. "And where did you hear of her?" "Beamfliot," he said, which made sense. Ulf was a northerner, but no ships were making the voyage from Northumbria to Wessex in this cold winter. He must have spent the season in southern East Anglia, on the mudflats of the Thames estuary. "It isn't much," he said, gesturing at his cargo. "I bought some hides and axplays in Grantocester, and thought I'd come upriver to see if you Saxons have any money left." "You came upriver," I told him, "to see whether we'd finished the fortress. You're a spy, Ulf, and I think I'll hang you. I'm bored, and watching a Dane twitch on a rope would be amusing, wouldn't it?" "You must have been laughing when you hanged Jarl's crew, then," he said. "Was that who it was?" I asked. "Jarl? I didn't ask his name." "I saw 30 bodies," Ulf said, jerking his head downstream, "all hanging from trees, and I thought, that looks like Lord Uhtred's work." "Only 30, I said. "There were 53. I should add your miserable corpse, Ulf, to help make up the numbers." "You don't want me," Ulf said cheerfully. "You want a young one, because young ones twitch more than us old ones." He peered down at his boat, and spat towards a red-haired boy who was staring vacantly across the river. "You can hang that little bastard. He's my wife's oldest boy, nothing but a piece of toad bristle. He'll twitch." "So who's in Lundain these days?" I asked. "Oh, Hastings in and out," Ulf said. "More in than out." I was surprised by that. Hastings was a young Dane who had once been my oathman, but who had broken his oath and now aspired to be a warrior lord. I knew he had made a walled camp on the coast of East Anglia, but I was surprised he had gone to Lundain. It suggested he was looking for trouble. "So what's he doing? Stealing his neighbour's ducks?" Ulf shook his head. "He's got allies, lord. The Thorgilson brothers," Ulf said, and touched his hammer amulet. The name meant nothing to me then. "Thorgilson?" "Siegfried and Eric," Ulf said. "Norse earls, lord." That was new. Norse chieftains did not usually come to East Anglia or to Wessex. "What are Norsemen doing in Lundain?" I asked. "They got there 2 days ago, lord," Ulf said, "with 22 keels. Hastings went with them, and took 9 ships. I whistled softly. 31 ships meant an army of at least 1,000 men. I wondered how a fleet had gathered without my finding out. I usually knew what happened in Lundain within a day. "Did the brothers send you to tell me this?" I asked Ulf. I was assuming they had only captured Lundain so someone would pay them to go away, in which case it served their interest to let us know of their arrival. Ulf shook his head. "I sailed as they arrived, lord." He shuddered. "The Earl Siegfried's a bad man, lord, not someone to do business with." "Why didn't I know they were with Hastings?" I asked. They weren't. They'd been in Francia, sailed straight across the sea and up the river. With 22 ships of Norsemen, I said bitterly. They've got everything, Lord, Ulf said. Danes, Frisians, Saxons, Norse, everything. They're hungry men, Lord. Masterless men. The masterless man was the worst kind. He owed no allegiance. He had nothing but his sword, his hunger, and his ambition. I had been such a man in my time. So Siegfried and Eric will be trouble? I suggested mildly. Siegfried will, Ulf said. Eric's the younger. Men speak well of him, but Siegfried can't wait for trouble. He wants ransom? I asked. He might, Ulf said dubiously. He's got to pay all those men. But who'll pay him ransom? Lundain belongs to Mercia, doesn't it? And there's no king in Mercia. Isn't natural, is it? A kingdom without a king? I thought of Aethelwald's visit, and touched my amulet. A boy came running along the foot of the newly raised wall, panting hard. Halligast, Lord! Halligast! Ulf looked at me quizzically. Like all traders, he spoke some English, but Halligast puzzled him. The Holy Ghost, I translated into Danish. Coming, Lord! The boy gasped excitedly, and pointed upriver. The Holy Ghost is coming? Ulf asked in alarm. He probably had no idea what the Holy Ghost was, but he knew enough to fear all spectres. Alfred's ship, I explained. Ulf pulled his tunic straight. Alfred? What does he want? To discover my loyalties, I said dryly. Ulf grinned. So you might be the one who twitches on a rope, Lord? I need axe heads, I told him. Take your best to the house, and we'll discuss a price later. I was not surprised by Alfred's arrival. In those years he spent much of his time travelling between the growing burhs to inspect the work, but this visit, I reckoned, was to find out why Aethelwald had come to see me. The king's spies had done their work, and so the king had come to question me. His ship was coming fast. The Halligast had 20 oars, and room enough for half Alfred's bodyguard and the inevitable troop of priests. The king's banner, a green dragon, flew from the masthead, while 2 flags hung from the crossbar. One showed a saint, while the other was a green cloth embroidered with a white cross. A second ship, the Heofenlaf, carried the rest of the bodyguard and still more priests. Heofenlaf meant bread of heaven. Alfred never could name a ship. Heofenlaf berthed first, and a score of men in mail carrying shields and spears clambered ashore to line the wharf. The Halligast followed, her steersman thumping the bow hard on a piling so that Alfred, waiting amidships, staggered. There were kings who might have disemboweled a steersman for that loss of dignity, but Alfred seemed not to notice. He was talking earnestly with a thin-faced, pale-cheeked monk. It was Asa of Wales, the king's new pet. Brother Asa hated me, which was only right, because I hated him. I smiled at him, and he twitched away as if I had vomited down his robe, bending his head closer to Alfred, who could have been his twin, for Alfred of Wessex looked much more like a priest than a king. He wore a long black cloak, and a growing baldness gave him the tonsured look of a monk. His hands, like a clerk's, were always ink-stained, while his bony face was lean and earnest and pale. "My Lord Uhtred," he said enthusiastically, as he stepped ashore. He was being unusually pleasant, because he thought I was plotting treason. There was little other reason for me to sup with his nephew Aethelwald. "My Lord King," I said, and bowed. I ignored Brother Asa. The Welshman had once accused me of piracy, murder, and a dozen other things, and most of his accusations had been accurate, but I was still alive. He scuttled off through the mud, evidently going to make certain that the nuns in Cockham's convent were not pregnant, drunk, or happy. Alfred, followed by Egwin, who commanded the household troops, and by 6 of those troops, walked along my new battlements. I decided to let the news of Lundain's capture wait until he had asked his questions of me. For now he was content to inspect the work, and he found nothing to criticize, nor did he expect to. Cockham's burh was far more advanced than any of the others. "I am told," Alfred said, "that the Fyrd is reluctant to work. You have not found that true?" The Fyrd was the army, raised from the Shire, and not only built the burhs, but formed their garrisons. "The Fyrd are very reluctant to work, Lord, but I hanged 10 men and had encouraged the rest to enthusiasm." He stopped at a place where he could stare downriver. The lines on his face were deeper and his skin paler. He looked ill, but then Alfred of Wessex was always a sick man. His stomach hurt and his bowels hurt, and I saw a grimace as a stab of pain lanced through him. "I heard," he spoke coldly, "that you hanged them without benefit of trial." "I did, Lord, yes." "There are laws in Wessex," he said sternly. "And if the burr isn't built," I said, "then there will be no Wessex." "You lied to defy me," he said mildly. "No, Lord. I swore an oath to you. I do your work." "Then hang no more men without a fair trial," he said sharply, then turned and stared across the river to the Mercian bank. "A king must bring justice, Lord Uhtred. That is a king's job, and if a land has no king, how can there be law? There are men," he went on, "who would like to be king of Mercia." He paused, and for a moment I felt alarm, certain that he knew everything Aethelwold had said to me. But then he betrayed his ignorance. "My nephew Aethelwold?" he suggested. I gave a burst of laughter that was made too loud by my relief. "Aethelwold? He doesn't want to be king of Mercia. He wants your throne, Lord." "He told you that?" he asked sharply. "Of course he told me that," I said. "He tells everyone that." "Is that why he came to see you?" Alfred asked. "He came to buy a horse, Lord," I lied. "He wants my stallion, Smoker, and I told him no." Smoker's hide was an unusual mix of grey and black, thus his name, Smoke, and he had won every race he had ever run, and, better, was not afraid of men, weapons, or noise. I could have sold Smoker to any warrior in Britain. "And he talked of wanting to be king?" Alfred asked suspiciously. "Of course he did." "You didn't tell me," he said reproachfully. "If I told you every time Aethelwold talked treason," I said, "you'd never cease to hear from me. What I tell you now is that you should slice his head off." "He is my nephew," Alfred said stiffly, "and has royal blood." "He still has a removable head," I insisted. He waved a petulant hand as if my idea were risible. "I thought of making him king in Mercia," he said, "but he would lose the throne." "He would," I agreed. "He's weak," Alfred said scornfully, "and Mercia needs a strong ruler, someone to frighten the Danes. Your cousin, I think." "Aethelred?" I asked, unable to hide my scorn. My cousin was a bumptious little prick, but he was also close to Alfred, so close that he was going to marry Alfred's elder daughter. "He can be a alderman in Mercia," Alfred said, "and rule with my blessing." In other words, my miserable cousin would govern Mercia on Alfred's leash, and Mercia, or at least that part of it south of Wecklingerstret, would be a province of Wessex. "If my cousin," I said, "is to be Lord of Mercia, then he'll be Lord of Lundain?" "Arrived in Lundain 2 days ago. The Earls Siegfried and Eric Thurgelson command them. Histon of Beamfliot is an ally. So far as I know, Lord, Lundain now belongs to Norsemen and Danes." For a moment, Alfred looked paler than ever. His jaw clenched. "How in God's name can that happen?" he demanded angrily. "The Thurgelson brothers were in Francia." I might never have heard of Siegfried and Eric, but Alfred made it his business to know where the Viking bands were roving. "They're in Lundain now," I said remorselessly. He fell silent again, and I knew what he was thinking. That the Thames is our road to the rest of the world, and if the Danes and the Norse block the Thames, then Wessex was cut off from the world's trade. "If they will not go," he said quietly, "then they will have to be expelled." "Yes, Lord." "And that," he said decisively, "will be my wedding gift to your cousin." "Lundain?" "And you will provide it," he said savagely. "You will restore Lundain to Mercian rule. Let me know by the Feast of St. David what force you will need to secure the gift. Your cousin will command the army, but he is too busy to plan the campaign. You will make the necessary preparations and advise him." "I will?" I asked sourly. "Yes," he said, "you will." He did not stay to eat. He said prayers in the church, gave silver to the nunnery, then vanished upstream. And I was to capture Lundain and give all the glory to my cousin, Aethelred. The summons to meet the dead came 2 weeks later, and because I did not wholly trust the summons, I rode with 6 men: Finan, Clapper, Sihtric, Rapier, Eadric, and Kenwulf. The last 3 were Saxons. Clapper and Sihtric were Danes, and Finan was the fiery Irishman who commanded my household troops, and all 6 were my oathmen. My life was theirs, as theirs was mine. The Thames was winter-swollen, and we had to ride a long way upstream to find a ford shallow enough to be crossed. That was at Wellengaford, another burh, and the commander of the garrison wanted to know why we crossed the river. I said a fugitive had fled Cockham, and was thought to be skulking on the Thames northern bank. The tale would reach Alfred soon enough. Uhtred, the man who had brought the summons, was our guide. He served a Dane named Olaf, who had an estate that bordered the eastern side of Wetlingerstret. That made Olaf an East Anglian and a subject of King Guthrum. "Is Olaf a Christian?" I asked. "We are all Christians, Lord," Uhtred said. "King Guthrum demands it." "So what does Olaf wear about his neck?" I asked. "The same as you, Lord." Uhtred's answer told me that Olaf, like me, worshipped the older gods, though to please his king he pretended a belief in the Christian god. I had known Guthrum in the days when he had led great armies to attack Wessex, but he was getting old now, and it seemed he was content with the wide fertile fields of East Anglia. We rode through Mercia, and I noted how many farmsteads had been burned. Weeds smothered what had been ploughed land. Hazel saplings had invaded the pastures. Where folk did still live, they lived in fear, and when they saw us coming, they ran to the woodlands, or else shut themselves behind palisades. "Who rules here?" I asked Uhtred. "Danes," he said, then jerked his head westwards. "Saxons there." "Olaf doesn't want this land?" "He has much of it, Lord," Uhtred said, "but the Saxons harass him." According to the treaty between Alfred and Guthrum, this land was Saxon. But the Danes are land-hungry, and Guthrum could not control all his thanes. So this was battle-land, a place where both sides fought a sullen, small, and endless war, and the Danes were offering me its crown. I am a Saxon, a northerner, but I had been raised by the Danes, and I knew their ways. I spoke their tongue. I had married a Dane, and I worshipped their gods. If I were to be king here, then the Saxons would know they had a Saxon ruler, while the Danes would accept me because I had been as a son to Earl Ragnar. But to be king here was to turn on Alfred, and if the dead man had spoken truly, to put Alfred's drunken nephew on the throne of Wessex. And how long would Aethelwald last? Less than a year, I reckoned, before the Danes killed him, and then all England would be under Danish rule except for Mercia, where I, a Saxon who thought like a Dane, would be king. And how long would the Danes tolerate me? We crossed Wetlingerstret at sunset next day. The Romans had strengthened the road with a gravel bed and stone edges, and some of their masonry still showed through the pale winter grass. In a well-governed country, I might have expected to see guards patrolling the road, but there were none in sight here. There were just crows flying to a nearby wood and silvered clouds stretching across the western sky, while ahead of us the darkness lay swollen and heavy above East Anglia. Low hills lay to the north, and Uhtred led us towards those hills and up a long, shallow valley, where bare apple trees stood stark in the gloom. Night had fallen by the time we reached Olaf's hall. Olaf's men greeted me as though I were already a king. Servants waited at the gate of his palisade to take our horses, and another knelt at the doorway of the hall to offer me a bowl of washing water and a cloth to dry my hands. A steward took my 2 swords respectfully, as if he regretted the custom that no man could carry a blade inside a hall. But that was a good custom. Blades and ale do not mix well. The hall was crowded. There were at least 40 men there, most in mail or leather, standing either side of the central hearth where a great fire blazed. Some bowed as I entered. Others just stared as I walked to greet my host, who stood with his wife and sons beside the hearth. Haston was beside them, grinning. "Lord Uhtred!" Haston greeted me loudly. Haston's grin was somehow mischievous, as if he and I shared a secret joke in this hall. He had hair the colour of gold, a square face, bright eyes, and was wearing a tunic of fine wool dyed green, above which hung a thick chain of silver. His arms were heavy with rings of silver and gold, while silver brooches were pinned to his long boots. "It's good to see you, Lord," he said, and gave me a hint of a bow. "Still alive, Haston?" I asked, ignoring my host. "Still alive, Lord," he said. "And no wonder," I said. "The last time I saw you was at Ethandun, and you were running like a hare, Heston." I saw the shadow cross his face. I had accused him of cowardice, but he deserved an attack from me, for he had sworn to be my man, and had betrayed his oath by deserting me. Olaf, sensing trouble, cleared his throat. He was a heavy man, tall, with hair the brightest red I had ever seen. Olaf the Red, he was called. "You are welcome, Lord Uhtred," Olaf said. I ignored him. Heston was watching me, his face still clouded, but then I grinned. "Yet all Guthrum's army ran that day," I said, "and the ones who didn't are dead, so I'm glad I saw you run." He smiled then. "I killed 8 men at Ethandun," he said, eager for his men to know he was no coward. "Then I'm relieved I did not face your sword," I said, and turned to the red-headed Olaf. "And you?" I asked. "Were you at Ethandun?" "No, lord," he said. "Then you missed a rare fight," I said. "Isn't that so, Heston? A fight to remember." "A massacre in the rain, lord," Heston said. I was named to 3 other men, Danes who had lands in this part of Guthrum's kingdom, and who had brought their followers with them. I understood that Heston was showing me off. He was proving that I had joined him, and that it was therefore safe for them to join him. Heston was brewing rebellion. "Tonight, lord, we shall raise the dead," Heston said, touching the hammer amulet about his neck, "and the dead will speak to you." He gestured towards the door at the back of the hall. "This way, if you will, lord." And so I went to meet the dead. 2 of Olaf's men came from the hall with burning brands that flared bright in the damp night. Finan, nervous at the sorcery we were about to witness, stayed close to me. We followed a path downhill to a small pasture beside what I took to be a barn, and there the torches were thrust into waiting heaps of wood, so that flames leapt up to illuminate the barn's wooden wall and wet thatch. As the light brightened, I saw that it was not a pasture at all, but a graveyard. "That was our church," Uhtred explained. He nodded at what I had assumed was the barn. "Why is a Danish skald buried in a Christian grave?" I asked. "Aethelwold told me he was no Christian." "Maybe that's why he is restless, lord." "Maybe," I said, then heard the struggle behind me, and turned expecting an attack, and instead saw that 2 men were dragging a third towards us. He was slight, young, and whimpering. The men who dragged him were much bigger, and his struggles were useless. I looked quizzically at Heston. "To raise the dead, lord," he explained, "we had to send a messenger across the gulf." "Who is he?" "A Saxon," Heston said carelessly. "He deserves to die?" I asked. I was not squeamish about death, but I sensed Heston would kill like a child drowning a mouse, and I did not want a man's death on my conscience if that man had not deserved to die. This was not battle, where a man stood a chance of going to the eternal joys of Odin's hall. "He's a thief," Heston said. "Twice a thief," Olaf added. I crossed to the young man and lifted his head by raising his chin, and saw that he had the brand mark of a convicted robber burned into his forehead. "What did you steal?" "A coat, lord," he spoke in a whisper. "I was cold." "Was that the first theft?" I asked. "Or the second?" "The first was a lamb," Olaf said behind me. "I was hungry, lord," the young man said, "and my child was starving." "You stole twice," I said, "which means you must die." That was the law. The young man was weeping, but I turned away. I've stolen many things in my life, but I steal while the owner is watching, and while he can defend his property with his sword. It's the thief who steals in the dark who deserves to die. Uhtred was making the sign of the cross again and again. Finan and my 3 Saxons were clutching the crosses they wore about their necks. "You are ready, lord?" Heston asked me. "Yes," I said, trying to sound confident, yet in truth I was as nervous as Finan. There is a curtain between our world and the lands of the dead, and part of me wished that curtain to stay closed. "Put the message in his mouth," Heston ordered. One of the guards stabbed his knife at the young man's mouth, and he opened wide. An object was pushed onto his tongue. "A harp string," Heston explained to me. "Bjorn will know its meaning." "Kill him!" "No!" the young man shouted, spitting out the coiled string. He screamed as the men dragged him to one of the earth mounds. The moon was silvering a gap in the clouds. "No! Please, no!" "Kill him!" Olaf the Red ordered. One of the guards pushed the harp string back into the messenger's mouth, then tilted the man's head hard back, exposing his throat, and the second Dane slit it with a quick, practiced thrust and a wrenching pull. I heard a stifled, guttural sound, and saw the blood spatter the 2 men, fall across the grave and slap wetly onto the damp grass. The messenger's body twitched and struggled as the blood flow became weaker. Then, at last, he slumped between his captors, who let his last blood drops spurt weakly onto the grave. Then they dragged him away, dropping his corpse beside the graveyard's fence. I was holding my breath. None of us moved. An owl, its wings astonishingly white in the night, flew close above me, and I instinctively touched my hammer amulet, convinced I had seen a thief's soul go into the other world. Heston stood close to the blood-soaked grave. "You have blood, Bjorn!" he shouted. "I have given you a life. I have sent you a message." Nothing happened. The wind sighed on the church's thatch. "You have blood!" Heston shouted again. Then the grave moved. I remember a coldness gripping my heart, and terror consuming me, but I could neither breathe nor move. I stood fixed, waiting for the horror. The earth fell in slightly. More soil shifted, and something grey appeared. The grey thing lurched, and the earth was falling away faster as the grey thing rose from the mound. It was in half-darkness, for the fires were behind us, and our shadows were cast across the phantom that was born out of that winter earth, a phantom that took shape as a filthy corpse that staggered out of its broken grave. I saw a dead man who twitched, half fell, struggled to find his balance, and finally stood. Finan gripped my arm. He had no idea he did such a thing. Huda was kneeling, clutching the cross at his neck, and the corpse gave a coughing, choking noise like a man's death rattle. Something spat from his mouth, and he choked again, then slowly unbent to stand fully upright, and in the shadowed flamelight I saw that the dead man was dressed in a soiled grey winding-sheet. He had a pale face streaked with dirt, a face untouched by decay. His long hair lay lank and white on his thin shoulders. He breathed, but had trouble breathing, just as a dying man has trouble breathing. And that was right, I remember thinking, for this man was coming back from death, and he would sound just as he had when he had taken his journey into death. He gave a long moan, then took something from his mouth. He threw it towards us, and I took an involuntary step backwards before seeing that it was a coiled harp-string. I knew then that the impossible thing I saw was real. "You will not leave me in peace," the dead man spoke in a dry, half voice, and beside me Finan made a sound that was like a despairing moan. "Welcome, Bjorn," Heston said. Alone among us, Heston seemed unworried by the corpse's living presence. There was even amusement in his voice. "I want peace," Bjorn said, his voice a croak. "This is the Lord Uhtred," Heston said, pointing at me, "who has sent many good Danes to the place where you live." "I do not live," Bjorn said bitterly. He began grunting, and his chest heaved spasmodically, as though the night air hurt his lungs. "I curse you," he said to Heston, but so feebly that the words had no threat. Heston laughed. "I had a woman today, Bjorn. Do you remember women? The feel of their soft thighs, the warmth of their skin? You remember the noise they make when you ride them?" "May hell kiss you through all time," Bjorn said, "till the last chaos." Hel was the goddess of the dead, a rotting corpse of a goddess, and the curse was dreadful, but Bjorn again spoke so dully that his second curse, like the first, was empty. The dead man's eyes were closed. His chest still jerked, and his hands made grasping motions at the cold air. I was in terror, and I do not mind confessing it. Finan had dropped to one knee. My other men were behind me, but I knew they would be shaking as I shook. Only Heston seemed unaffected by the dead man's presence. "Tell the Lord Uhtred," he commanded Bjorn, "what the Norns told you." The Norns are the Fates, the three women who spin life's threads at the roots of Yggdrasil, the tree of life. Whenever a child is born, they start a new thread, and they know where it will go, with what other threads it will weave, and how it will end. They know everything. They sit, and they spin, and they laugh at us, and sometimes they shower us with good fortune, and sometimes they doom us to hurt and to tears. "Tell him," Heston commanded impatiently, "what the Norns said of him." Bjorn's chest heaved, and his hands twitched. "Tell him," Heston said, and I will give you back your harp." "My harp," Bjorn said pathetically. "I want my harp." "I will put it back in your grave," Heston said, "and you can sing to the dead, but first speak to Lord Uhtred." Bjorn opened his eyes and stared at me. I recoiled from those dark eyes, but made myself stare back, pretending a bravery I did not feel. "You are to be king, Lord Uhtred," Bjorn said, then gave a long moan like a creature in pain. "You are to be king," he sobbed. The wind was cold. A spit of rain touched my cheek. "King of Mercia," Bjorn said, in a sudden and surprisingly loud voice. "You are to be king of Saxon and of Dane, enemy of the Welsh, king between the rivers, and lord of all you rule. You are to be mighty, Lord Uhtred, for the 3 spinners love you." He stared at me, and though the fate he pronounced was golden, there was a malevolence in his dead eyes. "You will be king," he said, and the last word sounded like poison on his tongue. My fear passed then, to be replaced by a surge of pride and power. I did not doubt Bjorn's message, because the gods do not speak lightly, and the spinners know our fate. Fate is inexorable. Fate cannot be changed. Fate rules us. Our lives are made before we live them, and I was to be king of Mercia. I did not think of Bebbanburg at that moment. Bebbanburg is my land, my fortress beside the northern sea, my home. My whole life was dedicated to recovering it from my uncle, who had stolen it from me when I was a child. But when Bjorn spoke, I did not think of Bebbanburg. I thought of being a king. And I thought of Alfred, of the duty I owed him, and the promises I had made him. I knew I must be an oath-breaker to be a king, but to whom are oaths made? To kings. And so a king has the power to release a man from an oath, and I told myself that as a king I could release myself from any oath, and all this whipped through my mind like a swirl of wind. I did not think clearly. I did not weigh my oath to Alfred against my future as a king. I just saw a kingdom. And besides, what choice did I have? Fate is inescapable. Then, in the silence, Heston suddenly knelt to me. "Lord King," he said, and there was unexpected reverence in his voice. "You broke an oath to me," I said harshly. "I did, Lord King," he said, "and I regret it." I paused. What was I thinking? That I was a king already? "I forgive you," I said. I could hear my heartbeat. "I thank you, Lord King," Heston said, and beside him Olaf the Red knelt, and then every man in that damp graveyard knelt to me. "I am not king yet," I said, suddenly ashamed of the lordly tones I had used. "You will be, Lord," Heston said. "The Norns say so." I turned to the corpse. "What else did the 3 spinners say?" "That you will be king," Bjorn said, and stopped and bent forward, slowly crumpling onto the disturbed earth. "Bury him again," Heston said harshly, rising from his knees. "There is food, Lord King, and ale." In the hall I took the chair at the table's centre, the Lord's chair. I watched the men who had witnessed the dead rise, and I saw they were convinced as I was convinced, and that meant they would take their troops to Heston's side. "Your wife is Danish, I hear." Heston interrupted my thoughts. "She is," I said. "Then the Saxons of Mercia will have a Saxon king," he said, "and the Danes of Mercia will have a Danish queen. They will both be happy." I stared at him. I knew him to be clever and sly, but that night he was carefully subservient. "What do you want, Heston?" I asked him. "Siegfried and his brother," he said, ignoring my question, "want to conquer Wessex." "The old dream," I said scornfully. "And to do it," he said, disregarding my scorn, "we shall need men from Northumbria. Ragnar will come, if you ask him." "He will," I agreed. "And if Ragnar comes, others will follow." He broke a loaf of bread and pushed the greater part towards me. A bowl of stew was in front of me, but I did not touch it. I watched Heston. "You didn't answer my question," I said. "What do you want?" "East Anglia," he said. "King Heston?" "Why not?" he said, smiling. "Why not, Lord King?" I retorted, provoking a wider smile. "King Aethelwold in Wessex," Heston said, "King Heston in East Anglia, and King Uhtred in Mercia." "Aethelwold?" I asked scornfully, thinking of Alfred's drunken nephew. "He is the rightful King of Wessex, Lord," Heston said. "And how long will he live?" I asked. "Not long," Heston admitted, "unless he is stronger than Siegfried." "So it will be Siegfried of Wessex?" I asked. Heston smiled. "Eventually, Lord, yes." "What of his brother, Eric?" "Eric likes to be a Viking," Heston said. "His brother takes Wessex, and Eric takes the ships. Eric will be a sea king." "So it will be Siegfried of Wessex, Uhtred of Mercia, and Heston in East Anglia. 3 weasels in a sack, I thought, but did not let the thought show. "And where," I asked instead, "does this dream begin?" His smile went. He was serious now. "Siegfried and I have men. Not enough, but the heart of a good army. You bring Ragnar south with the Northumbrian Danes, and we'll have more than enough to take East Anglia. Half of Guthrum's earls will join us when they see you and Ragnar. Then we take the men of East Anglia, join them to our army, and conquer Mercia." "And join the men of Mercia," I finished for him, "to take Wessex?" "Yes." "But without Ragnar," I said, "you can do nothing." He bowed his head in agreement. "And Ragnar will not march unless you join us." It could work, I thought. Yet I was sworn to Alfred. I given Alfred my oath, and without oaths we are no better than beasts. But the Norns had spoken. Fate is inexorable. It cannot be cheated. That thread of my life was already in place, and I could no more change it than I could make the sun go backwards. The Norns had sent a messenger across the Black Gulf to tell me that my oath must be broken, and that I would be a king, and so I nodded to Heston. "So be it," I said. We rode next day. I led my 6 men, while Heston had 21 companions, and we followed Wecklingerstret, south through a persistent rain that turned the road's verges to thick mud. "So?" Finan challenged me soon after midday, when Heston had ridden ahead. "Are you going to be king in Mercia?" "The fates say so." Finan and I had been slaves together on a trader's ship. We had endured and learned to love each other like brothers, and I cared about his opinion. "The fates," Finan said, "are tricksters." "Is that a Christian view?" I asked. He smiled. He wore his cloaked hood over his helmet, so I could see little of his thin, feral face, but I saw the flash of teeth when he smiled. "I was a great man in Ireland," he said. "I had horses to outrun the wind, women to dim the sun, and weapons that could outfight the world, yet the fates doomed me." "You live," I said, "and you're a free man." "I'm your oath man," he said, "and I gave you my oath freely, and you, Lord, are Alfred's oath man." "Yes," I said. "Were you forced to make your oath to Alfred?" Finan asked. "No," I confessed. The rain was stinging my face. The sky was low, the land dark. "If fate is unavoidable," Finan asked, "why do we make oaths?" I ignored the question. "If I break my oath to Alfred," I said instead, "will you break yours to me?" "No, Lord," he said, smiling again. "I would miss your company, but you would not miss Alfred's." "No," I admitted, and we let the conversation drift away with the wind-blown rain, though Finan's words lingered in my mind, and they troubled me. We spent that night close to the great shrine of St. Alban. The Romans had made a town there, though that had now decayed, and so we stayed at a Danish hall just to the east. Our host was welcoming enough, but he was cautious in conversation, and made certain that he had armed men keeping watch through the damp night. There was a shiftless air to this land, a feeling that a storm might break at any time. We left at dawn, riding into a world of frost and stillness, though Wecklingerstret became busier as we encountered men driving cattle to Lundain. We rode past them, and the herdsmen dropped to their knees as so many armed men clattered by. The clouds cleared to the east, so that when we came to Lundain in the middle of the day, the sun was bright behind the thick pall of dark smoke that always hangs above the city. I've always liked Lundain. It is a place of ruins, trade, and wickedness that sprawls along the northern bank of the Thames. The ruins were the buildings the Romans left when they abandoned Britain, and their old city crowned the hills at the city's eastern end, and was surrounded by a wall made of brick and stone. The Saxons had never liked the Roman buildings, fearing their ghosts, and so had made their own town to the west, a place of thatch and wood and wattle, and narrow alleys and stinking ditches that were supposed to carry sewage to the river, but usually lay glistening and filthy until a downpour of rain flooded them. That new Saxon town was a busy place, stinking with the smoke from smithy fires and raucous with the shouts of tradesmen, too busy indeed to bother making a defensive wall. Why did they need a wall, the Saxons argued, for the Danes were content to live in the old city, and had showed no desire to slaughter the inhabitants of the new. Lundain's trade came from the river and from the roads that led to every part of Britain. The roads, of course, were Roman, and down them flowed wool and pottery, ingots and pelts, while the river brought luxuries from abroad and slaves from Francia, and hungry men seeking trouble. There was plenty of that, because the city, which was built where three kingdoms met, was virtually ungoverned in those years. To the east of Lundain, the land was East Anglia, and so ruled by Guthrum. To the south, on the far bank of the Thames, was Wessex, while to the west was Mercia, to which the city really belonged. But Mercia was a crippled country without a king, and so there was no reeve to keep order in Lundain, and no great lord to impose laws. Men went armed, wives had bodyguards, and great dogs were chained in gateways. Bodies were found every morning, unless the tide carried them down-river towards where the Danes had their great camp at Bienfliot, and the Northmen's ships sailed to demand payments from the traders working their way up the wide mouth of the Thames. Heston had exacted enough of those illegal dues. Indeed, he had become rich by piracy, rich and powerful, but he was still nervous as we rode into the city. We passed between the half-fallen towers either side of a wide gateway, and the sentries must have recognized Heston, for they did not challenge us. Inside the ruined arch, I could see a stack of timbers that meant the gate was being rebuilt. We had come to the Roman town, the old town, and our horses picked a slow path up the street that was paved with wide flagstones, between which weeds grew thick. The buildings had shuttered windows through which wood smoke sifted. Heston and I rode ahead now, and he broke his silence abruptly. "Siegfried is unpredictable," and his voice told me that it was Siegfried who had made him nervous. Heston had faced a living corpse without flinching, but Siegfried made him apprehensive. He turned his horse into a gateway, where servants ran forward to greet us. "The king's palace," Heston said. I knew the palace. It had been made by the Romans, a great vaulted building of pillars and carved stone, though it had been patched by the kings of Mercia so that thatch, wattle, and timber filled the gaps in the half-ruined walls. The great hall was lined with Roman pillars, and its walls were of brick, but here and there patches of marble facing had somehow survived. I stared at the high masonry, and marvelled that men had ever been able to make such walls. We built in wood and thatch, and both rotted, which meant we would leave nothing behind. The Romans had left glory. A steward told us that Siegfried and his younger brother were in the old Roman arena to the north of the palace. "Then we'll join him," Heston said, looking at me for confirmation. "We will," I said. I knew the Roman arena. When I was a child, I was taught the fundamental strokes of the sword by Toki the shipmaster in a great oval arena that was surrounded by decayed layers of stone. There must have been 40 or 50 men in the centre of the weed-choked arena, and a score of saddled horses were tethered at the far end. But what surprised me most, as I rode through the high walls of the entrance, was a Christian cross planted in the middle of the small crowd. "Siegfried's a Christian?" I asked Heston in astonishment. "No," Heston said forcefully. The men turned towards us. They were all dressed for war in mail or leather, and armed with swords or axes, but they were cheerful. And from the centre of that crowd stalked a big man, made to look even bigger by a great cloak of black bear's fur that swathed him from neck to ankles. He had tall black leather boots, a shining mail coat, a sword belt studded with silver rivets, and a bushy black beard that sprang from beneath his iron helmet that was chased with silver patterns. He pulled the helmet off as he strode towards us, and his hair was as black and bushy as his beard. He had dark eyes and a broad face, a nose that had been broken and squashed, and a wide slash of a mouth. "Lord Siegfried!" Heston greeted him with forced cheerfulness. "Lord Heston! Welcome back! Welcome indeed!" Siegfried's voice was curiously high-pitched. It sounded odd coming from such a huge and malevolent-looking man. "And you," he pointed a black-gloved hand towards me, "must be Lord Uhtred." "Uhtred of Bebbanburg," I named myself. "And you are welcome indeed." He took my reins himself, which was an honour, and then he smiled up at me, and his face, that had been so fearsome, was suddenly mischievous, almost friendly. "They say you are tall, Lord Uhtred." "So I am told," I said. "Then let us see who is taller," he suggested genially, "you or I?" I slid from the saddle. Siegfried, vast in his fur cloak, still held my reins and still smiled. "Well?" he demanded of the men nearest to him. "You are taller, lord," one of them said hastily. "If I asked you who was the prettiest," Siegfried said, "what would you say?" The man looked from Siegfried to me, and from me to Siegfried, terrified. "He fears that if he gives the wrong answer," Siegfried confided to me in an amused voice, "I would kill him." "And would you?" I asked. "I would think about it. Here," he called to the man, "take the reins and walk the horse. So who's taller?" This last question was to Heston. "You are the same height," Heston said. "And just as pretty as each other," Siegfried said, then laughed. He hugged me, and I smelt the rank stench of his fur cloak. "Welcome, Lord Uhtred, welcome!" He stepped back and grinned. I liked him at that moment, because his smile was truly welcoming. "I have heard much of you," he declared, "and I also have a quarrel with you." He grinned, waiting, but I offered him no response. "Jarell," he explained, "you killed him." "I did," I said. Jarell had led the Viking crew I had slaughtered on the Thames. "I liked Jarell," Siegfried said. "Then you should have advised him to avoid Uhtred of Bebbanburg." "That is true," Siegfried said. "And is it also true that you killed Ubba?" "I did." "He must have been a hard man to kill. And Ivar?" "I killed Ivar too," I confirmed. "But he was old, and it was time he went. His son hates you, you know that." "I know that." Siegfried snorted in derision. "The son is a nothing, a piece of gristle. He hates you, but why should the falcon care about the sparrow's hate?" He grinned at me, then looked at Smoker, my stallion. "That," Siegfried said admiringly, "is a horse." "It is," I agreed. "Maybe I should take him from you." "Many have tried," I said. He liked that. He laughed again, and put a heavy hand on my shoulder to lead me towards the cross. "You're a Saxon, they tell me." "I am, but no Christian. I worship the true gods," I said. "May they love and reward you for that," he said, and squeezed my shoulder, and even through the mail and leather I could feel his strength. He turned then. "Eric, are you shy?" His brother stepped out of the crowd. He had the same black bushy hair, though Eric's was tied severely back with a cord. His beard was trimmed. He was young, maybe 20, and he had a broad face with bright eyes that were at once full of curiosity and welcome. His smile was instant, his face open and guileless. He was, like Gisela's brother, a man you liked from the moment you met him. "I am Eric," he greeted me. "He's my adviser," Siegfried said. "My conscience and my brother." "Conscience?" "Eric would not kill a man for telling a lie, would you, brother?" "No," Eric said. "So he is a fool, but a fool I love," Siegfried laughed. "But don't think the fool is a weakling, Lord Uhtred. He fights like a demon from Niflheim." He slapped his brother on the shoulder, then took my elbow and led me on towards the incongruous cross. "I have prisoners," he explained, and I saw that 5 men were kneeling with their hands tied behind their backs. They had been stripped of cloaks, weapons, and tunics, so they wore only their trews. They shivered in the cold air. The cross had been newly made from 2 beams of wood, crudely nailed together, and sunk into a hastily dug hole. At its foot were some heavy nails and a big hammer. "You see death by the cross on their statues and carvings," Siegfried explained to me, "and you see it on the amulets they wear, but I have never seen the real thing, have you?" "No," I admitted. "And I can't understand why it would kill a man," he said with genuine puzzlement. "It's only 3 nails. I've suffered much worse than that in battle." "Me too," I said. So I thought I'd find out, he finished cheerfully, then jerked his big beard towards the prisoners. The two bastards at the end there are Christian priests. We'll nail one of them up and see if he dies. I have 10 pieces of silver that say it won't kill him. One of the priests had a big belly. His head was bowed, not in prayer, but because he had been beaten. His back and chest were bruised and bloody, and there was more blood in the tangle of his brown curly hair. "Who are they?" I asked Siegfried. He gave the nearest man a brutal kick in the ribs. "Who are you?" The man was elderly, at least 40 years old, and had a deep-lined face on which was etched the resignation of those who knew they were about to die. "I am Earl Sihtric," he said, "counsellor to King Aethelstan." "Guthrum!" Siegfried screamed. Spittle flew from his mouth as he shrieked, "Guthrum! His name is Guthrum, you bastard!" He kicked Sihtric hard enough to break a rib. "What is his name?" "Guthrum," Sihtric said. Guthrum, when he made peace with Alfred, had become a Christian and taken the Christian name Aethelstan. I still thought of him as Guthrum, as did Siegfried, who now appeared to be trying to stamp Sihtric to death. After a while, Eric stepped forward and took Siegfried's arm, and the bigger man allowed himself to be pulled away. "Bastard!" Siegfried spat back at the moaning man. "Calling Guthrum by a Christian name!" Siegfried draped a heavy arm around my shoulder. "Guthrum sent them to tell me to leave Lundain. It is none of Guthrum's business. Lundain doesn't belong to East Anglia. It belongs to Mercia, to King Uhtred of Mercia." Siegfried turned back to Sihtric. "What was Guthrum's message?" "That the city belongs to Mercia, and you must leave," Sihtric managed to say. "Then Mercia can throw me out," Siegfried sneered. "Unless King Uhtred allows us to stay," Eric suggested with a smile. "Alfred will not permit you to stay," one of the other prisoners dared to speak. "Who gives a turd about Alfred?" Siegfried snarled. "Let the bastard send his army to die here." "That is your reply, Lord?" the prisoner asked humbly. "My reply will be your severed heads," Siegfried said. Eric was clearly the one who did the thinking. "If we negotiate," he explained, "then we give time for our enemies to gather their forces. Better to be defiant." "You'll pick war with both Guthrum and Alfred?" I asked. "Guthrum won't fight," Eric said. "He's getting old, and he will prefer to enjoy what life is left to him. And if we send him severed heads, he will understand the danger his own head is in if he disturbs us." "What of Alfred?" I asked. "He's cautious," Eric said. "He'll offer us money to leave the city?" "Probably." "And maybe we'll take it," Siegfried said, "and stay anyway." "Alfred won't attack us till the summer," Eric said. "And by then, Lord Uhtred, we hope you will have led Earl Ragnar south into East Anglia. Alfred can't ignore that threat. He will march against our combined armies, not against the garrison in Lundain, and our job is to kill Alfred and put his nephew on the throne." "Aethelwald?" I asked dubiously. "He's a drunk." "Drunk or not," Eric said, "a Saxon king will make our conquest of Wessex more palatable." "Until you need him no longer," I said. "Until we need him no longer," Eric agreed. The big-bellied priest at the end of the line of kneeling prisoners stared at me, then at Siegfried. "What are you looking at, turd?" Siegfried demanded. The priest just looked at me again, then dropped his head. "We'll start with him," Siegfried said. "We'll nail the fat bastard to a cross and see if he dies." "Why not let him fight?" I suggested. Siegfried sneered. "You think a priest can fight?" I shrugged. "I like seeing those fat-bellied ones lose," I explained. "I like seeing their bellies slit open. I like watching their guts spill out." I was staring at the priest, and he looked up again to gaze into my eyes. "I want to see yards of guts spilled out," I said wolfishly, "and then watch as your dogs eat his intestines while he's still alive." "We'll make him eat them himself," Siegfried said thoughtfully. He grinned at me. "I like you, Lord Uhtred." "He'll die too easily," Eric said. "Then give him something to fight for," I said. "What can that fat pig of a priest fight for?" Siegfried demanded. It was Eric who supplied the answer. "His freedom," he suggested. "If he wins, the prisoners go free. If he loses, we crucify them all. That should make him fight." Siegfried laughed, amused by the incongruity of the suggestion. "Ever held a sword, priest?" Siegfried demanded of the fat man. The priest said nothing. I mocked his silence with laughter. He'll flail around like a pig. You want to fight him? Siegfried asked. He wasn't sent as an envoy to me, lord, I said respectfully. Besides, I've heard there is no one to match your skill with a blade. I challenge you to make a cut straight across his belly button. Siegfried liked that challenge. He turned to the priest. Holy man, you want to fight for your freedom? The priest was shaking with fear. He managed to nod. Yes, lord. Then you can fight me, Siegfried said happily. If I win, you will die, and if you win, you can ride away from here. Can you fight? No, lord, the priest said. Ever held a sword, priest? No, lord. So are you ready to die? Siegfried asked. The priest looked at the Norseman, and there was a hint of anger. Win, you will die, and if you win, you can ride away from here. Can you fight? No, lord, the priest said. Ever held a sword, priest? No, lord. So are you ready to die? Siegfried asked. The priest looked at the Norseman, and there was a hint of anger in his eyes, that was belied by the humility in his voice. Yes, lord, I am ready to die and meet my saviour. Cut him free, Siegfried ordered, and give the turd a sword. He drew his own long, two-edged blade. Fear-giver, he named the blade with fondness, and she needs exercise. Here. I drew and tossed serpent breath to the priest. He fumbled the catch, letting the sword fall. He stooped to pick her up, and gave a clumsy experimental stroke that caused the watching men to laugh. Are you ready, priest? Siegfried demanded. Yes, lord, the priest said. And that was the first truthful answer he had given to the Norseman. For the priest did know how to fight, and I doubted he was ready to die. He was Father Peerlig. Fate decrees what we do. We cannot escape fate. From the moment we are born, the three sisters know where our thread will go and what patterns it will weave and how it will end. Fate is inexorable. Yet we choose our oaths. Alfred did not order me to make the oath. He offered it, and I chose. But was it my choice? Or did the fates choose for me? And if they did, why bother with oaths? Even now, as an old man, I still wonder. Did I choose Alfred? Or were the fates laughing when I knelt and took his sword and hands in mine? The three Norns were certainly laughing on that cold day in Lundane, because the moment I saw that the big-bellied priest was Father Peerlig, I realized the fates had not spun me a golden thread leading to a throne. They had made a jest, and I was its victim, and I had to make a choice. Or did I? Maybe the fates had made the choice, but at that moment, overshadowed by the makeshift cross, I believed I had to choose between the Thurgelson brothers and Peerlig. Siegfried was a formidable man, and with his alliance I could become king in Mercia. Gisela would be a queen. I could become rich. I would lead armies. My enemies would hear the thunder of our hooves in their nightmares. All that would be mine if I chose to ally myself with Siegfried. By choosing Peerlig, I would lose all that the dead man had promised me, which meant that Bjorn had lied. Yet how could a man sent from his grave with a message from the Norns tell a lie? I remember thinking all that in the heartbeat before I made my choice, though in truth there was no hesitation. Peerlig was a Welshman, a Briton, and we Saxons hate the Britons. The Britons are treacherous thieves. They hide in their hill fastnesses, and ride down to raid our lands and take our cattle, and sometimes our women and children, and when we pursue them, they go ever deeper into a wild place of mists, crags, marsh, and misery. And Peerlig was also a Christian, and I have no love for Christians. I had met Peerlig in Wessex's darkest winter, when the Danes seemed to have conquered the kingdom, and Alfred, with a few followers, had been driven to take refuge in the western marshes. Peerlig had been sent as an emissary by his Welsh king to discover and exploit Alfred's weakness, but instead he had sided with Alfred and fought for Alfred. Peerlig and I had stood in the shield wall together. We had fought side by side. We were Welshman and Saxon, Christian and pagan, and we should have been enemies, but I loved him like a brother. So I gave him my sword, and gave him the chance to fight for his life, and of course it was not a fair fight. It was over in a moment. Indeed, it had hardly begun before it ended. and I alone was not astonished by its ending. Siegfried was expecting to face a fat, untrained priest, but Peerlig had been a great warrior, a man about whom his people had made songs. He did not look like a great warrior now. He was half-naked, fat, dishevelled, bruised, and beaten. He waited for Siegfried's attack with a look of horrified terror on his face, and with the tip of Serpent-breath's blade resting on the ground. He backed away as Siegfried came closer, and began making mewing noises. Siegfried laughed, and swung his sword almost idly, expecting to knock Peerlig's blade out of his path, and so expose that big belly to Feargiver's gut-opening slash. And Peerlig moved like a weasel. He lifted Serpent-breath gracefully, and danced backwards so that Siegfried's careless swing went under her blade, and then he stepped towards his enemy, and brought Serpent-breath down hard, all wrist in that stroke, and sliced her against Siegfried's sword-arm as it was still swinging outwards. The stroke was not powerful enough to break the mail armour, but it did drive Siegfried's sword-arm further out, and so opened the Norseman to a lunge. And Peerlig lunged. He was so fast that Serpent-breath was a silver blur that struck hard on Siegfried's chest. Once again the blade did not pierce Siegfried's mail. Instead, it pushed the big man backwards, and I saw him bring Feargiver back in a mighty swing that would surely have decapitated Peerlig in a red instant. There was so much strength and savagery in that huge cut, but Peerlig, who seemed a heartbeat from death, simply used his wrist again. He did not seem to move, but still Serpent-breath flickered up and sideways. Serpent-breath's point met that death swing on the inside of Siegfried's wrist, and I saw the spray of blood like a red fog in the air. And I saw Peerlig smile. His blade had ripped up Siegfried's forearm, slicing the mail apart and laying open flesh and skin and muscle from wrist to elbow, so that Siegfried's mighty blow faltered and stopped. The Norseman's sword-arm went limp, and Peerlig suddenly stepped back and turned Serpent-breath so he could cut downwards with her, and at last he appeared to put some effort into the blade. She made a whistling noise as the Welshman slashed her onto Siegfried's bleeding wrist. He almost severed the wrist, but the blade glanced off a bone and took the Norseman's thumb instead, and Feargiver fell to the arena floor, and Serpent-breath was in Siegfried's beard and at his throat. "No!" I shouted. Siegfried was too appalled to be angry. He brought up his bleeding hands, as if to seize Peerlig's blade, and I saw the Welshman's blade twitch, and Siegfried, sensing death a hair's breadth away, went still. "No," I repeated. "Why shouldn't I kill him?" Peerlig asked, and his voice was a warrior's voice now, hard and merciless. "No," I said again. I knew that if Peerlig killed Siegfried, then Siegfried's men would have their revenge. Eric knew it too. "You won, priest," he said softly. He walked to his brother. "You won," he said again to Peerlig, "so put down the sword." "Does he know I beat him?" Peerlig asked, staring into Siegfried's dark eyes. "I speak for him," Eric said. "You won the fight, priest, and you are free." "I have to deliver my message first," Peerlig said. Blood dripped from Siegfried's hand. He still stared at the Welshman. "The message we bring from King Aethelstan is that you are to leave Lundain. It is not part of the land ceded by Alfred to Danish rule. Do you understand that?" Siegfried said nothing. "Now I want horses, and Lord Uhtred and his men are to escort us out of Lundain. Is that agreed?" Eric looked at me, and I nodded consent. "It is agreed," Eric said. Horses were fetched. The men in the arena were silent. They had seen their leader humiliated, but they accepted Eric's decision. "My brother is headstrong," Eric told me. He had taken me aside to talk while the horses were saddled. "It seems the priest knew how to fight after all," I said apologetically. Eric frowned. "I am curious about their god," he admitted. "Their god does seem to have power." I slid Serpent-breath into her scabbard, and Eric saw the silver cross that decorated her pommel. "You must think so too." "That was a gift," I said. "From a woman. A good woman. A lover. Then the Christian god took hold of her, and she loves men no more." Eric touched the cross tentatively. "You don't think it gives the blade power?" he asked. "The memory of her love might," I said, "but power comes from here." I touched my amulet, Thor's hammer. "I fear their god," Eric said. "He's harsh," I said, "unkind. He's a god who likes to make laws." "Laws?" "You're not allowed to lust after your neighbor's wife," I said. Eric laughed at that, then saw I was serious. "Truly?" he asked with disbelief. "Priest," I called to Peerlig, "does your god let men lust after their neighbours' wives?" "He lets them, lord," Peerlig said humbly, as if he feared me, "but he disapproves." "Did he make a law about it?" "Yes, lord, he did. And he made another that says you mustn't lust after your neighbour's ox." "There," I said to Eric, "you can't even wish for an ox if you're a Christian." "Strange," he said thoughtfully. He was looking at Guthrum's envoys. "You don't mind escorting them?" "No." "Then come back here," Eric said warmly. "We need you." "You need Ragnar," I corrected him. "True," he confessed and smiled. "See those men safe out of the city, then come back." "I have a wife and children to fetch first," I said. "Yes," he smiled again. "But you will come back." "Bjorn the Dead told me so," I said, carefully evading his question. "So he did," Eric said. He embraced me. "We need you," he said, "and together we can take this whole island." We left, riding out through the western gate that was known as Lud's Gate, and then down to the ford across the river Fliot. I looked behind, half expecting that Siegfried would have sent men to pursue us, but none appeared. I did not stay on the road that led westwards, but turned onto the wharves where a dozen ships were moored, riverboats that traded with Wessex and Mercia. Few shipmasters cared to shoot the dangerous gap in the ruined bridge that the Romans had thrown across the Thames, so these ships were smaller, manned by oarsmen, and all of them knew me because they did business with me. We forced our way through heaps of merchandise, past open fires, and through the gangs of slaves loading or unloading cargoes. Only one ship was ready to make a voyage. She was named the Swan, had a Saxon crew, and I knew her well. We left most of the horses behind, though I insisted that room was found for Smoker, and Finnan wanted to keep his stallion too, so the beasts were coaxed into the Swan's open hold where they stood shivering. Then we left. The tide was flooding, the oars bit, and we glided upriver. "Where am I taking you, lord?" Osric, the shipmaster, asked me. "To Cockham," I said, and back to Alfred. The river was wide, grey and sullen. It flowed strongly, fed by the winter rains. The Swan fought the current around the great swooping bends of the Thames that were softened by the wide floods that stretched into the water meadows. I sat in the ship's blunt bow, and Father Peerlig joined me there. I had given him my cloak, which he clutched tight around him. He had found some bread and cheese, which did not surprise me because I had never known a man eat so much. "How did you know I'd beat Siegfried?" he asked. "I didn't," I said. "In fact, I was hoping he'd beat you, and that there would be one less Christian." He smiled at that. "I knew I had 2 or 3 strokes only before he realized I knew what I was doing. Then he'd have cut the flesh off my bones." "He would," I agreed. "But I reckoned you had those 3 strokes, and they'd prove enough." "Thank you for that, Uhtred," he said, then broke off a lump of cheese and gave it to me. "How are you these days?" "Bored. I hear you're married." "I'm not bored with her," I said. "Good for you. Me, no. I can't stand my wife. Dear God, what a tongue that viper has. You've not met my wife, have you?" "No. Sometimes I curse God for taking Adam's rib and making Eve. But then I see some young girl and my heart leaps and I think God knew what he was doing after all." I smiled. "I thought Christian priests were supposed to set an example." "And what's wrong with admiring God's creations?" Peerlig asked indignantly. "Especially a young one with plump round tits and a fine fat rump. It would be sinful of me to ignore such signs of his grace." He grinned, then looked anxious. "I heard you were taken captive." "I was. I prayed for you." "Thank you for that," I said, and meant it. I did not worship the Christian God, but like Eric, I feared he had some power, so prayers to him were not wasted. "But I heard it was Alfred who had you released," Peerlig asked. As ever, I hated to acknowledge any debt to Alfred. "He sent the men who freed me." "And you reward him, Lord Uhtred, by naming yourself King of Mercia?" "You heard that?" I asked cautiously. "Of course I heard it. That great oaf of a Norseman bawled it just 5 paces from my ear. Are you King of Mercia?" "No. I didn't think you were," Peerlig said mildly. "And I don't think you will be, not unless Alfred wants it." "Alfred can piss down his own throat for all I care," I said. "And of course I should tell him what I heard," Peerlig said. "Yes," I said bitterly, "you should. "So whose idea is it," Peleg asked, "that you should be king in Mercia?" I said nothing. "It's Siegfried, isn't it?" he demanded. "Siegfried's crazy idea." "Crazy?" I asked innocently. "The man's no fool," Peleg said, "and his brother certainly isn't. They know Aethelstan's getting old in East Anglia, and they ask who'll be king after him. And there's no king in Mercia, but he can't just take Mercia, can he? The Mercian Saxons will fight him, and Alfred will come to their aid, and the Thurgelson brothers will find themselves facing a fury of Saxons. So Siegfried has his idea to rally men and take East Anglia first, then Mercia, and then Wessex. And to do all that, he really needs Earl Ragnar to bring men from Northumbrian." "Ragnar won't fight," I said, trying to end the conversation. "Unless you ask him," Peleg said sharply. "But what can Siegfried offer you?" Peleg asked, and when I did not respond, provided the answer himself. "Mercia." I smiled condescendingly. "It all sounds very complicated." "Siegfried and Heston," Peleg said, ignoring my flippant comment, "have ambitions to be kings. But there are only 4 kingdoms here. They can't take Northumbria because Ragnar won't let them. They can't take Mercia because Alfred won't let them. But Aethelstan's getting old, so they could take East Anglia. And why not finish the job? Take Wessex. Siegfried says he'll put that drunken nephew of Alfred's on the throne, and that'll help calm the Saxons for a few months until Siegfried murders him, and by then Heston will be king of East Anglia, and someone, you perhaps, king of Mercia. Doubtless they'll turn on you then and divide Mercia between them. That's the idea, Lord Uhtred, and it's not a bad one. But who'd follow those 2 brigands?" "No one," I lied. "Unless they were convinced that the fates were on their side." Peleg looked at me. "Did you meet the dead man?" he asked innocently, and I was so astonished by the question that I could not answer. "Bjorn, he's called," the Welshman said, putting another lump of cheese into his mouth. "The dead don't lie," I blurted out. "The living do. Even I lie, Lord Uhtred." He grinned at me mischievously. "I sent a message to my wife and said she'd hate being in East Anglia." He laughed. Alfred had asked Peleg to go to East Anglia because he was a priest and because he spoke Danish, and his task there had been to educate Guthrum in Christian ways. "In fact, she'd love it there. It's warmer than home, and there are no hills to speak of, and my wife's never been fond of hills, which is why I probably found God. I used to live on hilltops just to keep away from her, and you're closer to God on a hilltop." "Bjorn isn't dead." He had said the last 3 words with a sudden brutality, and I answered him just as harshly. "I saw him." "You saw a man come from a grave, that's what you saw, and you never thought to question what you saw, did you? Bjorn had been put in that grave just before you came. They piled earth on him, and he breathed through a reed." I remembered Bjorn spitting something out of his mouth as he staggered upright. I thought it a lump of earth, but in truth it had been paler. I sat on the foredeck of the Swan, and felt the last remnants of my dream crumbling. I would not be king. "How do you know all this?" I asked bitterly. "King Aethelstan's no fool. He has his spies." Peleg put a hand on my arm. "Was he very convincing?" "Very," I said. "He's one of Heston's men, and if we ever catch him he'll go properly to hell. So what did he tell you?" "That I will be king in Mercia." I believed him, I said ruefully. "But how could you be king of Mercia," Peleg asked, "unless Alfred made you king?" "Alfred? You gave him your oath, did you not?" I was ashamed to tell the truth, but had no choice. "Yes," I admitted. "Which is why I must tell him," Peleg said sternly, "because a man breaking an oath is a serious matter, Lord Uhtred." "It is," I agreed, "and Alfred will have the right to kill you when I tell him." I shrugged. "Better you keep the oath," Peleg said, "than be fooled by men who make a corpse from a living man. The fates are not on your side, Lord Uhtred, trust me." I looked at him and saw the sorrow in his eyes. He was telling me I had been fooled, and he was right. "What choice do I have?" I asked him bitterly. "You know I went to Lundane to join them, and he must tell Alfred that, and he will never trust me again." "I doubt he trusts you now," Peleg said cheerfully. "But he knows you, Uhtred. He knows you are a warrior, and he needs warriors." He paused to pull out the wooden cross that hung about his neck. "Swear on it," he said. "Swear what?" "That you will keep your oath to him. Do that, and I will keep silent. Do that, and I will deny what happened. Do that, and I will protect you. If you break your oath to Alfred, then you are my enemy, and I'll be forced to kill you." "You think you could?" I asked. He grinned his mischievous grin. "Ah, you like me, lord, even though I am a Welshman and a priest, and you'd be reluctant to kill me, and I'd have 3 strokes before you woke up to your danger, so yes, lord, I would kill you." I put my right hand on the cross. I swear it. And I was still Alfred's man. We reached Cockham that evening. I watched Gisela, who had as little love for Christianity as I did, warm to Father Peerlig. He complimented her extravagantly, and played with our children. We had 2 then, and we'd been lucky, for both babies had lived, as had their mother. Uhtred was the oldest, my son. He was 4 years old, with hair as golden as mine, and a strong little face with a pug nose, blue eyes, and a stubborn chin. I loved him then. My daughter Stiora was 2 years old. She had a strange name, and at first I had not liked it, but Gisela had pleaded with me. Stiora meant star, and Gisela swore that she and I had met under a lucky star, and that our daughter had been born under the same star. I got used to the name by now, and I loved it as I loved the child, who had her mother's dark hair and long face, and sudden mischievous smile. "Stiora, Stiora," I would say as I tickled her, or let her play with my arm rings. Stiora, so beautiful. I played with her on the night before Gisela and I left for Wintansista. It was spring, and the Thames had subsided, so that the river meadows showed again, and the world was hazed with green as the leaves budded. Salmon had returned to the river, and our woven willow traps provided good eating. It was a good time of year, and a time when we had been summoned to Alfred's capital for the wedding of his daughter, Aethelfled, to my cousin, Ethelred. And that night, as I pretended my knee was a horse and that Stiora was the horse's rider, I thought about my promise to provide Ethelred with his wedding gift. "If you keep your oath to Alfred," Gisela said suddenly, "then you must capture Lundain from Siegfried." "Yes," I said, marvelling, as I often did, that her thoughts and mine were so often the same. "Can you?" she asked. "Yes," I said. Siegfried and Eric were still in the old city. No ship could now come up the Thames without paying the brothers their toll, and that toll was huge, so that the river traffic had stopped. I had made my plans. I had written to the king, and he, in turn, had written to the ealdorman of the shires, and I had been promised 400 trained warriors, along with the Fyrd of Berwickshire. The Fyrd was an army of farmers, foresters, and labourers, and though it would be numerous, it would also be untrained. The 400 trained men would be the ones I relied on, and spies said Siegfried now had at least 600 in the old city. Those same spies said that Heston would hurry to reinforce his allies, as would those Danes of East Anglia who hated Guthrum's Christianity, and wanted Siegfried and Eric to begin their war of conquest. The enemy, I thought, would number at least 1,000, and all of them would be skilled with sword, axe, or spear. They will be war Danes, enemies to fear. "The king," Gisela said, "will want to know how you plan to do it." "Then I shall tell him," I said. "You will tell him the truth?" "Of course not," I said. "He may be the king, but I'm not a fool." She laughed, which made Stiora echo the laugh. "I wish I could come with you to Lundain," Gisela said wistfully. "You can't," I said forcefully. "I know," she answered, then touched her hand to her belly. "I really can't." I stared at her as the news settled in my mind. I stared, I smiled, and then I laughed. I threw Stiora high into the air, so that her dark hair almost touched the smoke-blackened thatch. "Your mother's pregnant," I told the happily squealing child. "And it's all your father's fault," Gisela added sternly. We were so happy. Ethelred was the son of my mother's brother. He was a Mercian, though for years now he had been loyal to Alfred of Wessex, and that day in Wintansista, in the great church Alfred had built, Ethelred of Mercia received his reward for that loyalty. He was given Aethelflaed, Alfred's eldest daughter. She was golden-haired, and had eyes the colour and brightness of a summer sky. Aethelflaed was 14 years old then, a proper age for a girl to marry, a tall young woman with a bold look. She was already as tall as the man who was to be her husband. Ethelred is a hero now. I hear tales of him, tales told by firelight in Saxon halls the length of England. Ethelred the bold, Ethelred the warrior, Ethelred the loyal. I smile when I hear the stories, but I do not say anything, not even when men ask if it is true that I once knew Ethelred. Of course I knew Ethelred, and it is true that he was a warrior, and he was also bold, though his shrewdest stroke was to pay poets to make up songs about his prowess. He was never king of Mercia, though he wanted to be. Alfred made sure of that, for Alfred wanted a loyal follower dependent on West Saxon money to be the ruler of Mercia, and Aethelred was his chosen man. He was given the title Ealdorman, and in all but name he was king, though the Danes of northern Mercia never recognized his authority. They did recognize his power, and that power came from being Alfred's son-in-law, which was why the Saxon thanes of southern Mercia also accepted him. And on a spring day in Wintancester, Aethelred strutted into Alfred's big new church with a smile across his red-bearded face. He ever suffered from the delusion that others liked him, and perhaps some men did, but not me. My cousin was short, pugnacious, and boastful. His jaw was broad and belligerent, his eyes challenging. He was twice as old as his bride, and for almost 5 years he had been commander of Alfred's household troops, an appointment he owed to birth rather than to ability. His good fortune had been to inherit lands that spread across most of southern Mercia, and that made him Mercia's foremost nobleman. He was also, I ungrudgingly supposed, a piece of shit. Alfred never saw that. He was deceived by Aethelred's flamboyant piety, and by the fact that Aethelred was always ready to agree with the King of Wessex. Yes, lord. No, lord. Let me lick your royal arse, lord. That was Aethelred, and his reward was Aethelflaed. She came into the church smiling. She was in love with love, transported that day to a height of joy that showed like radiance on her sweet face. She wore a dress of pale blue linen, sewn with panels showing saints with halos and crosses. She had a girdle of gold cloth hung with tassels and small silver bells. Her hair, gold bright, was coiled about her head and held in place with ivory combs. She was so graceful that day. She caught my gaze as she walked towards the white-hung altar, and her eyes seemed to take on a new dazzle. She smiled at me, and I had to smile back, and she laughed for joy before walking on towards her father, and the man who was to be her husband. "She's very fond of you," Gisela said with a smile. "We have been friends since she was a child," I said. "She is still a child, but she has spirit, and he has none," Gisela said softly, as the bride reached the flower-strewn, cross-burdened altar. "I like her, poor little Aethelflaed. He'll rape her like a boar." I remember thinking that Aethelflaed was being sacrificed on that altar, but she was a most willing victim. She saw marriage as an escape from Alfred's dour and pious court, and that day Alfred's new church was filled with her happiness. I saw Steapa, perhaps the greatest warrior of Wessex, crying. Steapa, like me, was fond of Aethelflaed. There were close to 300 folk in the church. Envoys had come from the Frankish kingdoms across the sea, and others had come from Northumbria, Mercia, East Anglia, and the Welsh kingdoms, and those men, all priests or nobles, were given places of honour close to the altar. The ealdormen and high reeves of Wessex were there too, while nearest to the altar was a dark herd of priests and monks. I heard little of the mass, for Gisela and I were in the back of the church where we talked with friends. Hild, abbess of a nunnery in Wintancester, embraced Gisela. Gisela had 2 good Christian friends. The first was Hild, who had once fled the church to become my lover, and the other was Thura, Ragnar's sister, with whom I had grown up and whom I loved as a sister. Thura was a Dane, of course, and had been raised in the worship of Thor and Odin, but she had converted and come south to Wessex. She dressed like a nun, and wore a drab grey robe with a hood that hid her astonishing beauty. A black girdle encircled her waist, which was plump with pregnancy. I laid a gentle hand on the girdle. "Another?" I asked. "And soon," Thura said. She had given birth to 3 children, of whom one, a boy, still lived. "Your husband is insatiable," I said with mock sternness. "It is God's will," Thura said seriously. The humour I remembered from her childhood had evaporated with her conversion, though in truth it had probably left her when she had been enslaved in Dunholm by her brother's enemies. She had been raped and abused, and driven mad by her captors, and Ragnar and I had fought our way in to release her. But it was Christianity that had freed her from the madness, and made her into the serene woman who looked at me so gravely. "And how is your husband?" I asked her. "Well, thank you." Her face brightened as she spoke. Thura had found love, not just of God, but of a good man, and for that I was thankful. "You will, of course, call the child Uhtred if it's a boy," I said sternly. "If the king permits it," Thura said, "we shall name him Alfred, and if she's a girl, then she will be called Hild." That made Hild cry, and Gisela then revealed that she was also pregnant, and the three women went into a discussion of babies. I extricated myself, and found Steapa, who was standing head and shoulders above the rest of the congregation. "You know I'm to throw Siegfried and Eric out of Lundain?" I asked him. "I was told," he said in his slow, deliberate way. "You'll come?" He gave a quick smile that I took to be consent. He had a frightening face. His skin stretched tight across his big-boned skull, so that he seemed to be perpetually grimacing. In battle he was fearsome, a huge warrior with sword skill and savagery. Steapa had been born to slavery, but his size and his fighting ability had raised him to his present eminence. He served in Alfred's bodyguard, owned slaves himself, and farmed a wide swathe of fine land in Wiltonskir. Men were wary of Steapa because of the anger that was ever present on his face, but I knew him to be a kind man. He was not clever, but he was loyal. "I'll ask the king to release you," I said. Father Beocca found me outside the church where the wedding guests stood in the sunshine and waited for the summons to the feast inside Alfred's hall. "Too many people were talking in the church," Beocca complained. "This was a holy day, Uhtred, a celebration of the sacrament, and people were talking as if they were at market." "I was one of them," I said. "You were?" he asked, squinting up at me. "Well, you shouldn't have been. It's just plain bad manners, and insulting to God. I'm astonished at you, Uhtred, I really am." "Yes, Father," I said, smiling. Beocca had been reproving me for years. When I was a child, Beocca was my father's priest and confessor, and like me, he had fled Northumbria when my uncle had usurped Bebamberg. Beocca had found a refuge at Alfred's court, where his piety, his learning, and his enthusiasm were appreciated by the king. That royal favour went a long way to stop men mocking Beocca, who was as ugly a man as you could have found in all Wessex. He had a club foot, a squint, and a palsied left hand. He was blind in his wandering eye, that had gone as white as his hair, for he was now nearly 50 years old. "It is good to see you," he said, then reached out with his good hand to hide the amulet of Thor's hammer that was showing at my neck. He tucked it under my tunic. "You do know the king wishes to speak with you? He wants to know how soon you can take Lundain." He stopped talking abruptly, because Gisela and Thora were walking towards us, and Beocca's face was suddenly transformed by happiness. He just stared at Thora, like a man seeing a vision, and when she smiled at him, I thought his heart would burst with pride. "You're not cold, are you, my dear?" he asked solicitously. "I can fetch you a cloak." "I am warm, my dear," she said, and put a hand on his arm. "It will be no trouble," Beocca said. "I am not cold, dearest," Thora said, and again Beocca looked as though he would die of happiness. All his life, Beocca had dreamed of women, of a woman who would marry him and give him children, and for all his life his grotesque appearance had made him an object of scorn, until on a hilltop of blood he had met Thora, and he had banished the demons from her soul. They had been married 4 years now. To look at them was to be certain that no two people were ever more ill-suited to each other. An old, ugly, meticulous priest, and a young, golden-haired Dane, but to be near them was to feel their joy like the warmth of a great fire on a winter's night. Then Gisela gave a jerk of her head, and I looked to see that a young monk was waiting to catch my eye. He was thin, not very tall, brown-haired, and had a pale face that looked remarkably like Alfred's. He dropped to one knee when I looked at him. "Lord Uhtred," he said humbly. "Osferth," Beocca said, "you should be at your studies. The novices are not invited to the feast." Osferth ignored Beocca. Instead, with his head bowed, he spoke to me. "You knew my uncle, Lord?" "I did," I asked suspiciously. "Leofric, Lord." And my suspicion and hostility vanished. Leofric. I even smiled. "I knew him," I said warmly, "and I loved him." Leofric had been a tough West Saxon warrior who had taught me about war. Earsling, he used to call me, meaning something dropped from an arse, and he bullied me, snarled at me, beat me and became my friend, and remained my friend until the day he died on the rain-swept battlefield at Ethandun. "My mother is his sister, Lord," Osferth said. "Your mother's name?" I asked Osferth. "Eadgith, Lord." I leaned down and tipped Osferth's face up. No wonder he looked like Alfred, for it was an open secret that this was Alfred's bastard son. Before Alfred found God, he had discovered the joys of palace servant girls, and Osferth was the product of that youthful exuberance. "Does Eadgith live?" I asked him. "No, Lord. She died of a fever 2 years ago. And what are you doing here, in Wintansista? He's studying for the church, Beocca snapped. His calling is to be a monk. I would serve you, Lord, Osferth said anxiously, staring up into my face. Have you ever held a sword? I asked Osferth. The one my uncle gave me, Lord, I have it. But you've not fought with it? No, Lord, he said, and still he looked up at me, so anxious and frightened, and with a face so like his father's face. Do you want to be a monk? I asked Osferth. No, Lord, he said. Then what? I asked, ignoring Father Beocca, who was spluttering protests. I would follow my uncle's steps, Lord, Osferth said. I almost laughed. Leofric had been as hard a warrior as ever lived and died, while Osferth was a puny, pale youth. Finan, I shouted. The Irishman appeared at my side. Lord? This young man is joining my household troops, I said, handing Finan some coins. You can't, Beocca began protesting, then went silent when both Finan and I stared at him. Take Osferth away, I told Finan. Find him clothes fit for a man, and get him weapons. He has the blood of warriors, so now we will teach him to fight. Yes, Lord, Finan said, his tone suggesting he thought I was mad, but he grinned. We'll make him a warrior, Lord. And doubtless believing he lied, he led Osferth away. Beocca rounded on me. Do you know what you've just done? He spluttered. You know who that boy is? He's the king's bastard, I said brutally, and I've just done Alfred a favour. You have? What kind of favour, pray? How long do you think he'll last? I asked, when I put him in a shield wall. How long before a Danish blade slits him like a wet herring? That, father, is the favour. I've just rid your pious king of his inconvenient bastard. The sky was still clear next morning when I went to the palace and was ushered by a young and very serious priest to Alfred's room. I'd met him so often in that small, bare chamber that was cluttered with parchments. He was dressed in a brown robe that made him look like a monk, and with him was Aethelred. A third man was in the room, Asa, the Welsh monk. He glared at me with undisguised loathing. He was a slight, short man with a pale, clean-shaven face. He had good cause to hate me. I had met him in Cornwell, where I had led a slaughter of the kingdom where he was an emissary. I had tried to kill Asa too, a failure I've regretted all my life. Alfred gestured at me with his quill, evidently a welcome. Aethelred smirked, looking pleased with himself, but then he always did. De consultione philosophiae, Alfred said, looking up from his work. Feels as if rain is coming, though, I said. There's a haze in the west, Lord, and the wind is brisk. He gave me an exasperated look and laid down the quill. Lundain, he said curtly. Garrisoned by brigands, I said, who are killing trade. That much I know, he said icily. The man Siegfried. One-thumbed Siegfried, I said, thanks to Father Peerlig. That I also know, the king said, but I would dearly like to know what you were doing in Siegfried's company. Spying on them, Lord, I said brightly. It is not what we heard, Brother Asa went on to the attack. And what did you hear, brother? I asked him. That you arrived in Lundain with the pirate Histon, were welcomed by Siegfried and his brother Eric, and addressed as King of Mercia. I shook my head in feigned wonderment. I have known Haston since I saved his life many years ago, and used the acquaintance to be invited into Lundain. And whose fault is it if Siegfried gives me a title I neither want nor possess? If you don't believe me, ask Father Peerlig. I already have, Alfred said, and Father Peerlig vouched for you. And why, I asked, has Guthrum not taken revenge for the insults to his envoys? King Aethelstan, Alfred said, has abandoned any claims to Lundain. It belongs to Mercia. His troops will not trespass there, but I promised to send him Siegfried and Eric as captives. That is your job. So tell me how you plan to capture Lundain. You attempted to ransom the city, Lord? I asked. I offered silver, Alfred said stiffly. Offer more, I suggested. He gave me a very sour look. More? To take the city, we would have to assault stone walls, Lord, and men die like flies in such attacks. Alfred shook his head. I offered them more silver than a man can dream of, he said bitterly. I offered them gold. If the Thorgelson brothers are to be thrown out of Lundain, then you must do it. Tell me how. I pretended to gather my thoughts. Siegfried does not have sufficient men to guard the whole circuit of the city's walls, I said. So we send a large attack against the western gate, then launch the real assault from the north." Alfred sifted through the parchments piled on the windowsill. He found the page he wanted and peered at the writing. "The old city, as I understand it," he said, "has 6 gates. To which do you refer?" "In the west," I said. "The gate nearest the river. The local folk call it Lud's Gate." "And on the northern side?" "There are 2 gates," I said. "One leads directly into the old Roman fort, the other goes to the marketplace." "The Forum," Alfred corrected me. "We take the one that leads to the market," I said. "Not the fort?" "The fort is part of the walls," I explained. "So capture that gate, and we still have to cross the fort's southern wall. But capture the marketplace, and our men have cut off Siegfried's retreat." I was talking nonsense, though it was plausible nonsense. It was, in truth, the obvious way to assault the city, so obvious that I was sure Siegfried would be guarding against it. Aethelred said nothing, waiting for his father-in-law's opinion. "You considered a ship-borne assault?" Alfred asked me. "I did, Lord, but we still have a wall to cross. It's Roman work, masonry, brick, and studded with circular bastions." "Ah," Alfred said. "It's high?" "High enough and newly repaired," I said. Alfred turned and stared out of his small window. "I cannot endure Siegfried's presence. We need to open the river passage to shipping, and I want it done before the first cuckoo sounds," which meant we had perhaps 6 weeks. "Lord Aethelred will command the forces." "Thank you, Lord," Aethelred said. "But you will take Lord Uhtred's advice," the king insisted. "Of course, Lord," Aethelred agreed untruthfully. "You will summon men now?" I asked Alfred. "I shall," he said, "and you will each see to your provisions." "And I shall give you Lundain," Aethelred said enthusiastically. "I don't want Lundain," Alfred retorted with some asperity. "It belongs to Mercia, to you, but perhaps you will allow me to appoint a bishop and a city governor." "Of course, Lord," Aethelred said. Alfred turned to me. "Father Beocca tells me you took Brother Osferth into your service." "I did, Lord," I said. "It is not what I wish for Brother Osferth," Alfred said firmly. "So you will send him back?" "Of course, Lord." "He is called to serve the church," Alfred said, suspicious of my ready agreement. I went to find Gisela. I crossed the outer courtyard to see a knot of women beside one of the doors in the sunshine. Earnfled was among them, and I turned to greet her. She had been a whore once, then she had become Leofric's lover, and now she was a companion to Alfred's wife. I was fond of her, and I veered out of my way to speak with her, but she shook her head. I stopped then, and saw that Earnfled had her arm about a younger woman, who sat on a chair with her head bowed. She looked up suddenly and saw me. It was Aethelflaed, and her pretty face was wan, drawn, and scared. She had been crying, and her eyes were still bright from the tears. She seemed not to recognize me. Then she did, and offered me a sad, reluctant smile. I bowed and walked on, and thought about Lundain. Aethelred had promised he would come downriver to Cockham in 2 weeks. Yet a month passed, and still he had not come. I waited. I was bored, as were my household troops, who were ready for war and suffered peace. They numbered just 56 warriors, scarcely sufficient to crew a ship, but men cost money, and I was hoarding my silver in those days. 5 of those men were youngsters, who had never faced the ultimate test of battle, which was to stand in the shield wall, and so, as we waited for Aethelred, I put those 5 men through day after day of hard training. Osferth, Alfred's bastard, was one of them. "He's no good," Finan said to me repeatedly. "Give him time," I said just as frequently. Finan spat. "I thought the king wanted him back in Wintoncester, so why don't you send him back? He's no use to us." "Because I liked his uncle," I said. Aethelred finally came in mid-April, and our joint forces now numbered almost 800 men, of whom fewer than 400 were useful. The rest had been raised from the field of Berwickshire, or summoned from the lands in southern Mercia that Aethelred had inherited. The men of the field were farmers, and they brought axes or hunting bows. A few had swords or spears, while some marched with nothing but sharpened hoes. The useful men were my household troops, a similar number from Aethelred's household, and 300 of Alfred's own guards who were led by the grim-faced Steapa. Those men would do the real fighting. Alfred had given his son-in-law the Heanlaf to use for the campaign. Aethelred had raised a canopy over the stern with cushions and pelts, and a table and stools, and the day we crossed the river, Aethelred watched from beneath the canopy while servants brought him food and ale. He watched with Aethelfled, who, to my surprise, accompanied her husband. At midday, Gisela and I were summoned, and Aethelred greeted Gisela like an old friend. Aethelfled gave me a blank look. "You are going back to Wintoncester, my lady?" I asked her. "I'm coming with you," she said blandly. "My husband wishes it." Then a flash of the old Aethelfled showed as she gave me a quick smile. "And I'm glad. I want to see a battle." "A battle is no place for a lady," I said firmly. "Don't worry the woman, Uhtred," Aethelred called across the deck. "My wife will be quite safe. I have assured her of that." "War is no place for women," I insisted. "She wishes to see our victory," Aethelred insisted. "And so she shall, won't you, my duck?" "Quack, quack," Aethelfled said so softly that only I could hear. There was bitterness in her tone, but when I glanced at her she was smiling sweetly at her husband. "Can't a man sleep?" The bellow of rage came from under the small platform at the bows. "You Saxon earsling, you woke me up!" Father Peerlig had been sleeping, and some poor man had inadvertently disturbed him. The Welshman now crawled into the sullen daylight and blinked at me. "Good God," he said with disgust in his voice. "It's the Lord Uhtred. Good morning, my lady," he called cheerfully to Aethelfled. "It is afternoon, father," Aethelfled said, and I could tell from the warmth in her voice that she liked the Welsh priest. Peerlig came towards us, a dirty shirt covering his belly where his wooden cross hung. "Is it afternoon? Good God, I slept like a baby. Lady Gisela, a pleasure. My goodness, but all the beauties are gathered here." He beamed at the two women. "If it wasn't raining, I would think I'd been transported to heaven. My lord." The last two words were addressed to my cousin, and it was plain that the two men were not friends. "You need advice, my lord?" Peerlig asked. "I do not," my cousin said harshly. Father Peerlig grinned at me. "Alfred asked me to come. I am to advise Lord Aethelred." "As am I," I said. "And doubtless Lord Uhtred's advice will be the same as mine," Peerlig went on, "which is that we must move with the speed of a Saxon seeing a Welshman's sword." "He means we must move fast," I explained to Aethelred, who knew perfectly well what the Welshman had meant. We might have moved fast had we possessed ships to carry us, but Siegfried and Eric, knowing we were coming, had blocked all traffic on the Thames, and not counting Heoffenlaff, we could only muster 7 ships, not nearly sufficient to carry our men, and so only the supplies and Aethelred's cronies travelled by water. We marched, and it took us 4 days, and every day we saw horsemen to the north of us, or ships downstream of us, and I knew those were Siegfried's scouts. Haston, I knew, would already have reached Lundain, and his men, at least 200 or 300 of them, would be reinforcing the walls. On the last night of the journey, we camped on an island that was reached from the north bank by a narrow causeway, and its reed-fringed shore was thick with mud, so that Siegfried, if he had a mind to attack us, would find our camp hard to approach. We tucked our ships into the creek that twisted to the island's north, and as the tide went down and the frogs filled the dusk with croaking, the hulls settled into the thick mud. We lit fires on the mainland that would illuminate the approach of any enemy, and I posted men all around the island. Aethelred sent a servant, who demanded that I go to him on board the Heoffenlaff, and so I took off my boots and trousers and waded through the glutinous muck before hauling myself over the ship's side. Stiapa came with me. A servant drew buckets of river water from the ship's far side, and we cleaned the mud from our legs, then dressed again before joining Aethelred under his canopy at the Heoffenlaff stern. My cousin was accompanied by the commander of his household guard, a Mercian nobleman called Aldhelm, who had a long, supercilious face, dark eyes and black hair that he oiled to a lustrous sheen. Aethelfled was also there, attended by a maid and by a grinning Father Peerlig. I bowed to her, and she smiled back, and then bent to her embroidery, which was illuminated by a horn-shielded lantern. There was no wind, so the smoke from the fires of Lundain's 2 towns was a motionless smear in the darkening east. "We attack at dawn," Aethelred announced, without so much as a greeting. He was dressed in a mail coat, had his swords belted at his waist, and was looking unusually smug. "But I will not sound the advance for my troops until I hear your own attack has started." I frowned. "You won't start your attack," I repeated cautiously, "until you hear mine has started." "That's plain, isn't it?" Aethelred demanded belligerently. "Very plain," Aldhelm said mockingly. He treated Aethelred in the same manner that Aethelred behaved to Alfred, and secure in my cousin's favour, felt free to offer me veiled insult. "It's not plain to me," Father Peerley put in. "The agreed plan is for you to make a feint attack on the western walls, and when you have drawn defenders from the north wall, for Uhtred's men to make the real assault." "Well, I've changed my mind," Aethelred said airily. "Uhtred's men will now provide the diversionary attack, and my assault will be the real one." He stared at me, daring me to contradict him. Aethelflaed also looked at me, and I sensed she wanted me to oppose her husband, but I surprised all of them by bowing my head in acquiescence. "If you insist," I said. "I do," Aethelred said, unable to conceal his pleasure at gaining the apparent victory so easily. "You may take your own household troops and 30 other men." "We agreed I could have 50, I said. "I have changed my mind about that, too," he said pugnaciously. He had already insisted that the men of the Berexgear feared my men would swell his ranks, and I had meekly agreed to that, just as I had now agreed that the glory of the successful assault could be his. "You may take 30, he went on harshly. I could have argued, but I knew it would do no good. Aethelred was beyond argument, wanting only to demonstrate his authority in front of his young wife. "Remember," he said, "that Alfred gave me command here." I had not forgotten, I said. "You will lead before us." "My household troops," Aethelred said, now looking at Steapa, "will lead the real attack. You will bring the royal troops immediately behind." "I'm going with Uhtred," Steapa said. Aethelred blinked. "You are the commander," he said slowly, as though he talked with a small child, "of Alfred's bodyguard, and you will bring them to the wall as soon as my men have laid the ladders." "I'm going with Uhtred," Steapa said again. "The king ordered it." "The king did no such thing," Aethelred said dismissively. "In writing," Steapa said. He frowned, then felt in a pouch, and brought out a small square of parchment. He peered at it, not sure which way up the writing went, then just shrugged, and gave the scrap to my cousin. Aethelred frowned as he read the message. "You should have given me this before," he said petulantly. "I forgot," Steapa said, "and I'm to take 6 men of my own choosing." Steapa had a way of speaking that discouraged argument. He spoke slowly, harshly, and dully, and managed to convey the impression that he was too stupid to understand any objection raised against his words. He also conveyed the thought that he might just slaughter any man who insisted on contradicting him. Aethelred surrendered without a fight. "If the king orders it," he said, offering back the scrap of parchment. "He does," Steapa insisted. He took the parchment, and seemed uncertain what to do with it. For a heartbeat, I thought he was going to eat it, but then he tossed it over the ship's side. "Be certain you're on time tomorrow," Aethelred said to me. "Success depends on it." That was evidently our dismissal. Another man would have offered us ale and food, but Aethelred turned away from us, and so Steapa and I waded ashore through the clawing mud. "You asked Alfred if you could come with me?" I asked Steapa, as we pushed through the reeds. "No," he said. "It was the king who wanted me to come with you. It was his idea." "Good," I said. "I'm glad. There's no one I'd rather have with me," I told him warmly as I stopped to pull on my boots. "I am coming with you," he said in his slow voice, "because I'm to kill you." I stopped, and stared at him in the darkness. "You're to do what?" "I'm to kill you," he said, then remembered there was more to Alfred's orders, if you prove to be on Siegfried's side. "But I'm not," I said. "He just wants to be sure of that," Steapa said. "And that monk, Asa? He says you can't be trusted, so if you don't obey your orders, then I'm to kill you." "Why are you telling me this?" I asked him. He shrugged. "Doesn't matter whether you're ready for me or not," he said. "I'll still kill you." "No," I said, amending his words. "You'll try to kill me." He thought about that for quite a long time, then shook his head. "No," he said, "I'll kill you." And so he would. We left in the black of night under a sky smothered with clouds, and for an hour or more we followed a track that led north through the marshes. It was hard keeping to the path, but after a while the ground became firmer, and I assembled my men. Steapa loomed from the dark. "Aren't we supposed to be marching?" he asked. "Yes, and we're not," I retorted. So this is when you're supposed to kill me. I'm disobeying orders. Ah, he grunted, then crouched. You could draw your sax now, I suggested, and gut me in one move. One cut up into my belly. Just make it fast, Steapa. Open my belly and keep the blade moving till it reaches my heart. But just let me draw my sword first, will you? I promise not to use it on you. I just want to go to Odin's hall when I'm dead. He chuckled. I'll never understand you, Uhtred, he said. I'm a very simple soul, I told him. I just want to go home. Not Odin's hall? Eventually, I said, yes, but home first. To Northumbria? Where I have a fortress by the sea, I said wistfully, and I thought of Bebbanburg on its high crag, and of the wild grey sea rolling endlessly to break on the rocks, and of the white gulls crying in the spindthrift. Home, I said. The one your uncle stole from you? Steapa asked. Aelfric, I said vengefully, and I thought of fate again. Aelfric was my father's younger brother, and he had stayed in Bebbanburg while I had accompanied my father to Aelfric. I was a child. My father had died in Aelfric, cut down by a Danish blade, and I had been given as a slave to Ragnar the Older, who had raised me like a son, and my uncle had ignored my father's wishes and kept Bebbanburg for himself. That treachery was ever in my heart. One day, I told Steapa, I shall gut Aelfric from his crotch to his breastbone and watch him die. I shall piss on him while he struggles. Then I'll kill his sons. And tonight? Steapa asked. Who do you kill tonight? Tonight, we take Lundain, I said. I could not see his face in the dark, but I sensed that he smiled. I told Alfred he could trust you, Steapa said. It was my turn to smile. But I'm not sure Alfred can trust me. Why? Steapa asked, puzzled. Because in one way, I'm a very good Christian. You, a Christian? I love my enemies, I said. The Danes? Yes. I don't, he said bleakly. Steapa's parents have been slaughtered by Danes. I did not respond. I was thinking of destiny. If the three spinners know our fate, then why do we make oaths? Because if we then break an oath, is it treachery? Or is it fate? So will you fight them tomorrow? Steapa asked. Of course, I said, but not in the way Aethelred expects. So I'm disobeying orders, and your orders are to kill me if I do that. I'll kill you later, Steapa said. Aethelred had changed our agreed plan without ever suspecting that I had never intended to keep to it anyway. Siegfried would know our first assault was a feint, and he would leave his garrison in place until he was certain he had identified the real threat. Then we would die under his walls, and Lundain would remain a stronghold of the Northmen. The only way to capture Lundain was by trickery, stealth, and a desperate risk. What I'm going to do, I told Steapa, is wait for Aethelred to leave the island. Then we go back there, and we take 2 of the ships. It will be dangerous, very, because we have to go through the bridge's gap in the dark, and ships die there even in daylight. But if we can get through, then there is an easy way into the old city. I thought there was a wall along the river. There is, I said, but it's broken in one place. A Roman had built a great house by the river, and had cut a small channel beside his house. The channel pierced the wall, breaking it. I assumed the Roman had been wealthy, and he had wanted a place to berth his ship, and so he had pulled down a stretch of the river wall to make his channel. And that was my way into Lundain. Why didn't you tell Alfred? Steapa asked. Alfred can keep a secret, I said, but Aethelred can't. He would have told someone, and within 2 days the Danes would have known what we planned. Osric was one of our shipmasters, and the other was Ralla, and Ralla had negotiated the gap in Lundain's bridge more times than he could remember. But never at night, he told me, when we returned to the island. But it can be done. We're going to discover that, Lord, aren't we? Aethelred had left 100 men to guard the ships, and those men were under the command of Egbert, an old warrior who bristled with hostility. How do I know you're not just going back to Cockham? Egbert asked as my men boarded. Steapa, I called. Tell Egbert what we're doing. Killing Danes, Steapa growled from beside a campfire, the flames reflecting from his hard, feral eyes. Give me 20 men, I pleaded with Egbert. He shook his head. We have to guard the Lady Aethelflaed. Those are the Lord Aethelred's orders. Then leave 20 men on her ship, I said, and give me the rest. "I can't," Egbert insisted doggedly. A ghostly shape appeared beyond the campfires. Aethelflaed had waded ashore wrapped in a white cloak to discover what we did. Father Peerlig was with her. "You didn't go with Aethelred?" I asked, surprised to see the Welsh priest. "His lordship felt he needed no more advice," Peerlig said, "so asked me to stay here and pray for him." "He didn't ask," Aethelflaed corrected him. "He ordered." "And as you can see, I'm dressed for praying," Peerlig said. He was in a mail coat, and his sword strapped at his waist. "And you?" he challenged me. "I thought you were marching to the city's north." "We're going downriver and attacking Lundain from the wharf." "Can I come?" Aethelflaed asked instantly. "No." She smiled. "Does my husband know what you're doing?" "He'll find out, my lady." She smiled again, then walked to my side and pulled my cloak aside to lean against me. She wrapped my dark cloak over her white one. "I'm cold," she explained to Egbert, whose face showed surprise and indignation at her behavior. "We're old friends," I said to Egbert. "Very old friends," Aethelflaed agreed, and she put an arm around my waist and clung to me. I could feel her thin body shivering. "I think of Uhtred as an uncle." "An uncle who is going to give your husband victory," I told her. "But I need men, and Egbert won't give me men. He says he needs them all to guard you." "Give him your best men," she said to Egbert in a pleasant voice. "My lady," Egbert said, "my orders are to—" "You will give him your best men." Aethelflaed's voice was suddenly hard as she stepped from beneath my cloak. "I am a king's daughter," she said, "and wife to Mercius A. Elderman. Give Uhtred your best men. Now!" Men all across the island were staring at her. Egbert looked offended and stubborn. Peerlig caught my eye and smiled slyly. "None of you have the courage to fight alongside Uhtred?" Aethelflaed demanded of the watching men. She was 14 years old, yet in her voice was the lineage of ancient kings. "Am I to return to Wintansista and tell my father that you sat by the fires while Uhtred fought?" 20 men, I pleaded with Egbert. "Give him more," Aethelflaed said firmly. "Lady," Egbert said hesitantly, but stopped when Aethelflaed held up one small hand. She turned to look at me. "I can trust you, Lord Uhtred?" she asked. I smiled. "You can trust me," I said lightly. Her face grew harder, and her eyes flinty, and I was suddenly aware that this was a king's daughter. "My father," she said in a clear voice, so that others could hear, "says you are the best warrior in his service, but he does not trust you." There was an awkward silence. Egbert stared at the ground. "I have never let your father down," I said harshly. "He fears your loyalty is for sale," she said. "He has my oath," I replied, my voice still harsh. "And I want it now," she demanded, and held out a slender hand. "That you keep your oath to my father, that you swear loyalty to Saxon over Dane, and that you will fight for Mercia when Mercia asks it." "My lady," I began, appalled at her list of demands. "Egbert," Aethelflaed interrupted me, "you will give Lord Uhtred no men unless he swears to serve Mercia while I live." "No, lady," Egbert muttered. While she lived? Why had she said that? I remember wondering about those words, and I remember too thinking that my plan hung in the balance. To win my victory, I had to lock myself in yet another oath that I did not want to swear. What did I care for Mercia? But I cared that night about taking men through a bridge of death to prove that I could do it. I cared about reputation. I cared about fame. I drew serpent breath, knowing that was why she held out her hand, and I gave the blade to her, hilt first. Then I knelt, and folded my hands around hers, that in turn were clasped about the hilt of my sword. "I swear it, lady." "You swear," she said, "that you will serve my father faithfully?" "Yes, lady." "And as I live, you will serve Mercia?" "As you live, lady." "Give him men, Egbert," Aethelflaed ordered. He gave me 30 fit men. So now I led over 70 men on board 2 boats that pushed into the Thames's strong current. I was on board Raller's boat, at the stern, where he leaned on the steering oar. "Not sure we should be doing this, Lord," he said. "Why not?" He spat over the side into the Black River. "Water's running too fast. It'll be spilling through the gap like a waterfall. Even at slack water, Lord, the gap can be wicked." "Take it straight," I said, "and pray to whatever god you believe in." "If we can even see the gap," he said gloomily. "I've seen it down on a falling tide, but that was in daylight, and the river wasn't in spate." "The tide's falling?" I asked. "Like a stone," Ralla said. "Then pray," I said curtly, as the boat gathered speed. The riverbanks were far off, while ahead, under the moonless sky, was a dull glow smeared with a black veil, and that, I knew, was the new Saxon Lundain. The glow came from the sullen fires in the town, and the veil was the smoke of those fires. And we swept down the black river. No one spoke much. Every man knew the danger we faced as we came abreast of the new town. Ahead, where the bridge spanned the river, all was black. "I need to see the gap," Ralla said. "If I can't see it, I can't try it." "How close are we?" "Too close." There was panic in his voice. I could see the old city now, surrounded by its Roman wall. Ralla was right. We were close. "We have to land upriver of the bridge," he said. "They'll see us if we land there." "So you either die there with the sword in your hand," Ralla said brutally, "or you drown." "Then I choose the sword," I said dully, seeing the death of my desperate idea. Ralla took a deep breath to shout at the oarsmen, but the shout never came because quite suddenly and far ahead, a scrap of sour, leprous yellow leaked through a rent in the clouds. It was dawn, a dark, reluctant dawn, but it was light, and Ralla kept the boat on its headlong course. "Crouch down, Lord," he said, "and hold hard." The boat was quivering like a horse before battle. We were helpless now, caught in the river's grip. The water was sweeping us down, and where it met the bridge it piled in great white ragged heaps. It seethed, roared, and foamed between the stone pilings, but in the bridge's centre, where the gap was, it poured in a sheeting, gleaming stream that fell a man's height to the new water level beyond where the river swirled and grumbled before becoming calm again. I could hear the water fighting the bridge, hear the thunder of it. And Ralla steered for the gap, which he could just see. "Hold hard!" Ralla called, and the ship was racing faster, and I saw the bridge come towards us and loom black over us as I crouched and gripped the side timber hard. Then we were in the gap, and falling, as though we had tipped into an abyss between the worlds. The noise was deafening, and the ship gave a lurch, and I thought she must have struck and would tip us to our deaths, but somehow she straightened and flew on. Above us was the blackness of the stub ends of broken timbers. Then the noise doubled, and spray flew across the deck, and we were slamming downwards, ship tipping, and there was a crack like the gates of Odin's hall banging shut, and I was spilled forward as water cascaded over us. We had struck stone, I thought, and I waited to drown. But the ship staggered up, and I understood the crash had been the bows striking the river beyond the bridge, and we were alive. "Row!" Ralla shouted. "Oh, you lucky bastards, row!" Water was deep in the bilge, but we were afloat, and we could see the city and the place where the wall was broken. "And the rest," Ralla said with pride, "is up to you, Lord." I looked behind to see Osric's boat fighting up from the maelstrom where the river fell. So both our ships had lived, and the current was sweeping us downstream. But the oarsmen turned us, and we came to the wharf from the east, and that was good, because anyone watching would assume we had rowed upriver from Beamfield. They would think we were Danes. There was a fine sea-going ship moored on the dock where we wanted to land. I could see her clearly because torches blazed on the white wall of the mansion the dock served. A lone man was on board and watched us approach. "Who are you?" he shouted. "Ragnar Ragnarsson," I called back. I heaved him a line. "Has the fighting started?" "Not yet, Lord," he said, "and when it does, they'll get slaughtered." "We're not too late, then," I said as our ship struck the other, and I stepped over the sheer strakes. "Whose ship is this?" "Siegfried's, Lord, the wave-tamer." "She's beautiful," I said, drawing serpent breath. "Put your hand on your sword hilt." His face, from shock and puzzlement, changed to defiance, and he began to pull the weapon free of its scabbard. And died. "Go to Odin's hall," I told him softly, "and save a place for me." Dawn was now a paler yellow, half concealed by dark clouds, and the folk of the old city were awake and saw us pass and took us for Danes. Our footsteps echoed from the high houses that were all at least 3 stories tall. Some had beautiful stonework over their bricks, and I thought how the world had once been filled with these houses. Now the world was dung and straw and damp-ridden wood. We had stonemasons, of course, but it was quicker to build from wood, and the wood rotted, but no one seemed to care. The whole world rotted as we slid from light into darkness. 30 years, I said aloud. "Is that how old you are?" Father Peerley asked me. "It's how long a hall lasts," I said, "unless you keep repairing it. Our world is falling apart, Father, and I watch Alfred and see how he tries to tidy our world. Lists and parchment. He's like a man putting wattle hurdles in the face of a flood." "Brace a hurdle well," Steapa intervened, "and it'll turn a stream." "Look at that," I said, pointing to the carved stone head of a beast that was fixed to a brick wall. The beast was like none I had ever seen, a shaggy great cat, and its open mouth was poised above a chipped stone basin, suggesting that water had once flowed from mouth to bowl. "Could we make that?" I asked bitterly. "There are craftsmen who can make such things," Peerley said. "And where are they?" I demanded angrily, and I thought that all these things, the carvings and bricks and marble, had been made before Peerley's religion came to the island. Was that the reason for the world's decay? Were the true gods punishing us because so many men worshipped the nailed god? At the place where we had come ashore, the city climbed the wide terraced hill to the palace at the top, but that hill was flattening now, which meant we were nearing the valley of the Fliot. Behind us the sky was lightening to morning, and I knew Aethelred would think I had failed to make my feint attack, and so might abandon his own assault. "God help us," Peerley suddenly said. I held up my hand to stop my men because in front of us, in the last stretch of the street before it passed under the stone arch called Lud's Gate, were armed men. "God help us," Peerley said again. "There must be 200 of them." "More," I said. There were so many men that they could not all stand in the street, forcing some into the alleyways on either side. All the men were facing the gate, and that made me understand what the enemy was doing. Siegfried, though he did not know it, was giving me Lud's Gate. There was a courtyard to my left. "In there," I ordered. The courtyard belonged to a stone merchant. His quarries were on either side. All the men were facing the gate, and that made me understand what the enemy was doing. Siegfried, though he did not know it, was giving me Lud's Gate. There was a courtyard to my left. "In there," I ordered. The courtyard belonged to a stone merchant. His quarries were Lundain's Roman buildings, and piles of dressed masonry were stacked against the walls. I stood in the entrance, and watched the enemy throng at Lud's Gate. "We are hiding?" Osferth asked me, not as a question, but as a petulant statement. I wanted to hit him, but managed to stay patient. The joy of battle is the delight of tricking the other side, of knowing what they will do before they do it, and having a response ready so that when they make the move that is supposed to kill you, they die instead. "Tell him," I said to Peerley, "what is happening." "God, in his wisdom," the Welshman explained, "has persuaded Siegfried to lead an attack out of the city. They're going to open that gate and stream across the marshes, and hack their way into Lord Aethelred's men. And as most of Lord Aethelred's men are from the Fyrd, and most of Siegfried's are real warriors, then we all know what's going to happen." Father Peerley touched his mail coat where the wooden cross was hidden. "Thank you, God." Osferth stared at the priest. "You mean Lord Aethelred's men will be slaughtered?" "Some are going to die," Peerley allowed cheerfully, "and I hope to God they die in grace, boy, or they'll never hear that heavenly choir, will they?" "I hate choirs," I growled. "No, you don't," Peerley said. "You see, boy," he looked back to Osferth, "once they've gone out of the gate, then there'll only be a handful of men guarding it, so that's when we attack. And Siegfried will suddenly find himself with an enemy in front and another one behind, and that predicament can make a man wish he'd stayed in bed." "But if we take the gate," Osferth said, "the men left in the city will attack us." "They will," I agreed. "And Siegfried," he began, "will probably turn back to slaughter us." I finished his sentence for him. "So?" he said, then checked, because he saw nothing but blood and death in his future. "It all depends," I said, "on my cousin. If he comes to our aid, then we should win. If he doesn't, then keep good hold of your sword." A roar sounded from Lud's Gate, and I knew it had been swung open, and men were streaming down the road to the Fliot. Aethelred would see them coming, and he could stand and fight or run. I hoped he would stand. I did not like him, but I never saw a lack of courage in him. It took a long time for Siegfried's men to get through the gate. I reckoned at least 400 men were leaving the city. "We just walk to the gate," I shouted to my men. "You don't run. Look as if you belong here." Which is what we did. And so, with a stroll down a Lundain street, that bitter fight began. There were no more than 30 men left at Lud's Gate. Some were sentries posted to guard the archway, but most were idlers who had climbed to the rampart to watch Siegfried's sally. A big man with one leg was climbing the steps on his crutches. "If you hurry, lord," he shouted to me, "you can join them." He called me lord because he saw a lord, a warrior lord. A handful of men could go to war as I did. They were chieftains, earls, kings, lords. The men who had killed enough men to amass that fortune needed to buy mail, helmet, and weapons. And not just any mail. My coat was of Frankish make, and would cost a man more than the price of a warship. Citric had polished the metal with sand so it shone like silver. The hem of the coat was at my knees, and was hung with 38 hammers of Thor, some made of bone, some of ivory, some of silver, but all had once hung about the necks of brave enemies I had killed in battle, and I wore the amulets so that when I came to the corpse hall, the former owners would know me, greet me, and drink ale with me. I wore a cloak of wool dyed black, on which Gisela had embroidered a white lightning flash that ran from my neck to my heels. The cloak could be an encumbrance in battle, but I wore it now, for it made me look larger, and I was already taller and broader than most men. My helmet was a glorious thing, polished to an eye-blinding shine, inlaid with silver and crested with a silver wolf's head. The faceplates were decorated with silver spirals. That helmet alone told an enemy I was a man of substance. If a man killed me and took that helmet, he would be instantly rich, but my enemies would rather have taken my arm rings, which, like the Danes, I wore over my mail sleeves. My rings were silver and gold, and there were so many that some had to be worn above my elbows. They spoke of men killed and wealth hoarded. My boots were of thick leather, and had iron plates sewn around them to deflect the spear thrust that comes under the shield. The shield itself, rimmed with iron, was painted with a wolf's head, my badge, and at my left hip hung serpent breath, and at my right wasp sting, and I strode towards the gate with the sun rising behind me, to throw my long shadow on the filth-strewn street. I was a warlord in my glory. I'd come to kill, and no one at the gate knew it. "Steapa," I said, "take your men and kill those turds in the archway." Steapa's skull face grinned. "You want me to close the gate?" he asked. "Leave it open," I said. I wanted to lure Siegfried back, to prevent his hardened men getting among Aethelred's feared, and if the gate were open, Siegfried would be more inclined to attack us. The gate was built between two massive stone bastions, each with its own stairway, and I remembered how, when I was a child, Father Beocca had once described the Christian heaven to me. It would have crystal stairs, he had claimed, and enthusiastically described a great flight of glassy steps, climbing to a white-hung throne of gold where his God sat. Angels would surround that throne, each brighter than the sun, while the saints, as he had called the dead Christians, would cluster about the stairs and sing. It sounded dull then, and it still does. "In the next world," I told Peerlig, "we will all be gods." He looked at me with surprise, wondering where that statement had come from. "We will be with God," he corrected me. "In your heaven, maybe," I said, "but not in mine." "There is only one heaven, Lord Uhtred." "Then let mine be that one heaven," I said, and I knew at that moment that my truth was the truth, and that Peerlig, Alfred, and all the other Christians were wrong. We did not go towards the light. We slid from it. We went to chaos. We went to death, and to death's heaven, and I began to shout as we drew nearer the enemy. "A heaven for men, a heaven for warriors, a heaven where swords shine, a heaven for brave men, a heaven of corpse gods, a heaven of death." They all stared at me, friend and enemy alike. They stared, and they thought me mad, and perhaps I was mad as I climbed the right-hand stairway where the man on crutches gazed at me. I kicked one of his crutches away so that he fell. "Death's heaven!" I screamed, and every man on the rampart had his eyes on me, and still they thought I was a friend because I shouted my weird war cry in Danish. I smiled behind my twin faceplates, then drew serpent breath. The madness had come. I should have waited for my men to climb the stairs and form a shield wall, but I drove forward, screaming still, but screaming my own name now, and Serpent Breath was singing her hunger song, and I was a lord of war. The happiness of battle, the ecstasy. It is not just deceiving an enemy, but feeling like a god. I had once tried to explain it to Gisela, and she had touched my face with her long fingers and smiled. "It's better than this?" she had asked. "The same," I'd said. But it is not the same. In battle, a man risks all to gain reputation. In bed, he risks nothing. The joy is comparable, but the joy of a woman is fleeting, while reputation is forever. Men die, women die, all die, but reputation lives after a man, and that was why I screamed my name as Serpent Breath took her first soul. He was a tall man with a battered helmet and a long-bladed spear that he instinctively thrust at me, and just as instinctively I turned his lunge away with my shield and put Serpent Breath into his throat. There was a man to my right, and I shoulder-charged him, driving him down, and stamped on his groin while my shield took a sword swing from my left. I stepped forward, and the rampart's protective wall was on my right now, and ahead of me was the enemy. I drove into them. "Uhtred!" I was shouting. "Uhtred of Bebbanburg!" I was inviting death. By attacking alone, I let the enemy get behind me, but at that moment I was immortal. Time had slowed, so that the enemy moved like snails, and I was fast as the lightning on my cloak. I was shouting still as Serpent Breath lunged into a man's eye. Then I swept her left to slam down a sword coming at my face, and my shield lifted to take an axe blow, and Serpent Breath dropped, and I pushed her hard forward to pierce the leather jerkin and guts of the man whose sword I had parried. Then I stepped left, and rammed the iron boss of the shield at the axeman. He staggered back. Serpent Breath came from the swordsman's belly, and flew wide right to crash against another sword. I followed her, still screaming, and saw the terror on that enemy's face, and terror on an enemy breeds cruelty. "Uhtred!" I shouted, and I was smiling as I slashed Serpent Breath across his face. Blood sprayed in the dawn, and a backswing sliced his throat, and 2 men pushed past him, and those 2 men were no fools. They came with their shields touching, and their only ambition was to push me back against the rampart, and pin me there so I could not use Serpent Breath. And once they had trapped me, they would let other men jab me with blades until I lost too much blood to stand. Those 2 knew how to kill me, and they came to do it. But I was laughing, because I knew what they planned, and they seemed so slow, and I rammed my own shield forward to crash against theirs, and they thought they had trapped me because I could not hope to push 2 men away. They crouched behind their shields and heaved forward, and I just stepped back, snatching my own shield backwards so that they stumbled forward as my resistance vanished. Their shields were slightly lowered as they stumbled, and Serpent Breath's bloody tip smashed into the forehead of the man on my left. I felt his thick bone break, saw his eyes glaze, heard the crash of his dropped shield, and I swept her to the right, and the second man parried. He rammed his shield at me, hoping to unbalance me, but just then there was a mighty shout from my left. "Christ Jesus and Alfred!" It was Father Peerlig, and behind him the wide bastion was now swarming with my men. "You damned heathen fool!" Peerlig shouted at me. I laughed. Peerlig's sword cut into my opponent's arm, and Serpent Breath beat down his shield. Peerlig killed him, though I did not see it. I was moving past the man to attack the remaining enemy, and beside me Clapper was swinging a huge axe so violently that he was as much a danger to our side as to the enemy. But the enemy were fleeing along the ramparts, and the gate was ours. I leaned on the low outer wall and immediately stood upright, because the stones shifted under my weight. The masonry was crumbling. I slapped the loose stonework and laughed aloud for joy. Sihtric grinned at me. He had a bloodied sword. Beyond him, Osferth was staring at the dead man who lay in splats of blood across the stones. He was carrying a spear that had a reddened tip. "You kill someone?" I asked him. He looked at me, wide-eyed, then nodded. "Yes, Lord." "Good," I said, and jerked my head towards the sprawling corpses. "Which one?" "It wasn't here, Lord," he said. He looked back at the steps we had climbed. "It was there, Lord." "On the steps?" "Yes." I stared at him long enough to make him uncomfortable. "Tell me," I said at last. "Did he threaten you?" "He was an enemy, Lord." "What did he do?" I asked. "Wave his crutch at you?" Osferth stared down at the man I had killed, then frowned. "Lord?" "Yes?" "You told us it was death to leave the shield wall." "So?" "You left the shield wall, Lord," Osferth said, almost reprovingly. I touched my arm rings. "You live," I told him harshly, "by obeying the rules. You make a reputation, boy, by breaking them. But you do not make a reputation by killing cripples." I spat those last words, then turned to see that Siegfried's men had crossed the river Fliot, but had now become aware of the commotion behind them, and had stopped to stare back at the gate. Peerlig appeared beside me. "Let's get rid of this rag," he said, and I saw there was a banner hanging from the wall. Peerlig hauled it up, and showed me Siegfried's raven badge. "We'll let them know," Peerlig said, "that the city has a new master." He hauled up his mail coat and pulled out a banner that had been folded and tucked into his waistband. He shook it loose to reveal a black cross on a dull white field. "Praise God!" Peerlig said, then dropped the banner over the wall, securing it by weighting its top edge with dead men's weapons. Now Siegfried would know that Lud's Gate was lost. The Christian banner was flaunted in his face. Yet for the next few moments things were quiet. Siegfried's men stood staring back at the cross-hung gate, and I could see no sign of Aethelred's men in the new town. And if Aethelred had abandoned his attack, then I would die in this gate. The more immediate problem was that the Danes who had stayed in the city were recovering from their surprise. Some were in the streets, while others gathered on the walls either side of Lud's Gate. The walls were lower than the gate's bastion, which meant any attack on us had to be made up the narrow stone steps which climbed from wall to bastion. Each of those steps would need 5 men to hold them, as would the twin stairways climbing from the street. "You'll have 20 men," I told Peerlig, "to hold this bastion, and you can have him as well." I nodded towards Osferth. I did not want Alfred's cripple-killing son on the arch below where the fighting would be fiercest. It was down there that we would make 2 shield walls, one facing into the city and the other looking out towards the Fliot. And there, I thought, we would die, because I still could not see Aethelred's army. 50 of us went down the stairways and filled the gate. 20 men faced into the city while the rest faced out towards Siegfried. Inside the gate arch, there was just room for 8 men to stand abreast with their shields touching, and so we made our twin shield walls under the shadows of the stone. Steapa commanded the 20, while I stood in the front rank looking west. Beyond the shallow Fliot that ran towards the Thames, Siegfried had at last turned his force around, and with a roar of anger and the howling of men who see victory, his army came to kill us. And I saw what Siegfried planned. His men had not just been staring at Lud's Gate, but had been reorganized so that 8 warriors had been placed in the van of his attack. 4 of them carried massive long spears that needed 2 hands to hold level. Those 4 had no shields, but next to each spearman was a massive warrior armed with shield and axe, and behind them were more men with shields and spears. Siegfried was no fool when it came to a fight, and I knew just what was about to happen. The 4 men would come at a run, and hammer their spears into 4 of our shields. The weight of the spears and the power of the charge would drive us into the rank behind, and then the axemen would widen the gaps the spearmen had made, hook and pull down the shields of our second rank, and so expose us to the long weapons of the men following the axe warriors. Siegfried had only one ambition, and that was to break our wall fast, and I had no doubt that the 8 men were not only trained to break a shield wall quickly, but had done it before. And I knew we would die. I had no spears long enough to counter the 4 that were coming. We could only stand fast. The 4 spearmen screamed as they ran at us, and I knew the corpse hall must be full of their victims. Their weapons were as big as oar shafts, and had spearheads the size of short swords. They held the spears low, and I knew they aimed to strike the lower part of our shields to tip the upper rims forward, so the axemen could hook more easily, and thus strip our defence in an instant. They screamed their incoherent challenge as they ran at us. I could see their distorted faces. 8 men, big bearded and mail-coated warriors to fear, and I braced my shield and crouched slightly. "Push against us!" I called to my second rank. I could see one of the spears was aimed at my shield. Death in a spring morning, and so I put my left leg against the shield, hoping that would stop the shield being driven inward. But I suspected the spear would shatter the limewood anyway, and the blade would gouge into my groin. "Brace yourselves!" I shouted again, and the spears came for us. I saw the spearman grimacing as he readied to hurl his weight against my shield, and that crash of metal on wood was just a heartbeat away when Peerlig struck instead. Something fell from the sky to slam into the attackers. The long spears dropped, and their blades gouged the roadway just paces in front of me, and the 8 men staggered, all cohesion and impetus gone. The Welshmen had hurled 2 male-dressed corpses from the gate's high rampart, and their weight slammed onto the spear's shafts, driving the weapons down and causing chaos in the enemy's front rank. I moved without thinking. Serpent Breath hissed in a backswing, and her blade crashed into an axeman's helmet, blood showing through broken metal. That axeman went down as I slammed my shield's heavy boss into a spearman's face and felt his bones collapse. "Shield wall!" I shouted, stepping back. Finan had gone forward like me, and had killed another spearman. The road was obstructed now by at least 3 corpses, and as I backed towards the gate's arch, 2 more bodies were hurled from the bastion. It was then that I saw Siegfried. He was in the second rank, a baleful figure in his thick bear cloak. That fur alone could stop most sword blows, and beneath it he wore shining mail. He was roaring at his men to advance. "Forward!" Siegfried bellowed, and pushed his way into the front rank and came straight for me. I remember thrusting my shield forward, and the crash as our two shields banged together. He rammed a sword at me, and I felt a thudding blow on my shield, and I did the same to him. I had sheathed serpent breath. A long sword is no use when the shield walls come close as lovers. I had drawn wasp sting, my short sword, and I felt with her blade for a gap between the enemy's shields, and drove her forward. She struck nothing. On both sides, men pushed and swore, grunted and heaved. An axe came towards my head, swung by the man behind Siegfried, but behind me, Clapper had his shield raised and caught the blow. Another axe hooked over my shield's top edge, and the man was trying to pull my shield down, but it was crammed so tight against Siegfried's shield that it would not move. Siegfried was cursing me, spitting into my face, and I was calling him the son of a goat-humping whore, and stabbing at him with wasp sting. She had found something solid behind the enemy wall, and I shoved her hard forward and gouged. My shield shuddered from blows, and men were shouting. One was screaming. Then I heard another scream, and Siegfried suddenly stepped back. His whole line was moving away from us, but I stayed where I was. I dared not take my little shield wall out of the arch, for the great stone walls on either side protected my flanks. Then there was a third scream, and at last I saw why Siegfried's men had faltered. Big blocks of stone were falling from the ramparts. Peerlig was evidently not being attacked, and so his men were prizing away lumps of masonry and dropping them onto the enemy. "Stay here!" I shouted, as my men were tempted to go forward and take advantage of the enemy's disarray. "Stay!" I bellowed angrily, and they stayed. Then from behind me, I heard a roar of voices, and my men, packed together in the archway, shuddered forward as an enemy struck from the streets. Steapa was there, and I did not even bother to turn and see the fight, because I knew Steapa would hold. I could also hear the clash of blades above me. I knew that Peerlig, too, was now fighting for his life. Siegfried saw Peerlig's men fighting, and deduced he would be spared their shower of masonry. He swept his sword to point at me. "You're mine!" he shouted. "I still have to crucify a man, and you're the man!" He laughed, sheathed Fear-Giver, and took a long-handled war-axe from one of his followers. He offered me a malevolent grin, covered his body with his raven-decorated shield, and shouted at his men to advance. "Kill them!" he bellowed. "Kill the bastards!" But this time, instead of pushing close, he made his men pause at sword's length and try to haul our shields down with their long-hafted war-axes. And so the work became desperate. An axe is a vicious weapon in a fight between shield walls. If it does not hook a shield down, it can still break the boards into splinters. I felt Siegfried's blows crashing into my shield, saw the axe blade appear through a rent in the limewood, and all I could do was endure the assault. I dared not go forward, because that would break our wall, and if our whole wall stepped forward, then the men on the flanks would be exposed and we would die. A spear was jabbing at my ankles. A second axe crashed on my shield. All along our short line the blows were falling, the shields were breaking, and death was looming. My shield was broken, and I knew a blow would soon crack my forearm into a useless mess of blood and shattered bone. I risked one step forward. I made it suddenly so that Siegfried's next swing was wasted, though the axe shaft bruised my left shoulder. He had to drop his shield to swing the axe, and I lunged wasp sting across his body, and the blade rammed into his right shoulder, but his expensive mail held. He recoiled. I sliced at his face, but he rammed his shield into mine, driving me back, and an instant later his axe slammed into my shield again. He grimaced then, all angry eyes and bushy beard, and swung the axe sideways, and I managed to pull the shield inwards just enough so that the blade crashed against the boss. "You will die with your hands and feet nailed to a cross, and your screams won't stop until I tire of them." He grimaced again, as he drew the axe back for a last shield-splintering stroke. "I'll flay your corpse, and cover my shield with your skin. I'll piss in your dead throat, and dance on your bones." He swung the axe, and the sky fell. A whole length of heavy masonry had been toppled from the rampart, and slammed into Siegfried's ranks. There was dust and screaming and broken men. 6 warriors were either on the ground or clutching shattered bones, and Siegfried turned, astonished, and just then Osferth, Alfred's bastard son, jumped from the gate's top. He should have broken his ankles in that desperate leap, but somehow he survived. He landed amid the broken stones and shattered bodies that had been Siegfried's second rank, and he screamed like a girl as he swung his sword at the huge Norseman's head. The blade thumped into Siegfried's helmet. It did not break the metal, but it must have stunned Siegfried for an instant. I had taken 2 paces forward, and I rammed my broken shield at the dazed man and stabbed Wasp Sting into his left thigh. This time, she broke through his mail, and I twisted her, ripping muscle. Siegfried staggered, and it was then that Osferth, whose face was a picture of pure terror, stabbed his sword into the small of the Norseman's back. I do not think Osferth was aware of what he was doing. He had pissed himself with fear. He was dazed, he was confused, the enemy was recovering their sense and coming to kill him, and Osferth just stabbed his sword with enough desperate force to pierce the bear fur cloak, Siegfried's mail, and then Siegfried himself. The big man screamed with agony. Finan was beside me, dancing as he always danced in battle, and he fooled the man next to Siegfried with a lunge that was a feint, flicked his sword sideways across the man's face, then shouted at Osferth to come to us. But Alfred's son was frozen by terror. He would have lived no longer than 1 more heartbeat if I had not shaken off the remnants of my shattered shield and reached past the screaming Siegfried to haul Osferth towards me. I shoved him back into the second rank, and with no shield to protect myself, waited for the next attack. "My God, thank you, Lord God," Osferth was saying. He sounded pathetic. Siegfried was on his knees, whimpering. 2 men dragged him away, and I saw Eric, appalled, stooping beside his wounded brother, and Siegfried's plight had persuaded the enemy to hesitate before attacking us again. I turned to see that Steapa had beaten off the attack from the inside of the city. "What's happening on the bastion?" I asked Osferth. He stared at me with pure terror on his face. "Thank you, Lord Jesus," he stammered. I rammed my left fist into his belly. "What's happening up there?" I shouted. He gaped at me, then managed to speak coherently. "Nothing, Lord. The pagans can't get up the stairs." "Give me your shield." I snatched it from him, put my bruised arm through the leather loops, and saw the enemy was forming a new line. "Did you see Aethelred's men?" I snarled at Osferth. "My cousin, did you see him?" "Oh, yes, Lord, he's coming," Osferth said. And so Aethelred was, and so he did. And our fight more or less ended there, because Aethelred brought his men across the fjord to attack the rear of the enemy, and that enemy fled. Some of Siegfried's men died outside the walls. Most managed to get through the next gate and into the old city, and there we hunted them down. It was a wild and howling hunt as they fled through streets and alleys already choked with men, women, and children fleeing the Saxon assault. They ran down the terraced hills of the city, going for the boats that were tied to the wharves downstream of the bridge. We drove the fugitives as though they were sheep running from wolves. Screams and howling sounded from the streets, and dead men lay in gutters, sniffed by dogs. I stepped over a dead child, her golden curls thick with the blood of her father who had died beside her. I thought of my daughter, Stiora. "Lord!" Sihtric shouted. "Lord!" He was pointing with his sword. He had seen that 1 large group of Northmen had taken refuge on the broken bridge. The bridge's northern end was guarded by a Roman bastion, through which an arch led. That passage was blocked by a shield wall. They were in the same position I had been in Lud's Gate, with their flanks protected by high stonework. Their shields filled the arch, and I could see at least 6 ranks of men behind the front line. Steapa made a low growling noise and hefted his axe. "No," I said, laying a hand on his massive shield arm. The Northmen were too tightly packed in the archway, and they were desperate, and desperate men will fight fanatically for the chance to live. They would die in the end, but many of my men would die with them. "Stay here," I told my men. I handed my borrowed shield to Sihtric, then gave him my helmet. I sheathed serpent breath. Peerlig copied me. "You don't have to come," I told him. "And why shouldn't I?" he asked, smiling. And I was glad of the Welshman's company, as the 2 of us walked to the bridge's gate. "I am Uhtred of Bebbanburg," I announced to the hard-faced men, staring over their shield rims, "and if you wish to feast in Odin's corpse hall this night, then I'm willing to send you there." Behind me the city screamed, and smoke drifted dense across the sky. The 9 men in the enemy's front rank stared at me, but none spoke. "But if you want to taste the joys of this world longer," I went on, "then speak to me." "We serve our Earl," one of the men finally said. "And he is?" "Siegfried Thurgelson," the man said. "Who fought well," I said. I had been screaming insults at Siegfried not 2 hours before, but now was the time for softer speech, a time to arrange for an enemy to yield, and thus save my men's lives. "Does the Earl Siegfried live?" I asked. "He lives," the man said curtly, jerking his head to indicate that Siegfried was somewhere behind him on the bridge. "Then tell him Uhtred of Bebbanburg would speak with him, to decide whether he lives or dies." The man who had spoken to me called the message to the men behind on the bridge, and I waited. Then the tight-packed shield wall shuffled aside, as men made a passage down the roadway centre. "The Earl Eric will speak with you," the man told me. And Peerlig and I went to meet the enemy. "My brother says I should kill you," Eric greeted me. The younger of the Thurgelson brothers had been waiting for me, and though his words held menace, there was none in his face. He was calm and apparently unworried by his predicament. His black hair was crammed beneath a plain helmet, and his fine mail was spattered with blood, but he was evidently unwounded. Siegfried, though, was horribly injured. I could see him on the roadway, lying on his bare fur cloak, twisting and jerking in pain, and being tended by 2 men. "Your brother," I said, still watching Siegfried, "thinks that death is the answer to everything." "Then he's like you in that regard," Eric said with a wan smile. "If you are what men say you are." "What do men say of me?" I asked, curious. "That you kill like a Northman," Eric said. He turned to stare downriver. A small fleet of Danish and Norse ships had managed to escape, but fugitives crowded the river's edge, and the Saxons were already hacking into that doomed crowd, so a furious fight raged on the wharves. "I sometimes think," Eric said sadly, "that death is the real meaning of life. We worship death, we give it, we believe it leads to joy." "I don't worship death," I said. "Christians do," Eric remarked, glancing at Peerlig, whose mailed chest displayed his wooden cross. "No," Peerlig said. "Then why the image of a dead man?" Eric asked. "Our Lord Jesus Christ rose from the dead," Peerlig said energetically. "He conquered death. He died to give us life, and regained his own life in his dying. Death, Lord, is just a gate to more life." "Then why do we fear death?" Eric asked in a voice that suggested he expected no answer. "We trusted you, Lord Uhtred. You were going to bring us Ragnar. You were to be king in Mercia, and you were to give us the whole island of Britain." "The dead man lied," I said. "Bjorn lied." Eric's face became grave. "I said we should not try and trick you, but Earl Haston insisted." Eric shrugged, then looked at Father Peerlig, noting his mail coat and swords. "But you also tricked us, Lord Uhtred, because I think you knew this man was no priest, but a warrior." "He's both," I said. Eric grimaced. "You lied," he said sadly, "and we lied, but we still could have taken Wessex together. And now I don't know whether my brother will live or die." "I shall pray for him," Peerlig said. "Yes," Eric said simply. "Please." "And what shall I do?" I asked. "You?" Eric frowned, puzzled by my question. "Do I let you live, Eric Thurgelson?" I asked, "or kill you?" "You will find us difficult to kill," he said. "But kill you I will," I responded, "if I must." That was the real negotiation in those 2 sentences. Eric and his men were trapped and doomed, but to kill them I would lose 20 or more men, and others of my household troops would be crippled for life. That was a price I did not want to pay, and Eric knew it, but he also knew that the price would be paid if he was not reasonable. "Is Haston here?" I asked him, looking down the broken bridge. Eric shook his head. "I saw him leave," he said, nodding downriver. "A pity, because he broke an oath to me. If he had been here, I would have let you all go in exchange for his life." Eric stared at me for a few heartbeats, judging whether I had spoken the truth. "Then kill me instead of Haston," he said at last, "and let all these others leave." "You broke no oath to me," I said, "so you owe me no life." "I want these men to live," Eric said with a sudden passion, "and my life is a small price for theirs. I will pay it, Lord Uhtred. And in return, you give my men their lives, and give them Wave-Tamer." He pointed to his brother's ship, that was still tied in the small dock where we had landed. "Is it a fair price, Father?" I asked Peerlig. "Who can set a value on life?" Peerlig asked in return. "I can," I said harshly, and turned back to Eric. "The price is this. You will leave every weapon you carry on this bridge. You will leave your shields, mail coats, and helmets. You will leave your arm rings, your chains, your brooches, your coins, and your belt buckles. You will leave everything of value, Erik Thorgilsson. And then you may take a ship that I choose to give you, and you may go." "A ship that you choose," Erik said. "Yes." He smiled wanly. "I made Wave-Tamer for my brother," he said. "I first found her keel in the forest. It was an oak with a trunk straight as an oar shaft, and I cut that myself. We used 11 other oaks, Lord Uhtred, for her ribs and her crosspieces, for her stem and her planking. Her caulking was hair from 7 bears I killed with my own spear, and I made her nails in my own forge. My mother made her sail. I wove her lines, and I gave her to Thor by killing a horse I loved and sprinkling his blood on her stem. She has carried my brother and me through storms and fog and ice. She is—" he turned to look at Wave-Tamer. "She is beautiful. I love that ship." "You love her more than your life?" He thought for an instant, then shook his head. "No." "Then it will be a ship of my choice," I said stubbornly, and that might have ended the negotiation, except there was a commotion under the archway where the Northmen's shield wall still faced my troops. Aethelred had come to the bridge and was demanding to be allowed through. Erik offered me a quizzical look, and I shrugged. "He commands here." "So I will need his permission to leave?" "You will," I said. Erik sent word that the shield wall was to let Aethelred onto the roadway, and my cousin strutted onto the bridge with his customary cockiness. Aldhelm, the commander of his guard, was his only companion. Aethelred ignored Erik, instead facing me with a belligerent expression. "You presume to negotiate on my behalf?" he accused me. "No," I said. "Then what are you doing here?" "Negotiating on my own behalf," I said. "This is the Earl Erik Thorgilsson." I introduced the Norseman in English, but now changed to Danish. "And this," I said to Erik, "is the Ealdorman of Mercia, Lord Aethelred." Erik responded to the introduction by offering Aethelred a small bow, but the courtesy was wasted. Aethelred looked around the bridge, counting the men. "Not so many," he said brusquely. "They must all die." "I have already offered them their lives," I said. Aethelred rounded on me. "We had orders," he said bitingly, "to capture Siegfried, Erik, and Haston, and deliver them as captives to King Aethelstan." I saw Erik's eyes widen slightly. I had assumed he spoke no English, but now realized he understood Aethelred's words. "Are you disobeying my father-in-law?" Aethelred challenged me when I made no response. I kept my temper. "You can fight them here," I explained patiently, "and you'll lose many good men. Too many. You can trap them here, but at slack water a ship will row to the bridge and rescue them. Or you can rid Lundain of their presence," I said, and that is what I chose to do. "Kill them, Lord," Aldhelm said to Aethelred, though he was staring at me. "If you wish to fight them," I said, "then that is your privilege, but I'll have none of it." For a moment both Aethelred and Aldhelm were tempted to accuse me of cowardice. I could see the thought on their faces, but they could also see something in my face, and they let the thought go unsaid. "You always loved pagans," Aethelred sneered instead. "I love them so well," I said angrily, "that I took 2 ships through that gap in the black of night." I pointed to where the jagged stumps of the bridge's planking ended. "I brought men into the city, cousin, and I captured Lud's Gate, and I fought a battle in that gate, such as I would never wish to fight again, and in that fight I killed pagans for you, and yes, I love them." Aethelred looked at the gap. Spray showed continually there, thrown up by the seethe of water falling through the break with such force that the ancient wooden roadway quivered, and the air was filled with the river's noise. "You had no orders to come by ship," Aethelred said indignantly, and I knew he resented my actions because they might detract from the glory he expected to garner from his capture of Lundain. "I had orders to give you the city," I retorted. "So here it is." I gestured at the smoke drifting over the scream-filled hill. "Your wedding present," I said, mocking him with a bow. "And not just the city, Lord," Aldhelm said to Aethelred, "but everything in it." "Everything?" Aethelred asked, as if he could not believe his good fortune. "Everything," Aldhelm said wolfishly. "And if you're grateful for that," I interjected sourly, "then thank your wife." Aethelred jerked around to stare wide-eyed at me. Something in my words had astonished him, for he looked as though I had struck him. There was disbelief on his broad face, and anger, and for a moment he was incapable of speaking. "My wife?" he finally asked. If it had not been for Aethelflaed, I explained, we could not have taken the city. Last night she gave me men. You saw her last night? He asked incredulously. I looked at him, wondering if he was mad. Of course I saw her last night, I said. We went back to the island to board the ships. She was there. She shamed your men into coming with me. And she made Lord Uhtred give her an oath, Peerless added. An oath to defend your Mercia, Lord Aethelred. Aethelred ignored the Welshman. He was still staring at me, but now with an expression of hatred. You boarded my ship. He could barely speak for loathing and anger. And saw my wife. She came ashore, I said, with Father Peerless. I meant nothing by saying that. I had merely reported what had happened, and hoped Aethelred would admire his wife for her initiative. But for a heartbeat, I thought Aethelred was going to hit me, so fierce was the sudden fury on his broad face. Then he controlled himself and walked away. Aldhelm hurried after him. I saw Aethelred make a furious, careless gesture, then Aldhelm turned back to me. You must do what you think best, he called, then followed his master through the Northman's shield wall. I always do, I said to no one in particular, then I frowned. What happened there? I asked Peerless. He doesn't like other men speaking to his wife, the Welshman said. I noticed that when I was on the ship with them, coming down the Thames. He's jealous. But I've known Aethelflaed forever, I exclaimed. He fears you know her only too well, Peerless said, and it drives him to madness. But that's stupid, I spoke angrily. It's jealousy, Peerless said, and all jealousy is stupid. Eric had also watched Aethelred walk away, and was as confused as I was. He is your commander? The Norseman asked. The Lord Aethelred commands, Peerless explained, and the Lord Uhtred disobeys. Eric smiled at that. So, Lord Uhtred, do we have an agreement? Yes, we have an agreement, but with one change. You may take Wave-Tamer, I said. I thought Eric would kiss me. For a heartbeat he did not believe my words. Then he saw that I was sincere, and he smiled broadly. Lord Uhtred, he began. Take her, I interrupted, not wanting his gratitude. Take her and go. It had been Aldhelm's words that had changed my mind. He had been right. Everything in the city now belonged to Aethelred, and my cousin had a lust for anything beautiful, and if he discovered I wanted Wave-Tamer, which I did, he would be sure to take it from me. So I gave it back to the Thurgelson brothers. On the night of Lundain's fall, I wrote a letter to Alfred. Lundain is yours, Lord King, and I am staying here to rebuild its walls. Now fetch Father Peerless, I told Sihtric. Peerless arrived a moment later, and I pushed the letter across the table to him. I want you to go to Alfred and tell him what happened here. Peerless read my message, then glanced around with surprise as Sihtric brought Osferth into the room. I'm sending Brother Osferth with you, I explained. Osferth stiffened. He hated being called brother. I want to stay here, he said. Lord. The king wants you in Wintansista, I said, and we obey the king. I took the letter back from Peerless, dipped the quill in the ink, and added more words. Siegfried, I wrote laboriously, was defeated by Osferth, who I would like to keep in my household guard. Why did I write that? I did not like Osferth any more than I liked his father, yet he had leapt from the bastion, and that had shown courage. And if Osferth had not leapt, then Lundain might be in Norse or Danish hands to this day. Osferth had earned his place in the shield wall, even if his prospects of surviving there were still desperately low. Father Peerless, I said to Osferth, will tell the king of your actions today, and this letter requests that you be returned to me. But he must leave that decision to Alfred. He'll say no, Osferth said suddenly. Father Peerless will persuade him, I said. The Welshman raised an eyebrow in silent question, and I gave him the smallest nod to show I spoke the truth. Tell Alfred the truth about what happened here, I said, because he's going to hear a different version from my cousin. And travel fast. Peerless smiled. You want us to reach the king before your cousin's messenger? Yes, I said. That was a lesson I had learned, that the first news is generally the version that is believed. My cousin had taken the palace at the top of Lundain's Hill as his quarters, while I stayed in the Roman house by the river. I liked it. I've always liked Roman buildings because their walls possessed the great virtue of keeping out wind, rain, and snow. That house was large. You entered through an arch leading into a courtyard surrounded by a pillared arcade. and of the rooms beyond that, 2 were big enough to assemble my whole bodyguard. I stayed, and the men of Berwick's feared also stayed, though they were unhappy because it was springtime and there was work to do on their farms. I kept them in Lundain to strengthen the city's walls. Siegfried had patched a few places, and he had strengthened the gates, but there was still much to do. The old masonry was crumbling, and had even fallen into the outer ditch in places, and my men cut and trimmed trees to make new palisades wherever the wall was weak. Then we cleared the ditch outside the wall, planting sharpened stakes to welcome any attacker. Alfred sent orders that any Roman building in good repair was to be kept, while dilapidated ruins were to be pulled down and replaced with sturdy timber and thatch, but there were neither the men nor the funds to attempt such work. Alfred's idea was that the Saxons of the undefended new town would move into old Lundain and be safe behind its ramparts. But those Saxons still feared the ghosts of the Roman builders, and they stubbornly resisted every invitation to take over the deserted properties. My men of the Berwick's feared were just as frightened of the ghosts, but they were still more frightened of me. Aethelred took no notice of what I did. He busied himself hunting. Every day he rode to the wooded hills north of the city where he pursued deer. He never took fewer than 40 men, for there was always a chance that some marauding Danish band might come close to Lundain. Every day I would see horsemen to the east, picking their way through the desolate dark marshes that lay seawards of the city. They were Danes, watching us, and doubtless reporting back to Siegfried. I got news of Siegfried. He lived, the report said, though he was so crippled by his wound that he could neither walk nor stand. He had taken refuge at Bimfliot with his brother and Haston, and from there they sent raiders into the mouth of the Thames. Saxon ships dared not sail to Francia, for the Northmen were in a vengeful mood after their defeat in Lundain. Other ships from Bimfliot crossed the estuary and landed men in Wessex. That part of Wessex had once been the kingdom of Kent, until it was conquered by the West Saxons, and though the men of Kent were Saxons, they spoke in a strange accent. It had always been a wild place, close to the other lands across the sea, and ever liable to be raided by Vikings. Now Siegfried's men launched ship after ship across the estuary, and pillaged deep into Kent. And a week after Lundain fell, Gisela arrived with my family and a half-dozen maids. I had sent Finan and 30 men to escort them safely down the river, and the house by the Thames seemed to grow warmer with the echoes of women's laughter. "You might have swept the house," Gisela chided me. "I did." "Huh," she pointed to a ceiling. "What are those?" "Cobwebs," I said. "They're holding the beams in place." The cobwebs were swept away, and the kitchen fires were lit. In the courtyard, under a corner where the tiled arcade roofs met, there was an old stone urn that was choked with rubbish. Gisela cleaned the filth out. Then she and 2 maids scrubbed the outside of the urn to reveal white marble carved with delicate women who appeared to be chasing each other and waving harps. Gisela loved those carvings. She loved the house, too, and even endured the river stench to sit on the terrace in the evening and watch the water slide by. "He beats her," she told me one evening. "She's bruised, and she's pregnant, and he beats her." Almost every day Gisela went to the palace and spent time with Aethelflaed, though Aethelflaed was never allowed to visit our house. "And he hits her?" I asked. "Because he thinks she loves other men," Gisela said. Then gathered more wool she was spinning onto a distaff. "He thinks she loves you." "He's mad." "No, he's jealous," Gisela said, laying a hand on my arm. "And I know he has nothing to be jealous about." She smiled at me, then went back to gathering her wool. Gisela and Aethelflaed became friends in Lundain. I repaired the wall, and Aethelred hunted while his men plundered the city for his palace's furnishings. I went home one day to find 6 of his followers in the courtyard of my house. "What do you want?" I asked. 5 were in mail and had swords. The 6th wore a finely embroidered jerkin and a silver chain, a sign of noble rank. It was Aldhelm. "This," he answered. He was standing by the urn that Gisela had cleaned. It served now to catch rainwater that fell from the roof, and that water was sweet and clean-tasting. 200 silver shillings, I told Aldhelm, "and it's yours." He sneered at that. The price was outrageous. Gisela came from the main house and smiled at me. "I told them they couldn't have it," she said. "Lord Aethelred wants it," Aldhelm insisted. "You're called Aldhelm," I said. "Just Aldhelm, and I am Uhtred, Lord of Bebbanburg, and you call me Lord." "Not this one," Gisela spoke silkily. "He called me an interfering bitch." My men put hands on sword hilts. I gestured for them to step back, and unbuckled my own sword belt. "Did you call my wife a bitch?" I asked Aldhelm. "My lord requires this urn," Aldhelm said. "You will apologize to my wife," I told him. "Then to me." I laid my belt with its 2 heavy swords on the flagstones. He pointedly turned away from me. "I want 2 apologies." He heard the menace in my voice, and turned back, alarmed now. He became even more alarmed as I drew closer. His men knew that if a single sword left its scabbard there would be a slaughter, but Aldhelm had no such sense. "You impertinent bastard," he said, snatched a knife from its sheath, and lunged at my belly. I broke Aldhelm's jaw, his nose, both his hands, and maybe a couple of his ribs. When Aldhelm apologized to Gisela, he did so while spitting teeth through bubbling blood, and the urn stayed in our courtyard. And the next day, Alfred came. The king came silently, the Halligast arriving at a wharf upstream of the broken bridge. Alfred, accompanied by a score of priests and monks, and guarded by 6 mailed men, came ashore unheralded. I heard he went to the palace. Ethelred was hunting, but the king went to his daughter's chamber and stayed there a long time. Afterwards, still with his priestly entourage, he came to our house. Gisela had been warned of Alfred's presence and had prepared a meal. She sent a servant to warn me of the king's arrival, yet even so I arrived at the house long after Alfred to find my courtyard black with priests, among whom was Father Peerlig and Osferth. Osferth gave me a sour look while Peerlig embraced me. "Ethelred said nothing of you in his report to the king," he murmured. "We weren't here when the city fell?" I asked. "Not according to your cousin," Peerlig said, then chuckled. "But I told Alfred the truth. Go on, he's waiting for you." Alfred was on the river terrace. His guard stood behind him while the king was seated on a chair. I paused in the doorway, surprised because Alfred's face, usually so solemn, had an animated look. He was even smiling. Gisela was seated next to him, and the king was leaning forward, talking, and Gisela, whose back was to me, was listening. I stayed where I was, watching that rarest of sights, Alfred happy. He tapped a long white finger on her knee once to stress some point. There was nothing untoward in the gesture, except it was so unlike him. But then, of course, maybe it was very like him. Alfred had been a famous womanizer before he was caught in the snare of Christianity. He liked pretty women, and it was obvious he liked Gisela. I heard her laugh suddenly, and Alfred, flattered by her amusement, smiled shyly. He seemed not to mind if she wore a pagan amulet about her neck. He was simply happy to be in her company, and I was tempted to leave them alone. Then he saw me. His face changed immediately. He sat upright and reluctantly beckoned me forward. I picked up a stool that our daughter used, and heard a hiss as Alfred's guards drew swords. Alfred waved the blades down, sensible enough to know that if I had wanted to attack him, then I would hardly use a 3-legged milking stool. He watched as I gave my sword to one of the guards, a mark of respect, then as I carried the stool across the terrace flagstones. "Lord Uhtred?" he greeted me coldly. "Welcome to our house, Lord King." I gave him a bow, then sat with my back to the river. He was silent for a moment. He was wearing a brown cloak that was drawn tight around his thin body. A silver cross hung at his neck, while on his thinning hair was a circlet of bronze, which surprised me, for he rarely wore symbols of kingship, thinking them vain baubles, but he must have decided that Lunde needed to see a king. He sensed my surprise, for he clawed the circlet off his head. "I had hoped," he said coldly, "that the Saxons of the new town would be living here instead, protected by the walls. Why won't they move?" "They fear the ghosts, Lord," I said. "And you do not?" I thought for a while. "Yes," I said. "Yet you live here." "We propitiate the spirits, Lord," Gisela explained softly, and when the king raised an eyebrow, she told how we placed food and drink in the courtyard to greet any ghosts who came to our house. Alfred rubbed his eyes. "It might be better," he said, "if our priests exorcised the streets. Prayer and holy water. We shall drive the ghosts away." "Or let me take 300 men to sack the new town," I suggested. "Burn their houses, Lord, and they'll have to live in the old city." A half-smile flickered on his face. "It is hard to force obedience," he said, "without encouraging resentment. If I release you with sword and spear onto the new town, Lord Uhtred, then they will learn to hate you. Lundain must be obedient, but it must also be a bastion of Christian Saxons, and if they hate us, then they will welcome a return of the Danes who left them in peace." He shook his head abruptly. "We shall leave them in peace. Now, forgive me." Those last two words were to Gisela, but we must speak of still darker things. Alfred gestured to a guard, who pushed open the door from the terrace. Father Beocca appeared, and with him a second priest, a black-haired, pouchy-faced, scowling creature called Father Erkenwald. He gave me a sour look, while Beocca offered a solemn nod. "Tell me," Alfred said, looking at me, "what Siegfried, Haston, and Eric do now." "They're at Beamfleot, Lord," I said, "strengthening their camp. They have 32 ships and men enough to crew them." "You've seen this place?" Father Erkenwald demanded. The two priests I knew had been fetched to serve as witnesses. Alfred, ever careful, liked to have a record of all such discussions. "I've not seen it," I said coldly. "You're spies, then?" Alfred resumed the questions. "Yes, Lord." He thought for a moment. "The ships can be burned?" he asked. I shook my head. "They're in a creek, Lord." "They must be destroyed," he said vengefully, and I saw his long, thin hands clench on his lap. "They raided Contwaraberg," he said, sounding distraught. "I heard of it, Lord." "They burned the church," he said indignantly, "and stole everything. Gospel books, crosses, even the relics." He shuddered. "It has all gone to pagan hands." I said nothing. Beocca had started writing. 32 ships, did you say?" Beocca asked me. "That was the last I heard." "Creeks can be entered," Alfred said acidly. "To reach the enemy's ships at Beamfleot, we must pass their camp, which is on a hill above the mooring," I explained. "A ship is permanently moored across the channel, Lord. We could destroy that ship and fight our way through, but you'll need 1,000 men to do it, and you'll lose at least 200 of them." 1,000? he asked skeptically. "The last I heard, Lord, Siegfried had close to 2,000 men." He closed his eyes briefly. "Siegfried lives?" "Barely," I said. "Brother Osferth wounded him badly." The king's shrewd eyes rested on me. "Osferth," he said tonelessly. "Won the battle, Lord," I said, just as tonelessly. "What Osferth did, Lord, was brave, and I am not certain I would have had the courage to do it. He jumped from a great height and attacked a fearsome warrior, and he lived to remember the achievement. If it was not for Osferth, Lord, Siegfried would be in Lundain today, and I would be in my grave." "You want him back?" Alfred asked. The answer, of course, was no, but Beocca gave an almost imperceptible nod of his grey head, and I understood Osferth was not wanted in Wintoncester. I did not like the youth, and judging from Beocca's silent message, no one liked him in Wintoncester either, yet his courage had been exemplary. Osferth was, I thought, a warrior at heart. "Yes, Lord," I said, and saw Gisela's secret smile. "He's yours," Alfred said shortly. Beocca rolled his good eye to heaven in gratitude. "And I want the Northmen out of the Thames estuary," Alfred went on. I shrugged. "Isn't that Guthrum's business?" Beamfleot lay in the kingdom of East Anglia. Alfred looked irritated. "King Aethelstan has been informed of the problem," he said. "And does nothing. And Vikings use his land with impunity," I observed. Alfred stood, ignoring that. "What is most important is that we do not lose Lundain." He held a hand towards Father Erkenwald, who opened a leather satchel and took out a scroll of parchment. Alfred held the parchment to me. "I have appointed you as military governor of this city. All troops and Fyrd members will be under your command." I took the parchment. "And the city, Lord?" I asked pointedly. "Will be a godly place," Alfred said. "I am naming Father Erkenwald as Bishop of Lundain. The civil governance will reside with him." "And what about the Ealdorman of Mercia? How much authority does he have here?" I asked. "This is Mercia," Alfred said, tapping the terrace with a foot, "and he rules Mercia." "So he can appoint a new military governor?" I asked. "My son-in-law will not countermand my appointments," Alfred said, and there was a sudden anger in his voice. "And in 4 days' time we shall all gather and discuss what needs to be done to make this city safe and full of grace." He nodded brusquely to me, inclined his head to Gisela, and turned away. "Lord King," Gisela spoke softly, checking Alfred's departure. "How is your daughter? I saw her yesterday, and she was bruised." Alfred's gaze flickered to the river. "She's well," he said distantly. "The bruising," Gisela began. "She was always a mischievous child," Alfred interrupted. "Mischievous?" Gisela's response was tentative. "I love her," Alfred said, and there could have been no doubt of that from the unexpected passion in his voice. "But while mischief in a child is amusing, in an adult it is sinful. My dear Aethelflaed must learn obedience." "So she learns to hate?" I asked, echoing the king's earlier words. "She's married now," Alfred said, "and her duty before God is to be obedient to her husband. She will learn that, I am sure, and be grateful for the lesson. It is hard to inflict punishment on a child you love, but it is a sin to withhold such punishment. I pray God she comes to a state of good grace." "Amen," Father Cornwell said. "Praise God," Beocca said. Gisela said nothing, and the king left. And I thought about Beamfleot, and how that wasp's nest could be burned out. Water dripped from oar blades, spreading ripples in a sea that was shining slabs of light that slowly shifted. Our ship was poised on that shifting light. The sky to the east was molten gold, pouring around a bank of sun-drenched cloud, while the rest was blue. Pale blue to the east, and dark blue to the west, where night fled. To the south I could see the low shore of Wessex. It was green and brown, treeless, and not that far away beyond concealed mudbanks and shoals. Our oars were resting, and the wind was dead, but we moved relentlessly eastwards, carried by the tide and by the river's strong flow. This was the estuary of the Thames, a wide place of water, mud, sand, and terror. Our ship was a trading ship, one of the two I had captured in Lundain, and she was wide-beamed, sluggish, big-bellied, and clumsy. Her sail was furled on the yard, and the yard was in its crutches. We drifted on the tide towards the golden dawn. I stood with the steering oar in my right hand. I wore no helmet, and my mail was hidden beneath a dirty brown woolen cloak. There were 12 rowers on the benches. Citric was beside me. One man was on the bow platform, and none showed armour or weapons. We looked like a trading ship, drifting along the Wessex shore in hope that no one on the northern side of the estuary would see us. But they had seen us, and a sea-wolf was stalking us. She was rowing to our north, slanting south and eastwards, waiting for us to turn and try to escape upriver against the tide, cutting off our seaward escape. She was perhaps a mile away and in no hurry. Her shipmaster could see we were not rowing, and he would take that inactivity as a sign of panic, that we were discussing what to do. Finnan, who was manning one of the stern oars, glanced over his shoulder. "Crew of 50? he suggested. "Could be 70, I said. We numbered 43, and all but 15 of us were covered by an old sail, making it look as though we carried cargo that needed to be protected from rain or spray. "Be a rare fight if it's 70, Finnan said with relish. "Won't be any fight at all," I said, "because they won't be ready for us." We looked like an easy victim, and the sea-wolf would come alongside, and a dozen men would leap aboard while the rest of the crew just watched the slaughter. The watching crew would be armed, of course, but they would not be expecting battle, and my men were more than ready. "Steerboard oars," I called. "Backwater. Clumsy now." The oarsmen grinned as they churned the water, and slowly turned our prow upriver, so it appeared we were trying to escape. The sensible thing would have been to ground the boat and run for our lives, but instead we turned and started rowing against tide and current. Our oars clashed, making us look like incompetent, scared fools. "He's taken the bait," I said to our rowers. The Viking was coming straight for us, rowing hard, the white water swelling at her stem. We kept feigning panic. Our oars banged each other, so we did little except stir the water around our clumsy hull. Far to the west, where the sky was darkened by the smoke of Lundain, I could just see a tiny streak, which I knew to be the mast of another ship. The enemy ship would have seen her too, and would be wondering whether she was friend or foe. Not that it mattered, for it would take the enemy only 5 minutes to capture us, and it would be the best part of an hour before steady rowing could bring that western ship to where we struggled. The Viking boat came on fast, her oars working in lovely unison. Her beast-head, proud on her high stem, was an eagle with an open beak painted red, as if the bird had just ripped bloody flesh from a victim, while beneath the carved head a dozen armed men were crowded on the bow platform to board and kill us. "Stop oars!" I called. "Rowers, get up!" The eagle-prowed ship was close now. I could hear the splash of her blades. I could see bright axe blades, the helmeted faces of the men who thought they would kill us, and the anxiety on the steersman's face as he attempted to lay his bows directly on ours. I heard their shipmaster order his rowers to ship oars as she swooped to her kill. "Now!" I shouted. The sails dragged away, and suddenly our little ship bristled with armed men. I threw off my cloak, and Sidric brought me my helmet and shield. A man shouted a warning on the enemy ship, and the steersman threw his weight on his long oar, but she had turned too late, and her bows cracked through our oar shafts. "Now!" I shouted again. Clapper, in our bows, hurled a grapnel that slammed over her sheer-strake. She crashed against our flank. My men swarmed over her side among oarsmen utterly unprepared for a fight. The enemy boarders, the only men armed for battle, hesitated as the two ships crashed together. They could have attacked my men, who were already killing, but instead their leader shouted to them to jump across onto our ship. He hoped to take my men in the rear, and it was a shrewd enough tactic, but we still had enough men left aboard to thwart them. "Kill them all!" I shouted. One tried to jump onto my platform, and I banged my shield into him, and he disappeared between the ships where his mail took him instantly to the sea's bed. The other Viking boarders had reached the stern rowers' benches, where they hacked and cursed at my men. I was behind and above them on the steering platform. I shouted a challenge as I jumped, and a tall man turned to face me. He had an eagle's wing on his helmet, and his mail was fine, and his arms were bright with rings, and his shield was painted with an eagle. He was a Viking lord, fair-bearded and brown-eyed, and he carried a long-handled axe, its blade already reddened, and he swept it at me, and I parried with the shield, and his axe dropped at the last moment to cut at my ankles, and by the gift of Thor the ship lurched, and the axe lost its force in a rib of the trading ship. He kept my sword lunge away with the shield, as he raised the axe again, and I shield-charged him, throwing him back with my weight. He should have fallen, but he staggered into his own men, and so stayed on his feet. I cut at his ankle, and serpent breath rasped on metal. His boots were protected as mine were by metal strips. The axe hurtled around and thumped onto my shield, and his shield crashed into my sword, and I was hurled back by the double blow. I hit the edge of the steering platform with my shoulder blades, and he charged me again, trying to drive me down. He kicked at my feet, knowing I was unbalanced, and I fell. "Turd!" he snarled, then took one backward step. Behind him his men were dying, but he had time to kill me before he died himself. "I am Olaf Eagleclaw," he told me proudly, "and I will meet you in the corpse hall." "Uhtred of Bebenberg," I said, and I was still on the deck as he lifted his axe high. And Olaf Eagleclaw screamed. I had fallen on purpose. He was heavier than me, and he had me cornered, and I knew he would go on beating at me, and I would be helpless to push him away, and so I had fallen. Sword blades were wasted on his fine mail, but I thrust serpent breath upwards, under the skirt of his mail, up into his unarmoured groin, and I followed her up, ripping the blade into him and through him as the blood drenched the deck between us. He was staring at me, wide-eyed, as the axe fell from his hand. I was standing now, still hauling on serpent breath, and he fell away, twitching, and I yanked her out of his body, and saw his right hand scrabbling for his axe-handle, and I kicked it towards him, and watched his fingers curl around the haft before I killed him. By the time Olaf was dead, his ship was taken away and his crew slaughtered. Finan had led the charge under the Sea Eagle. I knew she was called that, for her name was cut in runic letters on her stempost. "It was no fight," Finan reported, sounding disgusted. "I told you," I said. 5 men crouched, shivering in the Sea Eagle's bilge that was sodden with blood. Finan saw my questioning look. "The Saxons, lord," he explained why the men still lived. The men were fishermen, who told me they lived at a place called Fugelness, a barren island in a waste of marshes and creeks, a place where a few poor folk lived by trapping birds, catching eels and netting fish. They said Olaf had captured them a week before, and forced them to his rowing benches. We stripped the enemy of everything. In time we would divide those spoils. Each man would receive 1 share. Finan would take 3, and I would take 5. I was supposed to yield 1/3 to Alfred, and another third to Bishop Birkenwald, but I rarely gave them the plunder I took in battle. We threw the naked dead into the trading ship, where they made a grisly cargo. A cloud of gulls screamed at us, wanting to come down and peck the corpses. By now the ship that had been coming from the west had reached us. She was a fine fighting ship, her bow crowned with a dragon's head, her stern showing a wolf's head, and her masthead decorated with a raven wind vane. She was one of the warships we had captured in Lundain, and Ralla had christened her Sword of the Lord. Alfred would have approved. She slewed to a stop, and Ralla, her shipmaster, cupped his hands. "Well done!" "We lost 3 men," I called back, and those men we carried aboard Sea Eagle. I would have dropped them into the sea and let them sink to the sea god's embrace, but they were Christians, and their friends wanted them carried back to a Christian graveyard in Lundain. There was a pause while Ralla fixed a line to the stempost of the cargo ship. Then, in consort, we rowed northwards across the estuary of the Thames. The gulls, emboldened now, were plucking at the dead men's eyes. It was close to midday and the tide had gone slack. We rowed slowly, conserving our strength, sliding across the sun-silvered sea, and slowly the estuary's northern shore came into view. Low hills shimmered in the day's heat as we rowed towards Beamfleot. They must have seen us approach, but what did they see? The Sea Eagle, one of their own ships, and with her another Danish ship, both boats proudly decorated with beast heads. They saw a third ship, a tubby cargo ship, and would have assumed Olaf was returning from a successful foray. They would have thought Sword of the Lord a Northman's ship newly come to England. In short, they saw us, but they suspected nothing. Beamfleot lay beneath a hill that sloped steeply down to the creek. One of the fishermen stood beside me and named the places as I pointed at them. The settlement beneath the hill, he confirmed, was Beamfleot, and the creek, he insisted, was a river, the Hothlegger. Beamfleot lay on the Hothlegger's northern bank, while the southern bank was a low, dark, wide, and sullen island. Caninga, the fisherman told me. I memorized the names, as I memorized the land I saw. Caninga was a sodden place, an island of marsh and reeds, wildfowl and mud. The Hothlegger was a tangle of mudbanks through which a channel twisted, and now, as we rounded the eastern tip of Caninga, I could see Siegfried's camp crowning that hill. It was a green hill, and his walls, made of earth and topped with a timber palisade, lay like a brown scar on its domed summit. The slope from his southern wall was precipitous, dropping to where a crowd of ships lay canted on the mud exposed by low tide. The Hothlegger's mouth was guarded by a ship that blocked the channel. She lay athwart the waterway, held against the tides by chains at stem and stern. One chain led to a massive post, sunk on Caninga's shore, while the other was attached to a tree that grew lonely on the smaller island that formed the northern bank of the channel's mouth. The tide had turned. The flood had begun, and the great waters were surging into the estuary, so that our 3 ships were being carried towards the enemy's camp. "Turn!" I shouted to Ralla, and saw the relief on his face. We turned our ships, and Ralla cut the smaller cargo boat loose, and as Siegfried's men watched from their high fort, they would have seen my wolf's head banner unfurled from Sea Eagle's mast, and know who had killed the Sea Eagle's crew. Then we rowed away, pulling hard, and the cargo ship, its hold filled with blood-laced, dull-pecked corpses, rode the tide up the creek to bump against the long ship moored athwart the channel. I was sending a message. The death was coming to Beamfleot, Sea Eagle's crew. Then we rowed away, pulling hard, and the cargo ship, its hold filled with blood-laced, gull-pecked corpses, rode the tide up the creek to bump against the long ship moored athwart the channel. I was sending a message. The death was coming to Beamfleot. Death visited Hrothesista first. Hrothesista was a town close to Lundain on the southern bank of the Thames estuary, in the old kingdom of Kent. The Romans had made a fort there, and now a sizable town had grown in and around the old stronghold. Alfred had ordered the town's defences to be strengthened, which was easily done, for the old earth walls of the Roman fort still stood, and all that had to be added was a deepening of the ditch, the making of an oak palisade. And it was well that the work had been completed, because early that summer a great fleet of Danish ships came from Francia. They found refuge in East Anglia, from where they sailed south, rode the tide up the Thames, and then beached their ships on the river Medway, the tributary on which Hrothesista stood. They had hoped to storm the town, but the new walls and the strong garrison defied them. I had news of their coming before Alfred. I sent a messenger to tell him of the attack, and that same day took Sea Eagle down the Thames and up the Medway to find that I was helpless. At least 60 warships were beached on the river's muddy bank, and 2 others had been chained together and moored athwart the Medway. On shore, I could see the invaders throwing up an earthen embankment, suggesting that they intended to ring Hrothesista with their own wall. The leader of the invaders was a man called Gunkel Rodderson. I rowed away from his ships, and in a brisk southeast wind hoisted Sea Eagle sail and crossed the estuary. I hoped to find Bimfliot deserted, but though it was obvious that many of Siegfried's ships had gone to join Gunkel, 16 vessels remained, and the fort's high walls still bristled with men and spear points. And so we went back to Lundain. I never liked Bishop Erkenwald, but he was loyal to Alfred, and was efficient and conscientious. He did not waste time with small talk, but told me he had issued a writ for raising the local fyrd for the city's defence. Because of Hrothesiste. The king is determined to punish the pagans, Erkenwald said, but while he is doing God's work at Hrothesiste, there is a chance that other pagans will attack Lundain. We will prevent any such attack succeeding. No pagans did attack Lundain, but I sat in the city while the events at Hrothesiste unfolded, and strangely, those events have become famous. Alfred was to gain many victories over his enemies, and Hrothesiste was undoubtedly one of them, but it was not the great triumph that men now believe it to have been. It was, of course, a victory, but it should have been a great victory. There was a chance to destroy a whole fleet of Vikings, and to turn the Medway dark with their blood, but the chance was lost. Alfred trusted the defences at Hrothesiste to hold the invaders in place, and those walls and the garrison did their job while he assembled an army of horsemen. He had the troops of his own royal household, and to that he added the household warriors of every earldom between Wintansiste and Hrothesiste, and they all rode eastwards, the army getting larger as they travelled, and they gathered at the Maidestana, just south of the old Roman fort that was now the town of Hrothesiste. Alfred had moved fast and well. The town had defeated 2 Danish attacks, and now Gunkel's men found themselves threatened by over 1,000 of Wessex's finest warriors. Gunkel, knowing he had lost his gamble, sent an envoy to Alfred, who agreed to talk. What Alfred was waiting for was the arrival of Ethelred's ships at the mouth of the Medway, for then Gunkel would be trapped, and so Alfred talked, and still the ships did not come. And when Gunkel realized that the talking was a ruse and that Alfred planned to fight, he ran away. The invaders left their campfires burning bright to suggest they were still on land, then boarded their ships and rode the ebb tide to the Thames. And so the siege of Hrothesiste ended, and it was a great victory and that a Viking army had been ignominiously expelled from Wessex. But Gunkel lived, and the ships that had come from Bimfliot returned there, and some other ships went with them, so that Siegfried's camp was strengthened. And while all this happened, Ethelred was still in Lundain. He complained that the ale on his ships was sour. He told Bishop Erkenwald that his men could not fight if their bellies were churning and their bowels spewing, and so he insisted that the barrels were refilled with freshly brewed ale. That took 2 days, and on the next he insisted on giving judgment in court, a job that properly belonged to Erkenwald. It was long after Gunkel had fled from Hrothesiste that Ethelred at last sailed. His fleet of 15 warships, the most powerful fleet Wessex had ever assembled, slid downriver on the ebb tide, propelled by an angry message that was delivered to Ethelred by Steapa. Steapa stayed that night at our house. "The king is unhappy," he told me over supper. "I've never seen him so angry." Gisela was fascinated by the sight of Steapa eating. He was using one hand to hold pork ribs that he flensed with his teeth, while the other fed bread into a spare corner of his mouth. "Very angry," he said, pausing to drink ale. "The stour," he added mysteriously, picking up a new slab of ribs. "The stour. Gunkel made a camp there, and Alfred thinks he's probably gone back to it." The Stour was a river in East Anglia. I'd been there once, and remembered a wide mouth protected from easterly gales by a long spit of sandy land. "He's safe there," I said. "Safe?" Steapa asked. "Guthrum's territory." Steapa pulled a scrap of meat from between his teeth. "Guthrum sheltered him there. Alfred doesn't like it. Thinks Guthrum has to be smacked." "Alfred's going to war with East Anglia?" Gisela asked, surprised. "No, lady. Just smacking him," Steapa said, crunching his jaws on some crackling. I reckoned he had eaten half a pig and showed no signs of slowing down. "Guthrum doesn't want war, lady, but he has to be taught not to shelter pagans. So he's sending the Lord Ethelred to attack Gunkel's camp on the Stour, and while he's at it, to steal some of Guthrum's cattle. Just smack him." Steapa gave me a solemn look. "Pity you can't come." "It is," I agreed. I was jealous. Alfred was offering Ethelred a chance to redeem himself for his failure to trap Gunkel's ships in the Medway, and I had been ordered to stay in Lundain. I watched the great fleet leave Lundain. It was impressive. The largest of the warships captured when we took Lundain had 30 oars a side, and there were 6 of those, while the smallest had banks of 20. Aethelred was leading almost 1,000 men on his raid, and he sailed in one of the large ships that once carried a great raven's head, scorched black on her stem. But that beaked image was gone, and now the ship was named Rodbora, which meant Carrier of the Cross, and her stem post was decorated with a massive cross, and she sailed with warriors aboard, and with priests, and of course with Aethelflaed, for Aethelred would go nowhere without her. I went to sea as often as I could. We took Sea Eagle and Sword of the Lord down the river on the ebb tide, and came back with the flood. We hunted ships from Beamfleot, but Siegfried's men had learned their lesson, and they never left their creek with fewer than 3 ships in company. Yet though those groups of ships hunted prey, trade was at last reaching Lundain, for the merchants had learned to sail in large convoys, so Siegfried's pickings were scanty. But so were mine. I waited 2 weeks for news of my cousin's expedition, and learned its fate on a day when I made my usual excursion down the Thames, and discovered over half of Siegfried's ships had left the Hoflega. 3 days before, there had been 36 masts in the creek, and now there were 14. I knew the missing ships had not gone upriver towards Lundain, and that left 2 choices, East Anglia or Kent. We turned and hoisted our sails under the hot, bright sun, and used a small northeast wind to carry us south across the estuary. I was looking for a great smear of smoke that would tell me a raiding party had landed to plunder and burn some town. But the sky over Kent was clear. We dropped the sail and rowed east towards the Medway's mouth, and still saw no smoke. And then Finan, sharp-eyed, saw the ships. "Warships," Finan said. I peered eastwards. I could see the dark flecks of 6 hulls that flickered in the heat haze. "Are they moving?" I asked. "No, lord." "Why anchor there?" I wondered. The ships were on the far side of the Medway, just off the point called Sheerness, which was a strange place to anchor, for the current swirled strong off the low point. "I think they're grounded, lord," Finan said. Grounded boats meant men had gone ashore to find plunder. "But there's nothing left to steal on Sharpega," I said, puzzled. Sheerness lay at the western end of Sharpega Island, and Sharpega had been harried and harrowed by Viking raids. "We'll go closer," I said. I saw Finan was right as we crossed the Medway's wide mouth. The 6 were warships, longer and leaner than any cargo-carrying vessel, and all 6 had been beached. A trickle of smoke drifted south and west, suggesting the crews had lit a fire ashore. I called Clapper to the steering oar. "Take us straight towards the ships," I ordered him, then went forward to join Finan in the prow. "They look like Danes," the Irishman greeted me. "We can't fight 6 crews," I said. Finan scratched his groin. "They're making a camp there, you think?" "No," I said, because for once my eyes had proved sharper than the Irishman's. "No, they're not making a camp." I touched my amulet. Finan saw the gesture and heard the anger in my voice. "What?" "The ship on the left," I said, pointing. "That's Rodbora." Finan's mouth opened, but he said nothing. He just stared. 6 ships. Just 6 ships, and 15 had left Lundain. "Sweet Jesus Christ," Finan finally spoke. He made the sign of the cross. 9 ships gone, I said grimly. "God, no." We were close now. "That's Steapa," I said, seeing the huge figure. A moment later, Sea Eagle's bow slid soft onto the sandy mud. I dropped over the side into water that came to my waist and waded ashore. I reckon there were at least 400 men on the beach, far too many for just 6 ships, and many of those men were wounded. They lay with blood-soaked bandages and pale faces. Priests knelt among them, while at the top of the beach, where pale grass topped the low dunes, I could see that crude driftwood crosses had been driven into newly dug graves. Steapa waited for me, his face grimmer than ever. "What happened?" "Ask him," Steapa said, sounding bitter. He jerked his head along the beach, and I saw Aethelred sitting close to the fire on which a cooking pot bubbled gently. His usual entourage was with him, including Aldhelm, who watched me with a resentful face. None of them spoke as I walked towards them. I stopped beside the fire. "Where are the other 9 ships?" I asked. Aethelred's face jerked up, as though he were surprised to see me. He smiled. "Good news! We have won," he said expansively. "A great victory." "A magnificent victory," Aldhelm interjected. I saw that Aethelred's smile was forced. His next words were halting, as if it took a great effort to string them together. Gunkel, he said, has been taught the power of our swords. We burned their ships, Aldhelm boasted. And made great slaughter, Ethelred said, and I saw that his eyes were glistening. I looked up and down the beach where the wounded lay and where the uninjured sat with bowed heads. You left with 15 ships, I said. We burned their ships, Ethelred said, and I thought he was going to cry. Where are the other 9 ships? I demanded. We stopped here, Aldhelm said, because we could not row against the falling tide. I was still searching the beach, and what I sought I could not find. I looked back at Ethelred, and I feared to ask the next question. Where is your wife? Silence. Where, I spoke louder, is Aethelflaed? A gull sounded its harsh, forlorn cry. She is taken, Ethelred said at last, in a voice so small that I could barely hear him. I did not believe what I had heard. But all around me was evidence that Aethelred's magnificent victory had really been a catastrophic defeat. Who has her? Siegfried, Aldhelm muttered, which explained where the ships from Beamfljord had gone. And Aethelflaed, sweet Aethelflaed, to whom I had made an oath, was a captive. Our 8 ships rode the flooding tide back up to Lundane. It was a summer's evening, limpid and calm, in which the sun seemed to linger like a giant red globe, suspended in the smoke that clouded above the city. Steapa travelled with me in the Sea Eagle, and told me what had happened in the River Stour. It had indeed been a magnificent victory. Aethelred's fleet had surprised the Vikings as they made their encampment on the river's southern bank. We came at dawn, Steapa said. You stayed all night at sea? Lord Aethelred ordered it, Steapa said. Brave, I commented. It was a calm night, Steapa said dismissively, and at first light we found their ships, 16 ships. Beached? I asked. Anchored, he said. That meant the ships could not be defended, because their crews had been mostly ashore where they were throwing up earth walls to make a camp. Aethelred's fleet had made short work of the few men aboard the enemy vessels. Then the ships were towed to the northern bank and beached. He was going to keep them there, Steapa explained, till he was finished, then bring them back. Finished? I asked. He wanted to kill pagans before we left, Steapa said, and explained how Aethelred's fleet had marauded up the Stour and its adjacent river, the Arwan, landing men along the banks to burn Danish halls, slaughter Danish cattle, and when they could, to kill Danes. The Saxon raiders had caused panic. Folk had fled inland, but Gunkel, left shipless in his encampment at the mouth of the Stour, had not panicked. You didn't attack the camp? I asked Steapa. Lord Aethelred said it was too well protected. So we attacked farms instead, Steapa went on. And while Aethelred's men raided the Danish settlements, Gunkel had sent messengers southwards to the other rivers of the East Anglian coast. There, on those riverbanks, were other Viking encampments. Gunkel was summoning reinforcements. I told Lord Aethelred to leave, Steapa said gloomily. I told him on the second day. I said we'd stayed long enough. He wouldn't listen to you? He called me a fool, Steapa said with a shrug. And while Aethelred stayed in the Stour to enrich himself, the sea-wolves gathered from Beamfljord, from the Calaun, the Whelf, and the Pant. Then, on a grey morning, under a summer rainstorm that blew in from the sea, and on a flooding tide, 38 ships came from the ocean to enter the Stour. It was a Sunday, Steapa said, and the Lord Aethelred insisted we listen to a sermon. Alfred will be pleased to hear that, I said sarcastically. It was on the beach, Steapa said, where the Danish boats were grounded. Why there? Because the priests wanted to drive the evil spirits from the boats, he said. And he told me how the beast heads from the captured ships had been stacked in a great pile on the sand. Then, to loud prayers from the priests, the heap had been set alight. Dragons and eagles, ravens and wolves had burned, their flames leaping high, and the smoke of the great fire blown inland. The priests had prayed, crowing their victory over the pagans, and no one had noticed the dark shapes coming through the seaward's drizzle. I can only imagine the fear, the flight and the slaughter. Other Danish boats were attacking the Saxon fleet, but Rodbora had held them off. I'd left men aboard, Steapa said. Why? Don't know, he said bleakly. I just had a feeling. I know that feeling, I said, and it was a feeling that should never be ignored. Alfred came, and I was summoned to the palace. I greeted Steapa in the outer courtyard, where a steward collected our swords. The priests had come in force, a flock of cawing crows, but among them were the friendly faces of Father Peerlig, Father Bioka, and, to my surprise, Father Willibald. He had been my tutor once, a good man, kind and dutiful. Willibald, all bounce and cheerfulness, scurried across the courtyard to embrace me. "You're taller than ever, Lord," he said. "And how are you, Father?" "The Lord sees fit to bless me," he said happily. "I minister to souls in Exanceaster these days." "It's good to see you, Father. So what brings you to Lundane?" "The king, God bless him, wanted the company of old friends," Willibald said, then shook his head. "He is in a bad way, Uhtred, a bad way. Do not, I pray you, say anything to upset him. He needs prayers." "He needs a new son-in-law," I said sourly, and followed Willibald into the pillared hall, where thanes, priests, and ealdormen gathered. They had travelled from all across Wessex, while others had come from southern Mercia, all summoned to Lundane so that whatever Alfred decided would have the support of both kingdoms. Aethelred was already inside, slumped in a chair below the dais where Alfred would preside. Men avoided Aethelred, all except Aldhelm, who crouched and whispered in his ear. Alfred arrived, accompanied by Erkenwald and Brother Asa. I had never seen the king look so haggard. His face had deep lines and a wan, almost hopeless look. His hair was thinning, and for the first time I saw him as an old man. He was 36 years old that year. He took his chair on the dais, waved a hand to show that men might be seated, but said nothing. It was left to Bishop Erkenwald to say a brief prayer, then asked for any man who had a suggestion to speak up. They talked, and they talked, and then they talked some more. The mystery that gripped them was why no message had come from the camp at Beamfleot. A spy had reported to Alfred that his daughter lived, even that she was being treated with respect, but no messenger had come from Siegfried. "He wants us to be the supplicant," Bishop Erkenwald suggested, and no one had a better idea. It was pointed out that Aethelflaed was being held prisoner on territory that belonged to King Aethelstan of East Anglia, and surely that Christianized Dane would help. Bishop Erkenwald said a delegation had already travelled to meet the king. "Guthrum won't fight," I said, making my first contribution. "King Aethelstan," Bishop Erkenwald said, stressing Guthrum's Christian name, "is proving a constant ally. He will, I am sure, offer us succour." "He won't fight," I said again. Alfred waved a weary hand towards me, indicating he wanted to hear what I had to say. "Guthrum is old," I said, "and he doesn't want war. Nor can he take on the men near Beamfleot. They get stronger every day. If Guthrum fights them, then he might well lose, and if he loses, then Siegfried will be king in East Anglia." No one liked that thought, but nor could they argue with it. Siegfried, despite the wound that Osferth had given him, was becoming ever more powerful, and already had enough followers to challenge Guthrum's forces. "I would not want King Aethelstan to fight," Alfred said unhappily, "for any war will risk my daughter's life. We must, instead, contemplate the necessity of a ransom." There was silence, as the men in the room imagined the vast sum that would be needed. All, I am sure, were wondering where they could hide their wealth before Alfred's tax collectors came to visit. Bishop Erkenwald broke the silence by observing with regret that the church was impoverished, or else he would have been happy to contribute. "What small sums we have," he said, "are dedicated to the work of God." "And the Lady Aethelflaed is now a Mercian," a thane from Miltonskir growled, "so the Mercians must carry the greater burden." "She is my daughter," Alfred said quietly, "and I will, of course, contribute all I can afford." "But how much will we need?" Father Peerlig inquired energetically. "We need to know that first, Lord King, and that means someone must travel to meet the pagans. If they will not talk to us, then we must talk to them, as the good bishop says." And here Peerlig bowed gravely in Erkenwald's direction. "They want us to be the supplicants." "They wish to humiliate us," a man growled. "They do indeed," Father Peerlig agreed, "so we must send a delegation to suffer that humiliation." "You would go to Beamfleot?" Alfred asked Peerlig hopefully. The Welshman shook his head. "Lord King," he said, "those pagans have cause to hate me. I am not the man to send. The Lord Uhtred, though," Peerlig indicated me, "did Eric Thorgelson a favour." "What favour?" Brother Asa demanded quickly. "I warned him about the treachery of Welsh monks," I said, and there was a rustle of laughter as Alfred shot me a disapproving look. I let him take his own ship from Lundain, I explained.
Will Siegfried talk to you, Lord Uhtred? Alfred asked.
The Earl Siegfried hates me, Lord King.
But will he talk to you? Alfred insisted.
Either that, or kill me, I said. 100 of us rode. Only 3 of us would go to Siegfried's camp, but 3 men could not ride through the countryside between Lundain and Beamfleot unprotected. This was frontier land, the wild flat land of East Anglia's border, and we rode in mail, with shields and weapons. It would have been faster to go by ship, but I persuaded Alfred that there was an advantage in taking horses. I've seen Beamfleot from the sea, I told him the previous evening, and it's impregnable. A steep hill and a fort on its summit. I haven't seen that fort from inland, Lord, and I need to. If it comes to a fight, we might have to attack from the landward side. The king had looked at me wearily.
You want there to be a fight? He had asked. The Lady Aethelflaed will die if there's a fight, Asa had said.
I want to return your daughter to you, I said to Alfred, ignoring the Welsh monk. But only a fool, Lord, would assume we will not have to fight them before the summer is over. Siegfried is becoming too powerful. If we let his power grow, we will have an enemy that can threaten all Wessex. We have to break him before he becomes too strong.
No fighting now, Alfred had insisted. Go there by land if you must, speak to them, and bring me news quickly.
He had insisted on sending a priest, but to my relief it was Father Willibald who was chosen.
I'm an old friend of the Lady Aethelflaed, Willibald explained as we rode from Lundain. She's always been fond of me, and I of her.
Finan and my household warriors were with me, as were 50 of Alfred's picked men who were commanded by Steapa. We carried no banners. Instead, Sihtric held a leafy alder branch as a signal that we came seeking a truce. It was an awful country to the east of Lundain, a flat and desolate place of creeks, ditches, reeds, bog grass, and wildfowl. To our right, where sometimes the Thames was visible as a grey sheet, the marshland looked dark even under the summer sun. The track, it was hardly a road, followed slightly higher ground at the edge of the marsh, and led across small, thorn-hedged fields that were heavy with clay. The few trees were stunted and wind-bent. The further east we went, the more houses we saw, and gradually those buildings became larger. At midday, we stopped at a hall to water and rest the horses. The hall had a palisade, and a servant came cautiously from the gate to ask our business. "Where are we?" I demanded.
"Walker's Dun, Lord," he answered. He spoke English.
I laughed grimly at that, for Dun meant hill, and there was no hill that I could see, though the hall did stand on a very slight mound. "Is Walker here?" I asked.
"His grandson owns the land now, Lord. He is not here."
"So this grandson," I asked, "to whom does he owe oath duty?"
"He serves Håkon, Lord."
"And Håkon?" I asked, noting that a Saxon owned the hall but had sworn an oath to a Dane.
"Is sworn to King Aethelstan, Lord."
"To Guthrum?"
"Yes, Lord."
"Has Guthrum summoned men?"
"No, Lord," the servant said.
"And if Guthrum did," I asked, "would Håkon and your master obey?" The servant looked cautious.
"They have gone to Beamfleot," he said,
and that was a truly interesting answer. Håkon, the servant told me, held a wide swathe of this land, which he had been granted by Guthrum, but Håkon was now torn between his oath-sworn allegiance to Guthrum and his fear of Siegfried. "So Håkon will follow the Earl Siegfried?" I asked.
"I think so, Lord. A summons came from Beamfleot, Lord. I know that much, and my master went there with Håkon."
"Did they take their warriors?"
"Only a few, Lord."
"The warriors weren't summoned?"
"No, Lord."
So Siegfried was not gathering an army yet, but rather assembling the richer men of East Anglia to tell them what was expected of them. He would want their warriors when the time came, and doubtless he was now enticing them with visions of the riches that would be theirs when Aethelflaed's ransom was paid. The servant gave us ale, smoked eel, and hard bread, and when we had eaten, we rode on as the sun slid into the west to shine on a great line of hills that rose abruptly out of the flat country. The sun-facing slopes were steep, so the hills looked like a green rampart. Though, at this distance, it was impossible to discern the fort, I felt my spirits sinking. I had no wish to fight my way up those steep slopes. "They'll have seen us," I said to Finan.
"They've been watching us for an hour, Lord," the Irishman said. "I've been watching the glint from their spear points."
It was the beginning of a long summer's evening as we climbed the road that zigzagged its way to the heights. The air was warm and the slanting light was beautiful among the leaves that shrouded the slope. There were just 3 horsemen waiting, all in mail and plumed helmets. As we neared the summit, the 3 men spurred towards us. I held up my hand to stop my troops, and accompanied only by Finan, rode to greet them. "You come at last," one of them called in heavily accented English. "We come in peace," I said in Danish. The man laughed. I could not see his face because his helmet had cheek-pieces, and all I could make out was his bearded mouth and the glint of his shadowed eyes. "You come in peace," he said, "because you daren't come any other way. Or do you want us to disembowel your king's daughter after we've all rutted between her thighs?" "I would speak with the Earl Siegfried," I said, ignoring his provocation. "But does he want to speak with you?" the man asked. He touched a spur to his horse, and the stallion turned prettily, not to any purpose, but merely to show off his rider's skill in horsemanship. "And who are you?" he asked. "Uhtred of Bebbanburg." "I've heard the name," the man allowed. "Then tell it to the Earl Siegfried," I said, "and say I bring him greetings from King Alfred." "I've heard that name too," the man said. He paused, playing with our patience. "You may follow the road," he finally said, pointing to where the track disappeared over the brow of the hill, "and you will come to a great stone. Beside the stone is a hall, and that is where you and all your men will wait. Earl Siegfried will inform you tomorrow if he wishes to speak with you, or whether he desires the amusement of your deaths." He touched the spur to his horse's flank again, and all 3 men rode swiftly away, their hoofbeats loud in the still summer air. The hall, very ancient, was made from oak that had turned almost black over the years, and was surrounded by tall oaks that shielded it from the sun. A single lame servant waited outside the hall, a Saxon. "There is food for you, lord," he said, taking Smoker's reins. There was not just food and ale, there was a feast, and there were Saxon women slaves to prepare the feast and pour the ale, mead and birch wine. There was pork, beef, duck, dried cod and dried haddock, eels, crabs and goose. There was bread, cheese, honey, and butter. Father Willibald feared the food might be poisoned, and watched fearfully as I ate a leg of goose. "There," I said, wiping the grease from my lips onto the back of my hand. "I'm still alive." Willibald made the sign of the cross, then gingerly speared his knife into a piece of duck. "I am told," he said nervously, "that Siegfried hates Christians." "He does, especially priests." "Then why does he feed us so well?" "To show that he despises us," I said. Siegfried sent for us at noon the following day. 6 horsemen rode into the clearing about the hall. They stopped and counted heads, making sure I had not sent a scouting party to explore the country. Finally, satisfied, their leader deigned to look at me. I thought he was the same man who had greeted us on the hilltop the previous day. "You alone must come," he said, pointing at me. "3 of us are coming," I said. "You alone?" he insisted. "Then we leave for Lundain now," I said, and turned. "Pack up, saddles, hurry, we're going." The man made no fight of it. "3 then," he said carelessly. "But you do not ride to Earl Siegfried's presence. You walk." I made no fight of that. I knew it was part of Siegfried's purpose to humiliate us, and how better than to make us walk to his camp. Lords rode while common men walked, but Steapa, Father Willibald and I meekly walked behind the 6 horsemen as they followed a track through the trees, and out onto a wide grassy down that overlooked the sun-shimmering Thames. The down was covered by crude shelters, places built by the new crews who had come to support Siegfried in anticipation of the treasure he would soon possess. I was sweating fiercely by the time we climbed the slope to Siegfried's encampment. I could see Caninga now, and the eastern part of the creek, both places I knew from the seaward side, but which I had never seen from this Eagle's Height. I could see, too, that there were now many more ships crammed into the Hoflega. The Vikings roamed the world in search of a weak spot into which they could pour with axe, sword, and spear, and Aethelflaed's capture had revealed just such an opportunity, and so the Northmen gathered. Hundreds of men waited inside the gate. They made a passageway towards the fort's great hall, and the 3 of us had to walk between those twin grim lines of bearded, armed men towards 2 big farm wagons that had been placed together to make a long platform. In the centre of that makeshift stage was a chair, in which Siegfried slouched. He was in his black bear robe despite the heat. His brother Eric stood to one side of the big chair, while Haston, grinning slyly, stood on the other. A row of helmeted guards was behind the trio, while in front of them, hanging from the wagon's beds, were banners of ravens, eagles, and wolves. On the ground in front of Siegfried were the standards captured from Aethelred's fleet, The Lord of Mercia's own great banner of a prancing horse was there, and beside it were flags showing crosses and saints. The standards were soiled, and I guessed the Danes had taken it in turns to piss on the captured flags. There was no sign of Aethelflaed. "Alfred has sent his puppies to yelp at us," Siegfried announced as we reached the fouled banners. I took off my helmet. "Alfred sends you greetings," I said. "You whine like a puppy," Siegfried said. "And he wishes you joy of the Lady Aethelflaed's company," I went on. He scowled in puzzlement. His broad face looked fatter. Indeed, his body looked fatter, because the wound Osferth had given him had taken away the use of his legs, but not his appetite, and so he sat, a cripple, slumped and gross, staring indignantly at me. "Joy of her, puppy?" he growled. "What are you yapping about?" "The King of Wessex," I said loudly, letting the audience hear me, "has other daughters. So what need does he have of Aethelflaed? And what use are daughters anyway? He is a king, and he has sons, Edward and Aethelweard, and sons are a man's glory, while daughters are his burden. So he wishes you joy of her, and sent me to bid her farewell." "The puppy tries to amuse us," Siegfried said scornfully. He did not believe me, of course, but I hoped I had sown a small seed of doubt, just enough to justify the low ransom I was going to offer. I knew, and Siegfried knew, that the final price would be huge, but maybe, if I repeated it often enough, I could persuade him that Alfred did not care deeply about Aethelflaed. "Perhaps I shall take her for my lover," Siegfried suggested. I noticed Eric, beside his brother, shifting uncomfortably. "She will be fortunate in that," I said carelessly. "You lie, puppy," Siegfried said, but there was just the smallest note of uncertainty in his voice. "But the Saxon bitch is pregnant. Perhaps her father will buy her child." "If it's a boy," I said dubiously, "perhaps." "Then you must make an offer," Siegfried said. "Alfred might pay a small sum for a grandchild," I began. "Not to me," Siegfried interrupted me. "You must persuade Wayland of your good faith." "Wayland?" I asked, thinking he meant the blacksmith to the gods. "Wayland the giant," Siegfried said, and smiling, nodded past me. "He's a Dane," Siegfried went on, "and no man has ever out-wrestled Wayland." I turned, and facing me was the biggest man I have ever seen. A huge man, a warrior doubtless, though he wore neither weapons nor mail. He wore leather trews and boots, but above the waist he was naked to reveal muscles like twisted cord under a skin that had been scored and coloured with ink, so that his wide chest and massive arms writhed with black dragons. His forearms were thick with rings. His beard, black as the dragons on his body, was tied with small amulets, while his skull was bald. His face was malevolent, scarred, brutish, though he smiled when I caught his eye. "You must persuade Wayland," Siegfried said, "that you do not lie, puppy, or else I will not talk with you." I had expected something of this sort. Northmen needed amusement. If I were to negotiate, then I must first show my strength, and, as I stared at Wayland, I knew I would fail. But the instinct that had warned me of an ordeal had also persuaded me to bring Steapa, who smiled, his death's head smile. He had not understood anything Siegfried or I had said, but he understood Wayland's stance. "He has to be beaten?" he asked me. "Let me do it," I said. "Not while I live," Steapa answered. He unbuckled his sword belt and gave the weapons to Father Willibald, then hauled the heavy mail coat over his head. The watching men gave a raucous cheer. "You had best hope your man wins, puppy," Siegfried said. "He will," I said, with a confidence I did not feel. "In the spring, puppy," Siegfried growled. "You stopped me from crucifying a priest. I'm still curious, so if your man loses I shall crucify that piece of piss beside you." "What's he saying?" Willibald had seen the malevolent glance Siegfried had shot in his direction. "He says you're not to use your Christian magic to influence the fight," I lied. "I shall pray anyway," Father Willibald said bravely. Wayland stretched, stamped his feet, then settled into a wrestler's stance. I'd been watching him carefully. "He's favouring his right leg," I said quietly to Steapa, which could mean his left leg was wounded once. But Steapa was not listening. His eyes were narrow and furious, his face a taut mask of concentrated anger. He looked like a madman. Remember, I tried again, Wayland the smith was lame. "Start!" Siegfried called.
God and Jesus! Steapa bellowed. Hell and Christ! Howling like an animal, he charged. Wayland charged too, and they met like stags in the rutting season. The watching warriors gave a gasp as those two men-animals crashed together. There was a flurry as they sought holds. Steapa had a handful of Wayland's trews. Wayland was pulling Steapa's hair, and both were using their free hands to flail each other with clenched fists. Steapa tried to bite Wayland. Wayland butted him. Then Steapa reached down in an attempt to crush Wayland's groin, and there was another desperate flurry as Wayland brought a massive knee hard up between Steapa's thighs. "Dear Jesus," Willibald murmured. Wayland broke away from Steapa's grip and punched hard at Steapa's face, and the sound of the fist landing was like the splintering wet noise of a butcher's axe striking meat. There was blood pouring from Steapa's nose now, but he seemed oblivious to it. He traded blows, driving his fists at Wayland's ribs and head, then straightened his fingers and jabbed hard at the Dane's eyes. Wayland managed to avoid the gouging thrust, and landed a knuckle-crunching blow on Steapa's throat, so that the Saxon staggered back, suddenly unable to breathe. "Oh, my God! My God!" Willibald whispered. Wayland followed fast, using his heavy arm rings to clout Steapa's skull. More blood showed. Steapa was reeling, gasping, choking. He dropped to his knees, and the watching crowd gave a great jeer. Wayland drew back a mighty fist, but before the blow was even launched, Steapa threw himself forward and seized the Dane's left ankle. He pulled and twisted, and Wayland went down like a felled oak. Steapa, snarling and bleeding, threw himself on top of his enemy, punching. Wayland managed to turn Steapa so they lay side by side, and then, as if by mutual consent, they rolled away from each other and stood again. There was a pause, as both men drew breath. Then they crashed together a second time. Steapa's face was a pulp of blood. Wayland's bottom lip and left ear were bleeding. One eye was almost closed, and his ribs had taken a pounding. For a moment, the two men grappled, seeking holds, feet shifting, grunting. Then Wayland managed to grasp Steapa's trews and threw him so the big Saxon turned on the Dane's left hip and thumped down to the turf. Wayland raised his foot to stamp Steapa's groin, and Steapa seized the foot and twisted. Wayland yelped. It was an odd, small sound from such a big man, and the damage being done to him seemed trivial after the hammering he had already taken. But Steapa had remembered that Wayland the smith had been lamed by Nidung, and his twisting of the Dane's foot was aggravating an ancient injury. Wayland fell again, and Steapa, breathing thick and spitting blood, crawled towards him and began hitting again. His hammer fists thumped on arms, chest, and head. Wayland responded by trying to gouge out Steapa's eyes, but the Saxon snapped at the groping hand with his teeth, and I distinctly heard the crunch as he bit off Wayland's small finger. Wayland twitched away. Steapa spat the finger out and dropped his huge hands onto the Dane's neck. He started to squeeze, and Wayland, choking, began to jerk and flap like a banked trout. "Enough!" Eric called. No one moved. Wayland's eyes were widening, while Steapa, blood-blinded and teeth-bared, was grunting as he throttled the Dane. "Enough!" Siegfried roared. I could hear Steapa growling, and knew he would never stop until Wayland was dead, and so I pushed past the spears of Siegfried's bodyguard that held the spectators back. "Stop!" I shouted at Steapa, and when he ignored me, I drew Wasp Sting and slapped the flat of her blade hard across his bloodied skull. "Stop!" He snarled, and I thought for an instant he was going to attack me. But then sense came to his half-closed eyes, and he let go of Wayland's neck and got to his feet. He braced himself on spread legs and punched both arms into the summer air. "I won!" he shouted. I turned to Siegfried. "The Saxon won, and the priest lives." "The priest lives." It was Eric who answered. Haston was grinning. Siegfried looked amused, and Wayland was making a grating noise as he tried to breathe. "Then make your offer," Siegfried said to me, "for Alfred's bitch." And the haggling could begin. 4 men carried Siegfried's chair to his hall, and Haston, smiling slyly, said, "So you discovered Bjorn was an illusion?" "A good one," I acknowledged grudgingly. "He's dead now," Haston said. "He caught a fever, and now he can't come from his grave any more, the bastard." Haston wore a heavy gold chain now, a rope of thick links. His eyes were friendly enough, but behind them was a snake. "You know this royal Saxon bitch is going to cost you a lot of silver." If Alfred decides he wants her back, I said airily, I suppose he might pay something. Haston laughed. And if he doesn't, we'll strip her naked, and strap her to a frame with her legs open, and let everyone in Britain and Francia come and see the King of Wessex's daughter. You want that for her, Lord Uhtred? You want me for an enemy, Earl Haston? I asked. I think we're enemies already, Haston said, for once allowing the truth to show. Folk will pay good silver to see the daughter of the King of Wessex, don't you think? And men will pay gold to enjoy her. He laughed. I think Alfred will want to prevent that. He was right, of course, though I dared not acknowledge it. Has she been harmed? I asked. Eric won't let us near her, Haston said, evidently amused. I found Steapa surrounded by Saxon women slaves, who were using a lanolin salve on his cuts and bruises. He did not need me, so I followed Haston into Siegfried's hall. A ring of stools and benches had been placed around the hall's central hearth. Willibald and I were given two of the lowest stools, while Siegfried glared at us from his chair on the far side of the empty hearth. Haston and Eric took their places on either side of the cripple. Then other men, all of them with lavish arm rings, filled the circle. These, I knew, were the more important Northmen, the ones who had brought 2 or more ships, and the men who, if Siegfried succeeded in conquering Wessex, would be rewarded with rich grants of land. Their followers crowded at the hall's edges, where women distributed Horn's Vale. "Make your offer," Siegfried commanded me abruptly. "She is a daughter, not a son," I said. "Sir Alfred is not minded to pay a great sum. 300 pounds of silver would seem adequate." Siegfried stared at me for a long while, then stared around the hall. "Did I hear a Saxon fart?" he demanded, and was rewarded with laughter. He sniffed ostentatiously, then wrinkled his nose, while the spectators erupted into a chorus of farting noises. Then Siegfried slammed a huge fist onto the arm of his chair, and the hall went immediately silent. "You insult me," he said, and I saw the anger in his eyes. "If Alfred is minded to offer so little, then I am minded to bring the girl here now and make you watch while we tup her. Is that what you want, you Saxon fart? You want to see her raped?" The anger, I thought, had been feigned, but I had noticed a flicker of disgust on Eric's face when Siegfried suggested rape, and that disgust had been aimed at his brother, not at me. "We want 10,000 pounds of silver and 5,000 pounds of gold," Siegfried raged on, "to be brought here by Alfred himself." That was a long, long day, lubricated by ale, mead, and birch wine, and punctuated by threats, anger, and insults. I drank little, but Siegfried and his captains drank heavily, and that is perhaps why they yielded more than I expected. The truth is they wanted a boatload of silver and gold, so they could begin their conquest of Wessex. I had made a rough estimate of the numbers in that high fort, and reckoned Siegfried could assemble an army of 3,000 men, and that was nowhere near sufficient to invade Wessex. But if he could raise 8,000 warriors, then he would win. With such an army, he could conquer Wessex, and to get those extra warriors he needed silver, and if he did not receive the ransom, then even the men he now possessed would quickly melt away in search of other lords who could give them silver. By mid-afternoon, they had settled for 3,000 pounds of silver and 500 pounds of gold. They still insisted Alfred deliver the money in person, but I resolutely refused that demand. Then Haston intervened. "What about the bitch's husband?" he asked. "Doesn't he call himself the Lord of Mercia?" Haston mocked the title with laughter. "So let the Lord of Mercia bring the money." "And let him beg me for his wife," Siegfried added, "on his knees." "Agreed," I said, surprising them. Siegfried frowned, suspecting I'd given in much too easily. "Agreed?" he asked, not sure he had heard me correctly. "Agreed," I said again. "The Lord of Mercia will deliver the ransom and go on his knees to you." Siegfried was still suspicious. "The Lord of Mercia is my cousin," I explained, "and I hate the little bastard." And at that, even Siegfried laughed. "The money is to be here before the full moon," he said. I explained that he could not expect that to happen. Such a vast sum would take time to collect. Siegfried growled at that, but I assured him Alfred was a man who kept his word, and by the next full moon, payment will be brought to Beamfleot. "And I wish to see the Lady Aethelflaed now," I said, making my last demand. Siegfried waved a careless hand. "Eric will take you." Eric had hardly spoken all day. Like me, he had stayed sober, and had sat, serious and withdrawn, his eyes watchful. Siegfried smiled suddenly, showing some of the charm I had felt when I first met him in Lundane. "Tonight we shall celebrate our agreement with a feast," he went on. "Now go with my brother." Eric led Father Willibald and me towards a smaller hall that lay close to the seawards rampart and was guarded by a dozen men. Eric turned on me with a frown. "Did you mean what you said?" he demanded angrily, "about King Alfred not wanting to pay much for the Lady Aethelflaed? Or were you just bargaining?" It struck me as a strange question, because Eric was surely clever enough to have seen through that feeble attempt to lower Aethelflaed's value, but there was real passion in his voice. Besides, nothing I said now could change the arrangements I had made with Siegfried. We had sworn on a hammer amulet. "Of course I was bargaining," I said. "Aethelflaed is very dear to her father. He's suffering because of this." "I thought you had to be bargaining," Eric said, sounding wistful. He turned and stared across the wide estuary of the Thames. A dragon ship was sliding on the flooding tide towards the creek, her oar blades reflecting the settling sun with every lazy stroke. "How much would the king have paid for his daughter?" he asked. "Whatever was necessary," I said. "Truly?" He sounded eager now. "He set no limit?" "He told me," I answered truthfully, "to pay whatever was necessary to take Aethelflaed home." "To her husband," he said flatly. "Who should die." And Eric shuddered uncontrollably, something that told me he had a touch of his brother's anger in his soul. "He hits her." "Yes," I said, and I could see him struggling to control that sudden burst of anger. "This way." He walked on. The hall's guards, I noticed, were all older men, and I guess they were trusted not just to guard Aethelflaed, but not to molest her either. "She has not been harmed," Eric said, perhaps reading my thoughts. "She has 3 of her own maids, and I gave her 2 Danish girls, both nice girls, and these guards." "Men you trust," I said. "My men," he said warmly. He held out a hand to check me. "I'll bring her out to meet you. She likes being in the open air." I waited, looking at the fort's walls. The ramparts were a thick bank of earth, topped by a palisade of stout oak logs. It was a good camp, not impregnable, but its capture would be unimaginably expensive in men's lives. "She lives," Father Willibald breathed, and I looked to see Aethelflaed ducking under a leather curtain. Though her pregnancy had begun to show, she still looked lissom and younger than ever. She saw me, and a smile came to her face. Father Willibald started towards her, but something in Aethelflaed's demeanour made me hold him back. I had half expected Aethelflaed to run to me in relief, but instead she hesitated by the door, and the smile she had offered me was merely dutiful. She was pleased to see me, but there was a wariness in her eyes until she turned to watch Eric follow her through the curtain. He gestured that she could greet me, and only then, when she received his encouragement, did she come towards me. And now her face was radiant. And I remember her face on the day she had been married in her father's new church in Wintoncester. She looked the same today as she had then. She looked happy. She glowed. She walked as lightly as a dancer, and she smiled so beautifully, and I recalled how I had thought in that church that she had been in love with love, and that, I suddenly realized, was the difference between that day and this, because the radiant smile was not for me. She looked behind once more and caught Eric's eye, and I just stared. I should have known, for it was as plain as new shed blood on virgin snow. Aethelflaed and Eric were in love. I saw it in her face. I saw in her radiance all her sudden love and all the unhappiness that was to come, and all the tears and all the heartbreak. She was on a voyage of love, but it was sailing into a storm so bleak and dark that my own heart almost broke for her. "Lord Uhtred," she said. "My lady?" I bowed to her, and then we said nothing. Willibald chattered, but I do not think either of us heard him. I looked at her, and she smiled at me, and the sun shone on that springy high turf beneath the singing skylarks, but all I could hear was thunder wrecking the sky, and fury and despair. Aethelflaed was in love. "Your father sends his affection," I said, finding my voice. "Poor father," she said. "Is he angry with me?" "He shows no anger to anybody," I said, "but he should be furious with your husband." "Yes," she agreed calmly. "He should." "And I'm here to arrange your release," I told her, ignoring my certainty that release was the very last thing she now desired. "And you will be pleased to know, my lady, that all is agreed and he will be home soon." She showed no pleasure at that news. Father Willibald, blind to her true feelings, beamed at her, and Aethelflaed rewarded him with a wry smile. "I am here to give you the sacraments," Willibald said. "I would like that," Aethelflaed answered gravely, then looked up at me, and for an instant there was despair on her face. "Will you wait for me out here?" she asked, "and dear Father Willibald can pray with me inside." "Of course," I said. She smiled her thanks, and led Willibald back to the hall while I went to the ramparts, so I could lean on the sun-warmed palisade and stare down into the creek so far below. The dragon ship was rowing into the channel, and I watched as men unchained the moored guardship that blocked the Hothlegger. The blocking ship was tethered at bow and stern by heavy chains, connected to massive posts sunk into the muddy banks, and the crew slipped the ship's stern chain and then paid it out with a long rope. The chain sank to the creek bed as the ship swung on her bow chain to open like a gate on the incoming tide. There were at least 40 men on that blocking ship, and they were not just there to haul on lines and chains. The flanks of the ship had been built up with extra strakes, all of heavy timber, so that her sheer line was well above the height of any vessel that might attack her. To assault that blocking ship would be like tackling the palisade of a fortress. The dragon ship glided up the Hothlegger, passing the boats hauled high on the muddy creek bank, where men were caulking the planks with hair and tar. Smoke from the fires under the tar pots drifted up the slope. 64 ships, Eric said. He had climbed up beside me. "I know," I said. "I counted them." "And by next week," Eric said, "we will have 100 crews here." "And you'll run out of food with so many mouths to feed." "There's plenty of food here," Eric said dismissively. "We have fish and eel traps, we net wildfowl and eat well, and the prospect of silver and gold buys a lot of wheat, barley, oats, meat, fish and ale." "It will buy men, too," I said, "and thus Alfred of Wessex pays for his own destruction." "So it would seem," Eric said quietly. If 8,000 Northmen appeared in Wessex, then the battle, I thought, would be horrendous. It would be a bloodletting even greater than Ethandun, and at its end there would most likely be a new king in Wessex. "Tell me about Uhtred," Eric asked abruptly. "Uhtred?" I was surprised by the question. Uhtred was Gisela's brother and king of Northumbria. "He's a Christian, isn't he?" Eric asked. "He claims to be a Christian, but I doubt he's given up his worship of the true gods." "You like him?" Eric asked anxiously. "Everyone likes Uhtred," I said, and that was true, yet it constantly astonished me that a man so affable and indecisive had held on to his throne for so long. Mainly, I knew, that was because my brother-in-law had the support of Ragnar, my sole brother, and no man would want to fight Ragnar's wild forces. "I was thinking," Eric said, and then fell silent, and in his silence I suddenly understood what he was dreaming. "You were thinking," I told him the brutal truth, "that you and Aethelflaed can take your brother's ship and go to Northumbria and live under Guthred's protection." Eric stared at me as though I were a magician. "She told you?" he asked. "Your faces told me," I said. "Guthred would protect us," Eric said. "How?" I asked. "You think he'll summon his army if your brother comes after you?" "My brother?" Eric asked, as if Siegfried would forgive him anything. "Your brother," I said harshly, "was expecting a payment of 3,000 pounds of silver and 500 pounds of gold, and if you take Aethelflaed away, then he loses that money. You think he won't want her back?" "Your friend Ragnar," Eric suggested hesitantly. "You want Ragnar to fight for you?" I asked. "Why should he?" "Because you ask him to," Eric said firmly. "Aethelflaed says you love each other like brothers." "We do." "Then ask him," he demanded. I sighed, and stared southwards to where great clouds piled over Kent, their tops silver-white and their bases dark above the distant green land, and I thought how love wrenches our lives and drives us to such sweet insanity. "Aethelflaed is married," I said gently. "To a vicious bastard," Eric said angrily. "And her father," I went on, "regards marriage as sacred." "Alfred won't fetch her back from Northumbria," Eric said confidently. "No West Saxon army could reach that far." "He will send priests to gnaw her conscience, though," I said. "And how do you know he won't send men to fetch her? It doesn't have to be an army. One crew of determined men might be enough." "All I ask," Eric said, "is a chance.
A hall in some valley, fields to till, beasts to raise, a place to be at peace. I said nothing for a while. Eric, I thought, was building a ship in his dreams, a beautiful ship, but it was all a dream. Aethelflaed, I finally said, is a prize. She is a king's daughter, and her marriage portion was land. She's rich, she's beautiful, she's valuable. Any man who wants to be rich will know where she is. Any scavenger wanting a fast ransom will know where to find her. You will never have peace. Every night when you bar your door you will fear the enemies in the dark, and every day you will look for enemies. There will be no peace for you. None. Dunholm, he said flatly. I half smiled. I know the place. Then you know it is a fortress that cannot be captured, Eric said stubbornly. I captured it, I said. And no one else will do what you did, Eric said. Not till the world falls. We can live in Dunholm. Ragnar holds Dunholm. Then I will swear oath to him, Eric said fervently. I will become his man. I will swear my life to him. I thought about that, testing Eric's wild dream against the harsh realities of this life. Ragnar, I knew, would be amused by Eric and Aethelflaed, and so I felt myself being seduced by Eric's passion. Maybe his dream was not as crazy as I thought. But how, I asked, do you take Aethelflaed from here without your brother knowing? With your help, he said. And with that answer, I could hear the 3 Norns laughing. A horn blew in the camp, a summons, I supposed, to the feast that Siegfried had promised. I am sworn to Alfred, I said flatly. I don't ask you to break that oath, Eric said. You do, I said sharply. Alfred gave me a mission to retrieve his daughter. Eric's big fists curled and uncurled on the palisade's top. 3,000 pounds of silver and 500 pounds of gold. Think how many men that will buy. I have thought of it. A crew of seasoned warriors can be purchased for £1 of gold, Eric said. True, and we have enough men now to challenge Wessex. And the gold will bring more men, Eric went on relentlessly, and more ships, and we will lead a horde into Wessex. We will make the army you defeated at Ethandun look small. We shall blacken the land. We shall bring spears and axes and swords to Wessex. We will burn your towns, enslave your children, use your women, take your land and kill your men. Is that what serving Alfred means to you? That is what your brother plans? And to do it, Eric said, ignoring my question, for he knew I already knew its answer, he must sell Aethelflaed back to her father. Yes, I acknowledged. If no ransom was paid, then the men encamped around Beamfliot would vanish like dew on a hot morning. No more ships would come, and Wessex would not be threatened. Your oath, as I understand it, Eric said respectfully, is to serve Alfred of Wessex. Do you serve him, Lord Uhtred, by allowing my brother to become rich enough to destroy him? So love, I thought, had turned Eric against his brother. Love would make him slash a blade through every oath he had ever sworn. Love has power over power itself. Aethelflaed was seated in the place of honour to Siegfried's right, and I was next to her. Eric was on the farther side of Siegfried, with Heston beside him. The Northmen know how to give a good feast. The food was plentiful, the ale was generous, and the entertainment diverting. There were jugglers and stilt-walkers, musicians and acrobats, and lunatics who dissolved the lower tables into gusts of laughter. We should not laugh at the mad, Aethelflaed told me. They get treated well, I said, and it's surely better to be fed and housed than left to the beasts. I was watching a naked madman convulsively search his groin. He kept peering around at the laughing tables, unable to understand the noise. A tangle-haired woman, egged on by raucous shouts, took off her clothes, not knowing why she did it. Aethelflaed stared at the table. There are monasteries that would look after the insane, she said. Not where the Danes rule, I said. 2 dwarfs were dragging the now naked woman to the naked man, and the watching men were collapsing with laughter. Aethelflaed shuddered and stared down at the table. You talk to Eric? She asked. We could talk English safely, for no one could overhear us, or have understood most of what we said. As you meant me to, I observed. Did you make a proper confession? She offered me a very shy grin. She blushed. So will you help us? And what will your father do to me if I help you and his enemy? I asked. I didn't want to like Eric, she said in a very small voice. But you did. There were tears in her eyes. I couldn't help it. I prayed that it wouldn't happen, but the more I prayed, the more I thought about him.
"And so you love him?" I said.
Yes.
"He's a good man," I assured her.
You think so?
She asked eagerly. "I do, truly."
And he's going to become a Christian, she went on enthusiastically. He's promised. He wants to, really.
That did not surprise me. Eric had long shown a fascination with Christianity. "And what of Aethelred?" I asked her.
I hate him, she hissed.
"You will lose your family," I warned her.
Eric and I will make a family, she said firmly.
"And you'll live among the Danes, whom you told me you hate."
You live among the Christians, Lord Uhtred, she said with a flash of her old mischief.
I smiled at that. I stayed sober. That was hard, for I was tempted to match Siegfried horn for horn, and the eastern sky was lightening by the time I left the hall.
Aethelflaed, escorted by sober guards, had left for her bed hours before. Drunken men were sprawled in noisy sleep beneath the benches as I walked out, while Siegfried was slumped on the table. Eric was waiting for me, and we took our old places on the rampart from where I watched the grey light spread across the estuary. I have scraped Wave-Tamer's hull clean, Eric told me, caulked her and made her swift again.
Your crew can be trusted?
They are my oath men. Eric paused. A small wind lifted his dark hair. But they will not fight my brother's men.
They might have to.
They will defend themselves, he said, but not attack. There are kinsmen on both sides. I stretched and yawned.
So your problem, I said, is the ship that blocks the channel?
Which is manned by my brother's men.
Not Heston's.
I would kill his men, he said bitterly. There's no kinship there.
Nor affection either, I noted.
So you want me to destroy the ship? I want you to open the channel, he corrected me.
Why don't you just demand that they get out of your way? I asked. Why would they stop you?
No ships are to sail before the ransom arrives, Eric explained.
And that made some sense,
because what was to stop some enterprising man taking 3 or 4 ships upriver to wait in a reed-shrouded creek for Alfred's treasure fleet to pass? Siegfried had pinned his monstrous ambition on the arrival of the ransom, and he would not risk losing it to some Viking even more scoundrelly than himself, and that thought suggested the person who probably embodied Siegfried's fear.
Heston? I asked Eric. He nodded.
Will you come at dawn 1 week from now?
The moment I attack, I pointed out. Someone blows a horn and wakes the camp.
We'll be afloat, he said, ready to go. No one can reach you from the camp before you're back out at sea.
He looked worried at my doubts.
I'll pay you.
I smiled. Dawn was bleaching the world, colouring the clouds with streaks of pale gold and edges of shining silver. Aethelflaed's happiness is my pay, I said, and 1 week from today, I'll open your channel for you.
And some instinct made me turn, to see that Heston was watching us. He was standing with 2 companions outside the big hall where he was strapping on his swords. There was nothing strange in what Heston did, except my senses prickled. I had a horrid suspicion that he knew what Eric and I talked about. At last, he gave me a low, mocking bow and walked away.
Does Heston know about you and Aethelflaed? I asked Eric.
Of course not.
He just thinks I'm responsible for guarding her.
Sly, untrustworthy Heston, whose ambitions probably outstretched even Siegfried's dreams. I watched him until he went through the doorway of what I assumed was his own hall.
Be careful with Heston, I warned Eric.
He is easily underestimated. He's a weasel, Eric said, dismissing my fears.
1 week from now, I said, as the upper edge of the sun touches the world's rim, be ready.
Eric thought for a heartbeat. It will be low tide, he said. Slack water. We'll be ready. For madness, I thought, or for love, and how the 3 sisters at the world's root must have been laughing.
I spoke little as we rode home. Finan chatted happily, saying how generous Siegfried had been with his ale and female slaves. I half listened until the Irishman finally sensed my mood and fell into a companionable silence. It was not till we were in sight of Lundain that I gestured he should ride ahead with me, leaving my other men out of earshot.
6 days from now, I said. You must have the Sea Eagle ready for a voyage. No one in Lundain is to know we're sailing. We'll need ale and food for 3 days. Clean her hull between tides, and make sure every man is sober and battle-ready. Finan half smiled. There'll be that, so they will. There was moonlight, but the moon was hidden so the cloud edges were silvered, and beneath that vast sky of silver, black, and starlight, a sea-eagle slid down the Thames. Most of the time it was impossible to tell where the water ended and the marshes began, but Rala stood with legs spread and made tiny course corrections with the steering oar's long loom, and never once did an oar blade touch the shelving mud at the river's margins. Occasionally the moon would slither out, and the water would suddenly gleam a glittering silver before us. There were red sparks on the banks that came and went, small fires in the marsh hovels. We were using the last of the ebb to take us downriver. As the river widened into the sea, I kept glancing northwards, waiting to see the glow in the sky that would betray the fires at Beamfleot. "How many pagan ships at Beamfleot?" Rala suddenly asked me. 64 a week ago, I said, but probably 100 or more by now. "And just us, eh?" he asked, amused. "Just us," I agreed. All across the Northmen's world, the news was spreading that the kingdom of Wessex was vulnerable, and so the warriors were gathering. "But we're not going to fight today?" Rala asked. "I hope not," I said. "Fighting's very dangerous." Rala chuckled. A dozen men, those closest to the steering platform, were listening. Finan was with me, of course, and Cerdic and Citric and Rapier and Clapper. They were my household troops, my companions, my blood brothers, my oath men. They had followed me this night, even though they did not know where we sailed or what we did. "So what are we doing?" Rala asked. "We're rescuing the Lady Aethelfled," I said. I heard gasps of excitement from the listening men, then the murmur of voices as that news was passed up the benches to the Sea-Eagle's bows. "Any day now," I said, speaking loudly enough for every man on the boat to hear me. "The king starts to collect the ransom for his daughter. If you have 10 arm rings, he will want 4 of them. If you have silver hoarded, the king's men will take their share. But what we do today could stop that." Another murmur. There was already a deep unhappiness in Wessex, and the thought of the money that would be forced from every man. "And if the ransom is paid," I went on, "then our enemies will be rich enough to hire 10,000 swords. We will have war all across Wessex. Your houses will be burned, your women raped, your children stolen, and your wealth confiscated. But what we do today could stop that." I exaggerated a little, but not by much. "But the Northmen are greedy," I continued. "They know that in Aethelfled they have a girl of high value, and they are snarling at each other like hungry dogs. Well, one of them is ready to betray the others. At dawn today he will bring Aethelfled out of the camp and give her to us. He would rather keep a smaller ransom all to himself than take a share of the larger. He will become wealthy, but not be wealthy enough to buy an army." I could not return to Lundain and say I had helped Aethelfled run away with her lover. Instead, I would pretend that Eric had offered to betray his brother, and had then betrayed me. Instead of giving me Aethelfled, he had sailed away with her. Alfred would still be furious with me, but he could not accuse me of betraying Wessex. I had even brought a big wooden chest-aboard. It was filled with sand, and locked with 2 great hasps, secured with iron pins, hammered into circles so the lid could not be opened. Every man had seen the chest stowed onto Sea-Eagle's steering platform, and they would surely think that big box carried Eric's price. "Before dawn," I went on, "the Lady Aethelfled will be taken to a ship. As the sun touches the sky's edge, that ship will bring her out. But in their way is a blocking ship, a ship chained across the creek's mouth. Our job is to clear that ship out of the way. That is all. We just have to move that one ship, then take the Lady Aethelfled back to Lundain and be celebrated as heroes. The king will be grateful." They liked that, though I felt a pang. I did not tell Alfred, because then one of the king's men would have got drunk and blabbered the news in a tavern, and we would reach Beamfleot to find an army waiting to greet us. Instead, they're asleep, and we shall rescue Aethelfled. They cheered. They liked that, though I felt a pang. I did not tell Alfred, because then one of the king's men would have got drunk and blabbered the news in a tavern, and we would reach Beamfleot to find an army waiting to greet us. Instead, they're asleep, and we shall rescue Aethelfled. They cheered that. Only Rala was silent, and when the clamour ended, he asked a soft question. "And how do we move that ship?" "She's bigger than us. Her sides have been raised. She carries a fighting crew, and they won't be asleep." "We don't do it," I said. "I do it. Clapper, Rapier, you 2 will help me. The 3 of us will move the ship." And Aethelfled would be free, and love would win, and silver would grow on trees, and gold would appear like dew on grass. It was all so simple. Before leaving Lundain, we had taken down the Sea Eagle's mast, and not put beast heads on her stem or stern. I wanted her to lie low in the water, to be a black shape against blackness. We were the shadow walkers of the sea. At last I saw the dull red glow in the sky that marked where fires burned in Siegfried's hilltop encampment. "You know what to do?" I asked Ralla. "I know," he said patiently. "I'll go seaward of Canninga and collect you at the eastern end." "Slow!" he called to the oarsman. He had turned the ship northwards, and now he rowed slow and cautious towards Canninga's black shore. "How long till dawn?" 5 hours? 6? He guessed. "Long enough," I said, and the Sea Eagle's bows touched the shelving mud, and her long hull shivered. "Back oars!" Ralla shouted, and the oar-banks pulled the bows away from that treacherous shore. "Go quickly," he told me. "Tide falls fast here. Don't want to be stranded." I led Clapper and Rapier to the bows. I wore a mail coat, 2 swords, and a dark leather helmet liner. I also wore the black cloak that Gisela had woven for me, with its lightning running down the back. Rapier and Clapper also wore dark cloaks that covered their mail, and each of them had swords, while Clapper carried a huge war-axe strapped to his back. "You should let me come," Finan said. "You're in charge here," I told him, "and if we get into trouble, you might have to abandon us. That will be your decision." "Back oars!" Ralla shouted again, and the Sea Eagle retreated another few feet from the threat of being grounded on the falling tide. "We won't abandon you," Finan said, and held out a hand. I clasped it, then let him lower me over the ship's side, where I splashed into a soggy mess of mud and water. "See you at dawn," I called up to Finan's dark shape, then led Clapper and Rapier across the wide mudflats. We had landed at the western end of Canninga, the island that bordered Beamfliot's Creek, and we had come ashore a long way from where Siegfried's ships were beached. We were far enough away so the sentries on the fort's high walls would not have seen our dark ship come to the dark land, or so I prayed, and now we had a long walk. We struggled across the glistening, moon-rippled stretch of mud that widened as the tide receded. We waded and tripped, cursed and splashed through that sucking, clinging morass, until at last there was more land than water, and the shrieks of woken birds surrounded us. The night air filled with the beat of their wings and the shrillness of their protests. That noise, I thought, would surely alert the enemy. But all I could do was strike inland, praying for higher ground, and at last the going became easier. We found a path. Sheep were sleeping among the tussocks, and this was a sheep track, though a crude and treacherous path constantly interrupted by ditches. After a while we rested, first kicking 3 sleeping sheep awake so we could occupy their patches of warm, dry earth. Clapper was soon snoring, while I gazed out to the Thames, trying to see the Sea Eagle, but she was a shadow among shadows. "What's happening there, Lord?" Rapier asked, startling me. He sounded alarmed, and I turned to see a huge blaze springing from Beamfliot's hilltop. Flames were leaping into the dark sky, outlining the ramparts of the fort. Bright sparks whirled in a thick pillar of firelit smoke that churned above Siegfried's hall. I swore, kicked Clapper awake, and stood. Siegfried's hall was ablaze, and that meant the whole encampment was awake. Nor did I think that Eric would risk burning his brother to death as a diversion. "Whatever caused that fire," I said grimly, "is bad news." The blaze grew larger, lighting the hilltop and throwing garish shadows across Canninga's low, marshy land. "They'll see us, Lord," Clapper said nervously. "We'll have to risk that," I said. We followed the sheep track, our journey now made easy by the light thrown by the great fire. As we drew closer to the moored guardship, we moved off the track to push our way through reed beds that grew high enough to conceal us. The fire was vast now, an inferno in the sky, scorching the high clouds red. We reached the edge of the reeds and crouched there, 100 paces from the huge post that tethered the stern of the blocking ship. Her crew was staring up at the burning hill. And we were not alone on Canninga, and everything that had seemed easy became difficult. I saw 6 armed men running down the southern bank of the creek towards the post that was our goal, and I understood what had happened then, and knew that if I made the wrong choice, I could ruin all that I wanted of that morning. "Kill them," I said, hardly aware that I spoke, hardly aware of the decision I had made. "Lord?" Clapper asked. "Now!" I was already moving. "Fast! Come on!" The guardship's crew were hurling spears at the 6 men as they reached the post,
and one of them, a tall man, swung a war-axe at the looped chain, but a spear thudded into his thigh, and he staggered back, cursing. I screamed a challenge, and leapt at the 5 men, and the gods were with me. Serpent breath struck a shield plumb center, and the man went backwards, knocked off his feet. Clapper was swinging his huge axe, while Rapier danced the sword dance Finnan had taught him. I slashed Serpent Breath at the fallen man, and her blade crashed on his helmet. Then I twisted to lunge Serpent Breath at the tall man who had been trying to sever the chain. He turned, his axe swinging, and there was enough light to let me see the bright red hair under his helmet's rim, and the bright red beard. He was Olaf the Red, Heston's oathman. Heston had set the fire in this treacherous morning, and taken Aethelfled, and now he wanted the channel open so his ships could escape. So now we had to keep the channel closed, and I rammed the sword at Olaf, who somehow sidestepped, so I stumbled past, my footing uncertain in the marshy ground. He was quick, and I had no shield. The axe swung, and I ducked as I turned back, then thrust Serpent Breath two-handed at his belly, but his shield took the lunge. I heard splashing behind me, and I guessed the guard ship's crew were coming. A man screamed where Clapper and Rapier fought, and I thrust again, and a sword is a faster weapon than an axe, and Olaf the Red was still drawing his right arm back, and my blade slid scraping and ringing across his shield's iron rim, and banged her tip into his skull beneath his helmet's edge. I felt bone break. Men from the guard ship's crew ran past me to kill Olaf's men, and I snatched Olaf's helmet off his bloody head. It dripped gore, but I rammed it over my leather headgear, and hoped the cheek plates would conceal my face. The men who had come from the ship might well have seen me at Siegfried's feast, and if they recognized me, they would turn their swords on me. There were 10 or 11 of the crewmen, and they had killed Olaf the Red's companions, but not before Clapper had been given his last wound. Poor Clapper, so gentle in manner, so strong in war, and now he lay, mouth open, blood spilling down his beard, his chest mangled by an axe blow so that ribs and lung and mail were tangled in a bloody mess. "Who are you?" a man shouted. "Ragnar Olafsson." I invented a name. "Why are you here?" "Our ship stranded on the coast. We were coming to find help." Rapier was in tears. He was holding Clapper's left hand, saying his friend's name over and over, and still more men were coming down the bank. Heston had sent a whole crew to open the channel. Their ship had been beached 50 paces down the bank, and beyond it I could see a mass of other ships waiting to row out to sea. Heston and all his men were fleeing Beamfjord, and taking Aethelfled with them, and on the steep hill beneath the burning hall I could see Siegfried and Eric's men running recklessly down the precipitous slope to assault the treacherous Heston, whose men now came at us in overwhelming numbers. "Shield wall!" a voice roared, and I thought we must die here on this muddy bank, and I patted Clapper's bloody cheek and felt rage. I sheathed Serpent Breath, and snatched up his huge, long-handled war-axe. Heston's crew came screaming, driven by an urgency to escape the creek before Siegfried's men came to slaughter them. Heston was doing his best to slow that pursuit by burning Siegfried's ships, but I had no time to watch, only to brace myself. The screaming men charged the last few paces, and we should have died there, but whoever had shouted at us to form a shield wall had chosen his place well, for one of Caninga's many ditches snaked across our front, and our attackers stumbled on its slippery sides, and we went forward, our turn to scream, and the fury in me became the red rage of battle. I swung the huge axe at a man recovering from his stumble, and my war shout rose to a scream of triumph as my blade slashed through a helmet, chopped into a skull, and sliced a brain in two. Blood sluiced black into the air as I still screamed and swung again. I knew nothing but madness, anger, and desperation. Blood mad, our whole shield wall had moved to the ditch's edge where our enemy was floundering, and we had a moment's furious slaughter. A spearman, out of reach of my axe-blade, jabbed repeatedly at me. Rapier had found a fallen shield and did his best to cover me, but the spearman stabbed low to slice open my left calf. I hurled the axe, and the heavy blade smashed into his face as I slid Serpent Breath from her scabbard and let her scream her war-song. A demented man, mouth agape, flailed an axe at me, and Serpent Breath took his soul with elegant ease, so elegant that I laughed in triumph as I wrenched the blade from his upper belly. "We're holding them!" I bellowed, and no one noticed I shouted in English. But though our small shield wall was holding firm just in front of the great post, our attackers had outflanked the left of our line, and the men there, attacked from two sides, broke and ran. We stumbled backwards to follow them. Blades crashed into our shields, axes splintered boards, and back we went, driven past the great mooring post, unable to hold our ground against so many. Heston's men screamed a great howl of victory. 60 or 70 men were trying to kill us, and we ran. We ran back onto the foreshore where the mud was thick, and I thought again that I must die there. But our attackers, content that they had driven us off, turned and chopped at the chain with axes. Then a cheer sounded, and I saw the heavy chain slither across the mud. The tide had turned, and the blocking ship was being swung westwards, carried into the creek by the surge of water. I could do nothing but watch as Heston's escape was made possible. Our attackers were running back to their ship, and I saw Heston then. He was standing beneath the raven's head that crowned his ship's prow, Dragon Voyager, and his helmet glinted with the new dawn, and his drawn blade was shining, and he was smiling. He had won. Ethelfled, I was certain, was in that ship, and behind him were 20 other ships, his fleet, his men. Siegfried and Eric's men had reached the creek, and launched some of the boats that had been spared the fire. They had begun to fight Heston's rearward ships, but it was all too late. The blocking ship swung faster and faster. In a few heartbeats, I knew the creek would be wide open. I watched Heston's oars dip to keep the Dragon Voyager steady against the flooding tide, and knew that at any moment I would see his lean vessel speed past the stranded guardship. He would row away eastwards, away to a future that would bring him a kingdom that had once been called Wessex. The sun had almost touched the world's rim, and the east was ablaze with red, gold, and silver light. And that sunlight flashed off Heston's wet oar-blades. Then Heston shouted a command, and the blades vanished in the water, and his longship surged forward. It was then I realized there had been panic in Heston's voice. "Row!" he was shouting. "Pull!" I did not understand his panic. The open sea lay before him, yet his voice sounded desperate. "Row!" he screamed. "Row!" And the Dragon Voyager slid still faster towards the gold-bright east. Then I saw why Heston panicked. The Sea Eagle was coming. Finan had made the decision, but even days afterwards he found it hard to justify the choice he had made. It was instinct as much as anything. He knew I wanted the channel open, yet by bringing Sea Eagle into Hothlegger, he would bar the passage again. Yet still he decided to come. "I saw your cloak," he explained. "My cloak?" "The bolt of lightning, Lord, and you were defending the chain post, not attacking it." And so Finan had told Ralla to bring the Sea Eagle into the channel, and Ralla had ridden the incoming tide into the Hothlegger. Just before they entered the channel, he ordered the oars to be shipped inboard. Then he steered the Sea Eagle so she struck one bank of the Dragon Voyager's oars. The Sea Eagle was in the channel centre, while Heston's ship was nearer to me, so I did not see the long oar looms snap, though I heard them shatter. I heard the splintering sound as shaft after shaft broke, and I heard the screams from Heston's men as the oar handles were driven back to crush their chests, and that is a horrible injury. Those screams were still sounding as the Dragon Voyager jarred to a sudden stop. Ralla had thrust on the steering oar to push Heston's ship onto Caninga's mud-shelving bank, and then the Sea Eagle also stopped abruptly, as she was trapped between the stranded blocking ship and the newly beached Dragon Voyager. The channel was closed again, plugged now by 3 ships, and the sun rose full above the sea, brilliant as gold, flooding the earth with a dazzling new light. And Bimfliot's Creek became the killing place. Heston ordered his men to board the mastless Sea Eagle and kill its crew, and his men screamed as they leapt aboard to find Finan leading my household warriors to meet them, and the 2 shield walls met on the forward rowing benches, and I heard the crack of shields slamming together, saw that new light flicker from raised blades, and saw more of Heston's men crowding onto Sea Eagle's bows. That fight filled the creek's entrance. Behind those 3 ships, the flooding tide was drifting the rest of Heston's fleet back towards the burning boats on the shore. But not all of Siegfried's boats were burning, and more were being manned and rowed towards Heston's rearward vessels. The fighting had started there, too. Above me, on Bimfliot's looming green hill, the hall still burned, and on Hothlegger's shore the ships burned, and so the new golden light was veiled with palls of smoke beneath which men died while wisps of black ash, fluttering like moths, drifted from the sky. Heston's men, the ones who had driven us onto the mud and released the guardship's chain, splashed through the shallow water to haul themselves onto Dragon Voyager, so they could join the fight aboard Sea Eagle. "Follow them!" I shouted. There was no reason for Siegfried's men to obey me. They did not know who I was, only that I had fought beside them, but they understood what I wanted, and they were infused with a fighting man's rage. Heston had betrayed his agreement with Siegfried, and these were Siegfried's men, and so Heston's men must die. Those men, the ones who had driven us to ignominious flight, had forgotten us now, and we were unopposed as we climbed aboard their ship. We struck Heston's men from the rear, and for an instant we were the lords of killing. Our blades took men in the spine. They died without knowing they were under attack, and then the survivors turned, and we were nothing but a handful of men facing 100. But a ship is narrow. Our shield wall, that had easily been outflanked on land, here stretched from side to side of the dragon voyager, and the rowing benches made obstacles that stopped a man charging home. They had to come slowly, or else risk tripping on the knee-high benches, but they still came eagerly. They had Aethelfled, and every man was fighting for a dream of riches, and all they needed to do to become wealthy was kill us. I had picked up a shield, and now I stood, Rapier on my right and a stranger on my left, and let them come. I used serpent breath. My short sword, wasp sting, was usually better in a shield wall fight, but here the enemy could not close on us because we stood behind a rowing bench. At the ship's centerline, where I stood, there was no bench, but a mast crutch served as an obstacle, and I had to keep looking left and right, past the high crutch, to see where the worst danger threatened. A wild-bearded man climbed onto the bench in front of Rapier, meaning to hack an axe down onto his head, but serpent breath pierced his belly, and his axe fell behind Rapier as the Northman screamed and twisted on my blade. Something, axe or sword, was beating on my shield. Then the stomach-ripped man fell sideways across that weapon, and blood ran down serpent breath's blade to warm my hand. A spear slashed beside me, the lunge deflected by my shield. The blade vanished, pulled back, and I overlapped my shield and Rapier's just before the spear struck again. I thrust the shield up at a man on the bench to my left, and hurled him backwards, and a blade rammed my lower belly, but the mail did not break. They were crowding down the ship now, the men behind forcing the men in front onto our blades. But the sheer weight of the attack was driving us backwards. 2 men managed to get past the crutch and shield charge me, their slamming impact staggering me sideways and back, and I tripped on something and sat heavily on the edge of a rower's bench, and in blind panic stabbed serpent breath past the edge of my shield, and felt her puncture mail, leather, skin, muscle, and flesh. Things crashed on my shield, and I heaved forward, sword still trapped in an enemy's flesh, and miraculously there was no enemy to keep me down, and I touched shields right and left and roared a challenge as I ripped and twisted serpent breath free. An axe hooked on my shield's upper rim and tried to haul it down, but I dropped the shield, lost the axe, and raised the shield, and my sword was free again, and I could lunge her at the axeman. All instinct, all rage, all screaming hate, all a blur in my mind now. How long did that fight last? It might have been a moment or an hour. To this day, I do not know. It was a chaos of flying blades, of shields breaking, of half-caught glimpses, of despairing parries and blind lunges. Feet slipped on blood, and the dead lay with curling hands, and the injured clutched awful wounds that would kill them, and they cried for their mothers, and the gulls cried. And the wind blew soft across the flooding tide that filled Beamfliot's creek with swirling water, in which the new-shed blood twisted and faded until the cold green sea diluted it. Eric had seen what happened at the creek's mouth, and instead of boarding a ship, he led his men up the southern bank, splashed through the channel, then swarmed onto the beached blocking ship. From there they jumped onto Sea Eagle, and so added their weight to Finnan's shield wall. And they were needed. The Heston's leading ships had at last rowed to their lord's rescue, and still more men were trying to board the Sea Eagle, while others were climbing aboard the Dragon Voyager. It was chaos. And when Siegfried's men saw what Eric did, many followed, and Siegfried himself, aboard a smaller longship, found water enough to row against the tide, and was bringing that ship towards the fight at the channel's mouth, where the 3 boats were locked together, and men fought in ignorance of who they fought. Everyone, it seemed, was against everyone. This, I remember thinking, was like the battles that wait for us in Odin's corpse hall, that eternity of joy in which warriors will fight all day and are resurrected to drink and eat and to love their women all night. Eric's men, flooding aboard the Sea Eagle, helped Finan drive Heston's boarders back. Some jumped into the creek, which was just deep enough to drown a man. Others escaped onto the newly arrived ships of Heston's fleet, while a stubborn rearguard made a defiant shield wall in the Sea Eagle's bows. Finan, helped by Eric, had won his battle, and that meant many of his men could now come aboard Dragon Voyager to stiffen our beleaguered shield wall, and the fight on Heston's ship lessened in intensity as his men saw nothing but death. They backed away, stepping over benches and leaving their dead, and snarled at us from a safe distance. Now they waited for us to attack. And it was then, in that small pause as men on both sides balanced the probabilities of life and death, that I saw Aethelfled.
She was crouched beneath the steering platform of Dragon Voyager, from where she stared at the tangle of death and blades in front of her. But there was no fear on her face. She had her arms around two of her maidservants, and she watched, wide-eyed, but with no apparent fear. She had to have been terrified, for the last few hours had been nothing but fire, death, and panic. And now hundreds of men hacked and stabbed at each other, in a wild fight where no man knew exactly who his enemy was, and men just fought because fighting was their joy.
"Kill them! Kill them!"
That was Heston, urging his men back to the slaughter. He only had to kill our men and Eric's men, and he would be free of the creek. But behind him, coming fast, Siegfried's ship surged past Heston's other vessels and crashed hard into the fight. She rammed Sea Eagle's bows, just where the last of Heston's boarders had their shield wall, and I saw those warriors stagger sideways under the shock of the impact. And I also saw Sea Eagle's planks driven inwards as Siegfried's stempost drove hard into my ship. Siegfried was almost thrown from his chair by the impact, but he struggled back upright, bare-cloaked, sword in hand, and bellowed at his enemies to come and be killed. Siegfried's men leapt into the battle, while Eric had already crossed the Sea Eagle's stern to board Dragon Voyager, and was hacking his wild way towards Ethelfled. The fight was turning, putting Heston's warriors on the defensive. The remnant on board Sea Eagle gave up first. I saw them struggling to board Dragon Voyager. My ship was sinking, the sea flooding through her broken planks.
"Kill them!"
Eric was screaming.
"Kill them!"
And under his leadership, we went forward, and the men in front of us gave way. I stabbed Serpent Breath forward, and struck nothing but shield wood. An axe hissed over my head, the blow missing only because the Dragon Voyager lurched at that moment, and I realized the rising tide had lifted her from the mud. We were afloat.
"Oars!"
I heard a huge shout. An axe buried itself in my shield, splitting the wood apart, and I saw a man with mad eyes staring at me as he tried to retrieve his blade. I pushed the shield wide, and lunged Serpent Breath at his chest, using all my force so that her steel went through his mail, and he went on staring at me as the sword found his heart.
"Oars!"
It was Ralla, shouting at those of my men who no longer had to defend themselves.
"Oars, you bastards!"
he shouted, and I thought he must be mad to try and row a sinking ship. But Ralla was not mad. He was thinking sensibly. Sea Eagle was sinking, but Dragon Voyager was floating, and Dragon Voyager's bows were pointing to the open estuary. But Ralla had splintered one bank of her oars, and now he forced some of my men to carry Sea Eagle's oars across the gap. He was planning to take Heston's ship. Except the Dragon Voyager was now a maelstrom of desperate men. Siegfried's crew had gained a lodgment on the steering platform above Ethelfled, and from there they were hacking at Heston's men, who were being pushed back by my companions, and by Eric's crew, who fought with a maniacal fury. Eric had no shield, just his longsword, and I thought he must die a dozen times as he hurled himself on his enemies. But the gods loved him at that moment, and Eric lived while his enemies died. And still more of Siegfried's men came from the stern, so that Heston and his crew were squeezed between us.
"Heston!"
I shouted.
"Come and die!"
He saw me, and looked astonished, but whether he heard me, I do not know, for Heston wanted to live to fight again. He jumped overboard, landing in the knee-deep water, and his crew followed, running down Caninga's bank to the safety of their next ship. The fighting, that had been so furious, died in an eye blink.
"I have the bitch!"
Siegfried shouted. He had boarded Heston's ship. The massive strength in Siegfried's arms had hauled him across into Dragon Voyager, and now he lay on useless legs, a sword in one hand and Ethelfled's unbound hair in his other. His men grinned. They had won. They had retrieved the prize. Siegfried smiled at his brother.
"I have the bitch,"
he said again. "Give her to me," Eric said.
"We'll take her back,"
Siegfried said, still not understanding. Ethelfled was staring at Eric. She had been wrenched down to the deck, her golden hair in Siegfried's huge hand. "Give her to me," Eric said again. And Siegfried's eyes settled on me. I was taller than the others, and though my back was to the rising sun, he must have seen something he recognized, for he lifted his sword to point the blade at me.
"Take off the helmet,"
he ordered in his curiously high voice. "I am not your man to be commanded," I said. I still had some of Siegfried's men with me, and those men now turned towards me with weapons rising, but Finan was also there, and with him were my household troops. "Don't kill them," I said. "Just drop them overboard." They fought beside me. Siegfried let go of Ethelfled's hair,
shoving her back towards his men, and heaved his huge, black-swathed cripple's body forward. "You and the Saxon, eh?" he said to Eric. "You and that treacherous Saxon? You betray me, brother." "I will pay your share of the ransom," Eric said. "You? Pay? In what? Piss?" "I will pay the ransom," Eric insisted. "You couldn't pay a goat to lick the sweat off your balls," Siegfried bellowed. "Take her ashore." This last command was to his men. And Eric charged. He did not need to. There was no way that Siegfried's men could take Aethelflaed ashore, for the dragon voyager had been carried by the incoming tide past the half-sunken Sea Eagle, and now we were drifting down onto Heston's next boats, and I feared we would be boarded any minute. Ralla had the same fear, and was dragging some of my men to the forward rowers' benches. "Pull!" he shouted. "Pull!" And Eric charged, meaning to cut down the men who now held Aethelflaed, and he had to pass his brother, who squatted dark and angry on the blood-slicked deck, and I saw Siegfried lift the sword, and saw Eric's look of astonishment that his own brother would raise a blade against him, and I heard Aethelflaed scream as her lover ran onto Feargiver. Siegfried's face showed nothing, neither rage nor sorrow. He held the sword as his brother folded on the blade, and then, without an order, the rest of us charged. Eric's men and my men, shoulder to shoulder, went to start the killing again, and I paused only long enough to seize one of my warriors by the shoulder. "Keep Siegfried alive!" I ordered him. I never saw who it was, then carried Serpent Breath to the last slaughter of that bloody morning. Siegfried's men died fast. There were few of them, and many of us, and Serpent Breath sang like a screaming gull. Eric's men fought to avenge their lord, and my men fought for Aethelflaed, who crouched, arms over her head, as Siegfried's men died around her. She was shrieking, screaming inconsolably like a woman at the burial of the dead, and perhaps that was what kept her alive, because in that slaughter on the dragon voyager's stern, men feared those awful shrieks. The noise was terrifying, overwhelming, a sadness to fill the world, and it went on even after the last of Siegfried's men had leapt overboard to escape our swords and axes. And only Siegfried remained, and the dragon voyager was under way, pulling against the tide to creep out of the channel under her few oars. I draped my blood-soaked cloak over Aethelflaed's shoulders. The ship was moving faster, as Ralla's oarsmen found their rhythm, and as more men, dropping shields and weapons, snatched up the long oars. "Row!" Ralla called, as he came down the blood-slopping deck to take the steering oar. "Row!" Siegfried remained, and Siegfried lived. He was on the deck, his useless legs curled beneath him, his sword-hand empty, and with a blade held at his throat. Osferth, Alfred's son, held that sword, and he looked at me nervously. Siegfried was cursing and spitting. His brother's body, with Feargiver still piercing the belly, lay beside him. I went to stand over Siegfried. I stared down at him, not hearing his insults. I looked at Eric's corpse, and thought that was a man I could have loved, could have fought beside, could have known like a brother. And then I looked at Osferth's face, so like his father's. "I told you once," I said, "that killing a cripple was no way to make a reputation." "Yes, Lord," he said. "I was wrong," I said. "Kill him." "Give me my sword," Siegfried demanded. Osferth hesitated as I looked back to the Norseman. "I will spend my life beyond death," I told him, "in Odin's hall, and there I shall feast with your brother, and neither he nor I wishes your company." I kicked his hand away from Eric's corpse. "Kill him," I told Osferth. We dropped Siegfried Thurgelson overboard somewhere on the sun-dancing sea beyond Caninga, then turned westwards so that the flooding tide could carry us upriver, and the smoke of Beamfleot receded until it looked like a long, low cloud, and Aethelflaed still wept. "What do we do?" a man asked me. He was one of Eric's men, the leader now of the 22 survivors who had escaped with us. "Whatever you wish," I said. "We hear that your king hangs all Northmen," the man said. "Then he will hang me first," I said. "You will live," I promised, "and in Lundane I shall give you a ship, and you may go wherever you want." I smiled. "You can even stay and serve me." Those men had laid Eric's body reverently on a cloak. They pulled Siegfried's sword from their lord's belly and gave it to me, and I in turn handed it to Osferth. "You earned it," I said, and so he had, for in that welter of death Alfred's son had fought like a man,
Eric held his own sword in his dead hand, and I thought he would already be at the feasting hall, waiting for me. I took Aethelfled away from her lover's corpse, and led her to the stern, and there I held her as she cried in my arms. Her golden hair brushed my beard. She clung to me, and cried till she had no more tears, and then she whimpered, and hid her face against my bloody mail coat. "The king will be pleased with us," Finan said. "Yes," I said, "he will." No ransom would be paid. Wessex was safe. The Northmen had fought and killed each other, and their ships were burning and their dreams were ashes. I felt Aethelfled's body shaking against mine, and I stared eastwards to where the sun dazzled above the smoke of burning Beamfleot. "You're taking me back to Ethelred, aren't you?" she said accusingly. "I'm taking you to your father," I said. "Where else can I take you?" She did not answer because she knew there was no choice. Fate cannot be changed. And no one must ever know. I went on quietly. "About you and Eric." Again she did not answer, but now she could not answer. She was sobbing too heavily, and I held my arms around her as though I could hide her from the watching men, and from the world, and from the husband who awaited her. The long oars dipped, the river banks closed on us, and in the west, the smoke of Lundain smudged the summer sky, as I took Aethelfled home.